Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Tonight, we journey into the life and mind of perhaps the most dangerous philosopher who ever lived. Picture, if you will, a young man standing before the elders of his community. He is 23 years old. The year is 1656. In moments, words will be spoken against him that have never been spoken against anyone before, words so filled with fury and rejection that they will echo across centuries. He will be cursed by day and cursed by night, cursed when he lies down and cursed when he rises up. His name will be blotted out from under heaven. No one will be permitted to speak with him, to be under the same roof, to read anything he writes. And this curse, unlike all the others before it, will never be lifted, not even 350 years later, when scholars and rabbis gather to consider whether it is finally time to forgive. What could this young man have said? What ideas could be so threatening, so fundamentally dangerous that they required not just exile but eternal damnation? The young man's name was Baruch Spinoza, and his crime was offering humanity a new way to see God, nature, and ourselves. A vision so radical, so breathtaking in its implications, that it would shake the foundations of religion and philosophy itself. A vision that would influence minds from Goethe to Einstein, that would secretly circulate through the Enlightenment like contraband, that would be declared as dangerous as any weapon ever forged. But here is what makes Spinoza's story so remarkable. He did not respond to his excommunication with bitterness or revenge. He did not recant or beg forgiveness. He simply walked away from everything he had known, picked up the tools of a lens grinder, and set about thinking his way to truths that would outlast empires. In the quiet of his workshop, between the careful grinding of glass that would help others see more clearly, he constructed a philosophy of such serene power that even those who condemned him could not ultimately ignore it. Tonight, as you settle into rest, we will follow Spinoza's extraordinary journey. We will stand in the Amsterdam synagogue as the curse is pronounced. We will follow him into exile and watch as he transforms rejection into revelation. We will explore his audacious claim that God and nature are one and the same. We will discover his revolutionary understanding of emotions, freedom, and what it means to be human. And perhaps, in the gentle unfolding of these ideas, you will find the same strange peace that Spinoza himself discovered in the face of absolute rejection, the peace that comes from seeing yourself not as separate from the universe, but as a wave in an infinite ocean, temporary in form, but eternal in substance. So let your breathing slow. Allow the concerns of the day to settle like dust, and prepare to meet a mind that refused to accept easy answers, a heart that found divinity in everything, and a spirit that discovered freedom in the very necessity that seems to bind us all. The world Spinoza was born into was one of fear and precarious hope. To understand what would happen to him, we must first understand the community that both nurtured and ultimately rejected him. Amsterdam in the early 17th century was unlike any other place in Europe. While the Inquisition raged across Spain and Portugal, while Jews were expelled, forcibly converted, or worse, the Dutch Republic offered something precious and rare. Not full acceptance perhaps, but tolerance, room to breathe, permission to worship according to conscience, as long as one did not disturb the public peace. And so they came. The Portuguese Jews, who had lived for generations as conversos, forced Christians who practiced their ancestral faith in secret cellars and locked rooms, always one whispered accusation away from the dungeons of the Inquisition. They came to Amsterdam, this city of canals and commerce, this haven at the edge of Europe, and they began to rebuild, not just their homes and businesses, but their very identities. They learned again how to be Jewish openly, to gather in synagogues instead of hiding in shadows, to speak Hebrew without fear of being overheard. But their freedom was conditional, and they knew it. The Dutch were tolerant, yes, but tolerance had its limits. Disturb the social order, cause scandal, give the Christian authorities reason to question whether Jews could truly be trusted as citizens, and that precious tolerance might evaporate like morning mist. The Portuguese Jewish community of Amsterdam lived with this knowledge every day. They policed themselves rigorously. They watched one another for signs of deviation, not out of cruelty, but out of survival. One person's heresy could endanger everyone. Into this world, on the 24th of November, 1632, a boy was born. His parents named him Baruch, which in Hebrew means blessed. The Portuguese form of the name was Bento. Later, he would adopt the Latin version, Benedict. 3 names, all meaning blessed, for a child who would grow up to challenge every traditional understanding of what blessing might mean. His father, Michael de Spinoza, was a merchant of moderate success, respected in the community, involved in the synagogue's affairs. His mother, Hannah Deborah, was a woman history has largely forgotten, leaving us only the bare facts of her existence. She died when Baruch was 5 years old, a loss that would haunt the boy in ways we can only imagine. To lose a mother at such an age is to lose the very ground beneath your feet. Perhaps it taught him early that nothing is permanent, that even the most fundamental relationships can dissolve without warning. Perhaps it planted the first seeds of the philosophy he would later develop, a philosophy that would insist we must find our peace not in the temporary, but in the eternal. The boy grew up in a household where books were valued, where Hebrew learning was taken seriously, where the great questions of theology and law were discussed around the table. He attended the Talmud Torah school, the community's center of learning, and from the beginning his brilliance was obvious. He absorbed Hebrew, he mastered the Torah and Talmud, he excelled at the intricate logical arguments that Talmudic study required. His teachers must have looked at him with pride, seeing perhaps a future rabbi, a scholar who would bring honor to the community that had suffered so much. But something was stirring in the boy's mind that his teachers did not see or chose not to see. Questions without easy answers, contradictions in the texts he was studying, claims about God that seemed to make God small, petty, almost human in weakness. If God was truly infinite, truly perfect, how could he be moved by prayers or sacrifices? How could he make mistakes, change his mind, feel jealousy or anger? These were the emotions of humans, not of anything that could be called divine. As he entered his late teens, Baruch began to seek learning beyond the synagogue. He found his way to Franciscus van den Enden, a former Jesuit who had become something quite different. An atheist, some whispered. A radical, certainly. A man who taught Latin and introduced his students to the new philosophy flowering across Europe. Descartes, who had dared to doubt everything until he found something certain. Hobbes, who had looked at human society with cold, clear eyes and seen not divine ordination, but natural force. These men were rebuilding philosophy from the ground up, sweeping away centuries of scholastic cobwebs, insisting that reason alone must be the guide. For Baruch, it must have felt like emerging from a dim room into sunlight. Here was a way of thinking that did not start with scripture and twist logic to fit predetermined conclusions. Here was a method that asked only, what is true? What can we know with certainty? What follows necessarily from clear principles? The young man who had memorized so much rabbinic commentary, who knew the Torah so thoroughly, began to see these texts differently, not as eternal revelation, but as human documents shaped by their times, full of contradictions because humans are contradictory. And once you see text that way, once you begin to question whether these words truly came from God, everything else begins to unravel. If the Torah is not literally divine, then the laws it contains are not binding. If Moses did not receive the commandments on Sinai, then why observe them? If the soul is not immortal, then why worry about divine reward and punishment? If God does not intervene in human affairs, then why pray? These thoughts were dangerous beyond measure. In a community still traumatized by persecution, still desperate to maintain its fragile security, such ideas were not just wrong, they were threatening. They threatened the very cohesion that kept the community safe. If young people started thinking this way, what would become of the religion their parents had risked everything to preserve? Baruch's father died in 1654 when the young man was 21. Michael de Spinoza left behind a failing business and substantial debts. Baruch and his brother Gabriel inherited not wealth, but obligations. The young philosopher, brilliant as he was, found himself responsible for an import business he had no interest in, dealing with merchants and contracts when his mind wanted to grapple with substance and infinity. The business struggled, creditors circled, and Baruch, in a move that would enrage the community's leaders, appealed to Dutch civil courts rather than the Jewish community's internal arbitration to resolve his father's debts. This was not just a practical matter, it was a statement. By going to Dutch authorities, Baruch was effectively saying that he did not consider himself bound by the community's jurisdiction. He was asserting his rights as a Dutch citizen over his obligations as a Jew. The community's leaders saw this clearly. Here was a young man who had already been heard expressing heretical views, who was now publicly defying community authority. They could not allow this to continue. They tried first to bring him back quietly. There were meetings, conversations, arguments. Some sources suggest they even offered him money, a stipend, to keep quiet about his views, to at least maintain the appearance of conformity. Imagine that scene. Baruch, perhaps in his early 20s, sitting across from the community elders, men he had known his whole life, men who had known his father. They are trying to help him in their way, trying to save him from himself. Can he not see the danger? Can he not understand that some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud? But Baruch could not, would not conform. The truth, as he had come to see it, was too important. More important than money, than community, than belonging. He had glimpsed something vast, something that made the small rituals and rules seem like children's games. How could he go back to pretending? And so they were left with no choice, or so they believed. In July of 1656, the community's leaders made a decision that would echo through centuries. They would issue a herem, a ban of excommunication. But not an ordinary herem. This would be the harshest punishment they had ever pronounced, a curse so comprehensive that it would leave no room for ambiguity, no possibility of reconciliation. Picture the scene, the 27th of July, 1656. The synagogue of Talmud Torah, the magnificent building that represented all the community had built in Amsterdam. The scrolls of Torah are brought out. The ark is open. The community has gathered, though whether Baruch himself was present, we do not know. Perhaps he stood in the back, watching calmly as his fate was sealed. Perhaps he stayed away, having already accepted what was coming. One of the elders begins to read. The document is in Portuguese, the language the community uses for official matters. The words roll out with terrible formality. By decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza. The voice continues, gathering force. With the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls, with the 613 precepts which are written therein. Then come the curses themselves, pulled from every corner of Jewish tradition, piled one upon another like stones meant to crush utterly. Cursed be he with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law. The list goes on. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. No aspect of existence is left uncursed. The ban extends to everything. The Lord will not spare him, but the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And finally, the practical implications. No one should communicate with him neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor come within 4 cubits in his vicinity, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. It was comprehensive, total, final. The community that had nurtured him, that held his family history, that connected him to generations of ancestors, was cutting him off completely. He was to become as one dead. His name, which meant blessed, was to be erased from the book of life. He was to wander the world alone, without community, without the support system that had defined Jewish survival for millennia. How did Baruch receive this? We have no record of his immediate reaction. He left no letter describing his feelings in that moment. But we know what he did next. He left Amsterdam's Jewish quarter. He moved first to the outskirts, then to other towns, Leiden, Rensburg, finally The Hague. He took up the trade of lens grinding, a skilled craft that required steady hands and precise measurements that would provide him enough income to live simply while giving him hours each day for the work he really cared about. The work of thinking. There is a story impossible to verify, but telling in what it reveals, that shortly after the excommunication, Baruch was leaving the synagogue when a young man approached him with a knife, perhaps a fanatic who thought he was defending God's honor, perhaps someone looking to prove his loyalty to the community. The attack failed. Baruch was not seriously injured, but he kept the cloak he had been wearing, slashed by the knife, and would later point to it as a reminder, not of bitterness, but of something else, perhaps of the cost of truth, perhaps of the violence that fear and dogma can inspire. And now, alone, rejected, cursed by day and by night, the young man who had been called blessed began the work that would make his name immortal. He began to write down the vision that had cost him everything, the vision of a universe so ordered, so necessary, so beautiful in its iron laws that it would transform how humans understood their place in existence. At the heart of Spinoza's philosophy lies an idea so simple in expression and so revolutionary in implication that it would shake Western thought to its foundations. 3 Latin words that would be whispered in philosophical circles like a secret too dangerous to speak aloud: Deus sive natura, God or nature. God or nature, as if they were interchangeable, as if there were no difference between the divine being who supposedly created the universe and the natural world itself. To understand how radical this was, you must understand what people believed about God in the 17th century. God was understood as a being separate from creation, existing before the universe began, choosing to create it through an act of will, then remaining apart from it, intervening occasionally through miracles, judging humans, rewarding the righteous, and punishing the wicked. God was like a king on a throne, infinitely powerful, but also separate, distant, other. You prayed to this God, you pleased or displeased him through your actions. You hoped for his mercy because his justice was terrifying. Spinoza looked at this picture of God and saw nothing but projection. Humans imagining the divine as a magnified version of themselves. A cosmic father figure, a supernatural emperor. And what Spinoza proposed instead was not quite atheism, though many called it that, but something stranger and in some ways more profound. He proposed that we drop the distinction entirely, that we stop imagining God as separate from the universe and recognize that God is the universe, that the universe is God, that there is nothing but this one infinite reality expressing itself in endless modes. In his magnum opus, The Ethics, which he spent years writing, and which would only be published after his death, Spinoza laid this out with geometric precision. He began with definitions, as Euclid had done with geometry. What do we mean by substance, by attribute, by mode? And then, step by step, proposition by proposition, he built his argument. There can be only one substance, infinite and eternal. This substance is what we call God. This substance is what we call nature. They are not two things, but one thing seen from different perspectives. Think of it this way. When you look at the ocean, you see waves. Each wave seems distinct, separate, with its own identity, its own moment of rising and falling. But no wave is truly separate from the ocean. Each is a temporary form that the ocean takes. The wave is not something other than the ocean. It is the ocean, expressing itself in that particular way at that particular moment. And so Spinoza would say, with all of existence, you are not separate from God. You are a mode of God, a temporary form that the infinite substance takes. Everything you see around you, every tree and stone, every person and animal, every thought and feeling, all of it is God expressing itself, nature in its infinite creativity. Now this might sound beautiful and perhaps mystical, and indeed many later thinkers, particularly the Romantics, would embrace Spinoza for this apparent unity with nature. But Spinoza meant something more rigorous and more challenging than mystical union. He meant that everything that happens follows from the nature of God with the same necessity that the properties of a triangle follow from its definition. There is no room for chance, no room for divine whim, no room for miracles that violate natural law, because natural law is divine law, is simply how God necessarily acts. This means that when terrible things happen, when children die and earthquakes destroy cities, these events are not punishments from an angry deity. They are not even mysterious workings of divine providence that we cannot understand. They are simply the necessary unfolding of natural causes and effects. God does not intervene because God is not separate enough from the universe to intervene. God is the system of natural law itself. You can perhaps see why this philosophy terrified religious authorities. If there are no miracles, then the foundation stories of every religion become suspect. If God does not judge and reward and punish, then what is the point of religious law? If everything happens by natural necessity, then what becomes of sin and salvation? Spinoza's philosophy seemed to drain away all the meaning that traditional religion provided, but Spinoza himself did not see it this way. He saw his philosophy as liberating us from fear of divine punishment, from the need to appease an angry God, from superstition and ritual that claimed to manipulate supernatural forces. Instead, we could study nature, understand its laws, work with them rather than against them. We could find our peace, not in begging favors from a cosmic tyrant, but in understanding our place in the eternal order of things. And yes, there was still room for something he called the intellectual love of God, but this was not the fearful love of a servant for a master. It was the joyful understanding of how we fit into the infinite whole. It was the pleasure of seeing clearly, of knowing things as they truly are. When you understand that you are not a lonely, isolated ego, but a wave in an infinite ocean, when you grasp that your existence is necessary and eternal in its essence, even if temporary in its current form, then you can rest in a peace that religious anxiety never provided. The great physicist Albert Einstein, centuries later, would declare that he believed in Spinoza's God. Einstein understood, as Spinoza had, that the natural laws themselves were so elegant, so beautiful in their mathematical precision, that they inspired something like religious awe. Not awe at a being separate from nature, but awe at the magnificent order that nature itself displays. The fact that we can understand these laws, that our minds can grasp the structure of reality, this itself is a kind of miracle, though not the kind that violates natural law. Spinoza's God does not love you back. This was one of his most shocking propositions. The God of tradition loves humans, cares about their suffering, responds to their prayers. Spinoza's God cannot do any of these things because God, being infinite and eternal, cannot be affected by anything finite and temporary. To expect God to care about your particular troubles would be like expecting the ocean to have feelings about one particular wave. The ocean does not hate the wave, but neither does it love it. It simply is, and the wave is a temporary expression of what it is. This might seem cold, even cruel, but Spinoza thought it was actually more comforting than the traditional view. Better to live in a universe that operates by consistent laws than to live at the mercy of a cosmic personality who might be pleased with you today and angry tomorrow. Better to seek understanding than to spend your life trying to please an unpleasable deity. And there was still room for joy, for love, for all the fullness of human experience. These things did not require supernatural sanction. They were natural expressions of what it means to be human, to be this particular mode of the infinite substance. As you lie here tonight, consider this vision. Not the God who watches and judges, but reality itself in all its lawful necessity. The same principles that move planets in their orbits also move thoughts through your mind. You are not separate from nature, but woven into it at every level. The boundary between you and the world is less solid than it seems. You are an eddy in the great flow, a note in an infinite symphony, a word in a book that has no beginning or end. And this, Spinoza would say, is not a diminishment but a strange enhancement. To know yourself as part of God is to know yourself as necessary, as eternal in your essence, as having always belonged to the infinite whole. But Spinoza was not content simply to describe the metaphysical structure of reality. He wanted to understand what it meant to be human within this structure. And central to his understanding of human existence was a concept drawn from medieval philosophy but transformed into something new, the concept of conatus. This Latin word means striving, endeavor, an innate drive to continue existing. Everything that exists, Spinoza argued, strives to persist in its own existence. The stone, if it could be imagined to have consciousness, would want to remain a stone. The tree strives upward towards sunlight, sends roots down seeking water, produces seeds to continue itself. The animal flees danger, seeks food, reproduces. And humans? We too, beneath all our complex thoughts and elaborate cultures, are fundamentally driven by this same principle. We strive to go on existing, we seek what enhances our power of existing and avoid what diminishes it. But Spinoza made an even stronger claim. He argued that this striving is not just something each thing does, it is what each thing is. The essence of any being is its conatus, its striving to persist and enhance itself. You are at your deepest level this drive to continue to flourish, to extend your being into the future. Everything you desire, every goal you pursue, every fear you flee, can be traced back to this fundamental striving. This might sound like a bleak reduction of human complexity to mere survival instinct, but Spinoza drew from this principle a rich psychology and ethics. Consider how he defined emotions. There are, he claimed, three primary affects from which all others derive. First is desire itself, the conatus made conscious. You want things because you are, in your essence, a striving being. Second is joy, which Spinoza defined as a passage to greater perfection, an increase in your power to act and think. When something aids your striving, when it enhances your capacity to exist and flourish, you experience joy. Third is sadness, the opposite, a passage to lesser perfection, a decrease in your power. When something hinders your striving, diminishes your capacity, you experience sadness. All other emotions are variations or combinations of these three. Love is joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause. You love what brings you joy. Hate is sadness accompanied by the idea of an external cause. You hate what brings you sadness. Hope is inconstant joy arising from the idea of a future thing whose outcome we doubt. Fear is inconstant sadness from the same source. Jealousy, pride, envy, compassion, Spinoza traced them all back to these fundamental patterns of striving, of passing to greater or lesser power. But here is what makes this analysis so profound. These emotions are not arbitrary. They are not mysterious forces that descend upon us from outside. They are natural expressions of our conatus encountering a world that sometimes aids and sometimes hinders our striving. To understand your emotions is to understand how your being is interacting with the world, where you are gaining power and where you are losing it. And this understanding, Spinoza argued, is the key to freedom. We feel most enslaved when we are tossed by emotions we do not understand, when anger seizes us, or fear paralyzes us, or desire drives us toward things that ultimately harm us. These states of being ruled by emotion, Spinoza called bondage. We are in bondage when external things determine our internal states, when we react rather than act, when we are passive rather than active. But we can move toward freedom by understanding our emotions. When you feel anger rising, you can ask why. What striving of yours has been blocked? What diminishment of power are you experiencing? And in asking these questions, in understanding the anger as a natural response to a natural situation, something shifts. The anger does not necessarily disappear, but it loses some of its compulsive power. You are no longer simply anger happening. You become someone who understands that anger is happening and why.
Spinoza worked out this psychology in extraordinary detail in Part 3 of the Ethics, cataloguing dozens of emotions, showing how they relate to one another, tracing their origins back to the fundamental principles of striving and the passages to greater or lesser power. He approached emotions with the same geometric precision he brought to metaphysics. And his goal was not to make us emotionless, not to turn us into cold, rational calculators, but to help us move from passive to active, from being controlled by emotions to understanding and thereby gaining some measure of control over them. The free person, in Spinoza's vision, is not someone who never feels emotion. That would be to cease being human. The free person is someone who feels emotions clearly, understands their origins, and acts from adequate ideas rather than confused ones. Joy is still possible, indeed more purely possible, when you understand what truly brings you joy and what is merely a temporary pleasure that will ultimately decrease your power. Love is still possible, indeed more deeply possible, when you love from understanding rather than from need or fear. Here, as you settle deeper into rest, you might consider your own striving. What is it that your being most deeply seeks? Not the surface wants that change from day to day, but the fundamental orientation of your existence. To flourish, yes, but what does flourishing mean for you? To understand more, to create, to connect with others. And what emotions have you felt today that pointed toward either enhancement or diminishment of this fundamental striving? Can you see them clearly, without judgment, simply as information about how your being is navigating the world? Spinoza would say that the very act of asking these questions, of turning the light of understanding on your own internal states, is an act of freedom. Not freedom in the sense of being uncaused, for nothing is uncaused, but freedom in the sense of being self-caused, of acting from your own nature, rather than merely reacting to external pressures. This is the freedom available to finite beings in an infinite, deterministic universe. The freedom that comes from understanding necessity rather than fighting against it. And this brings us to one of Spinoza's most paradoxical and powerful insights. In a universe where everything is determined by prior causes, where nothing could be other than it is, where even our choices are the necessary result of our nature and circumstances, what room is there for ethics? If you could not have acted differently than you did, how can you be called good or evil? Spinoza's answer revolutionized ethics. He argued that good and evil are not absolute properties that things possess. They are not judgments handed down by a deity. They are simply shorthand for what aids or hinders our striving. Good is what increases our power to act and think. Evil is what decreases it. And since different things have different natures, what is good? For one might be evil for another. What helps a plant flourish might kill an animal. What enhances one person's power might diminish another's. But for rational beings, for humans who can think clearly and understand their own nature, there is a convergence. Because we all share the same fundamental nature, because we are all instances of the same human essence, what is truly good for me is, in large measure, good for you as well. Spinoza was not advocating a crude selfishness. He was advocating rational self-interest, which turns out to require cooperation, community, mutual support. Why? Because humans are not self-sufficient. We need each other to flourish. A person alone, even a person of great talent, can accomplish far less than people working together. And more subtly, we are social creatures by nature. Our striving is not just for physical survival, but for understanding, for connection, for the joy that comes from shared existence. The person who harms others, who takes pleasure in cruelty, who sees other people as mere obstacles or tools, has not understood their own nature. They have not grasped that their deepest good requires the good of others. This led Spinoza to a remarkable conclusion about virtue. Virtue is not obedience to divine commands. It is not the suppression of natural desires. Virtue is power. To be virtuous is to be fully yourself, to act from adequate understanding of your own nature, to enhance rather than diminish your conatus. The virtuous person is not the one who grimly restrains themselves from pleasure, but the one who has learned to find joy in what truly enhances their being. And the highest virtue, the summit of human existence, is understanding. To know things as they truly are, to grasp the necessary connections between causes and effects, to see yourself and the world clearly, This is the greatest power a human can achieve. This is what Spinoza meant by the intellectual love of God. It is the joy that comes from understanding your place in the infinite whole, from seeing the world sub specie aeternitatis, from the perspective of eternity. This eternal perspective does not mean escaping time or denying the reality of change. It means seeing the necessary pattern within change, understanding how each moment follows from what came before according to eternal laws. It means recognizing that while your individual existence is temporary, what you are in your essence participates in the eternal. Your body will die, yes, but the principles that organize your being, the patterns of thinking and striving that make you who you are, these are eternal truths about the infinite substance expressing itself through you. Spinoza was clear about death. The individual perishes. There is no personal immortality in the sense of your ego continuing forever. But neither is death the absolute end some fear it to be. What you are most deeply, the essence of your being, the patterns of understanding you have achieved, these remain as eternal modifications of the infinite substance. You return to the ocean, but the wave you were has left its mark on the whole. This might seem like cold comfort if what you want is to continue as this specific person forever. But Spinoza thought it was the only honest comfort available, and there was something in it that could bring genuine peace. To know that you are not an accident, that your existence is necessary, that you are an eternal part of an eternal whole, even if your current form is temporary, this can ease the anxiety that comes from feeling isolated and contingent. As sleep approaches, bringing its own small rehearsal of death, you might find some rest in this perspective. Your conscious mind will fade, thoughts will become dreams, then nothing you can remember. But you will wake, and the you that wakes will be continuous with the you that sleeps. The pattern persists through the discontinuity, and so perhaps with the greater sleep. What you are most deeply persists in the infinite pattern, even as this particular configuration of matter and mind dissolves back into the elements. Spinoza was not building a philosophy in isolation from the world. He lived in turbulent political times, and his ideas had profound implications for how societies should be organized, how religious and civil authorities should relate, how freedom should be understood and protected. And these implications would nearly get his books banned and destroyed. In the Dutch Republic of the 17th century, there was more freedom than in most of Europe. But that freedom was under constant threat. The Republican government that had thrown off Spanish rule was engaged in an ongoing power struggle with the House of Orange and with the Dutch Reformed Church. Different factions wanted different things. The Republicans wanted more openness, more tolerance for different religions and philosophies. The Orthodox Calvinists wanted tighter control over what could be thought and said, and the House of Orange played both sides, seeking whatever path would enhance their own power. Spinoza had been writing the Ethics for years, carefully working out his metaphysical and psychological system. But when he saw religious authorities gaining power, threatening the tolerant atmosphere that made philosophical inquiry possible, he put the ethics aside and wrote something more immediately political. The Theologico-Political Treatise, published anonymously in 1670. This book was explosive. Spinoza applied his philosophical method to the Bible itself, reading it not as divine revelation, but as a historical document produced by humans for specific purposes in specific times. He showed contradictions, inconsistencies, places where the text had clearly been altered or added to by later hands. He argued that miracles, if they meant violations of natural law, were impossible. He suggested that Moses did not write the Pentateuch, that many books of the Bible were composed centuries after the events they described. That prophecy was not supernatural knowledge, but simply the vivid imagination of certain individuals. For a culture that took the Bible as literally true and divinely authored, this was dynamite. But Spinoza went further. He argued that religious authorities had no right to control philosophical inquiry, that church and state should be separate, that freedom of thought and speech were fundamental rights that governments should protect, not suppress. He made a case for democracy as the most natural form of government, one that best aligned with human nature and best served human flourishing. The reaction was swift and furious. The book was called Forged in Hell by the Devil himself. Even some of Spinoza's friends were disturbed by how far he had gone. The book was banned, but it was too late. Copies circulated, the ideas spread. Young intellectuals across Europe read it secretly and felt their minds opened to possibilities they had not imagined. Spinoza never published the Ethics during his lifetime. He knew it would bring even more condemnation than the theologico-political treatise had. He continued working on it, refining arguments, adding propositions, but he kept it in manuscript. Only after his death would his friends dare to publish it, and even then, it caused scandal. For more than a century, to be called a Spinozist was to be called an atheist, a subversive, someone dangerous to social order. But Spinoza's political philosophy would ultimately triumph. His arguments for freedom of thought, for separation of church and state, for democratic government, would influence the Enlightenment and, through it, modern liberal democracy. When American founders spoke of self-evident truths and unalienable rights, they were drawing on a tradition that ran through Locke back to Spinoza. When European nations gradually separated religious and civil authority, they were following a path Spinoza had helped clear. He did not live to see any of this. He died in 1677, 44 years old, of consumption, probably made worse by the glass dust he had inhaled during years of grinding lenses. He died quietly in The Hague, working on his political treatise which remained unfinished. His landlord found him one morning, dead in his room, surrounded by his books and papers. His friends gathered what he had written and published it all, the ethics, the political treatise, letters, even a Hebrew grammar he had been working on. And slowly, gradually, the world began to recognize what had been lost when this quiet lens grinder died so young. Imagine the life Spinoza lived in those final years in The Hague. A simple room, a workshop where he ground lenses, a desk covered with papers where he wrestled with the hardest questions humans can ask. He received visitors, engaged in correspondence with thinkers across Europe,
was offered positions at universities that he politely declined. He preferred his
independence, his quiet. He needed nothing but time to think, paper to write on, glass to work with, enough food to keep body alive while mind soared through infinite spaces. There is something almost monastically pure about how he lived. No family, no wealth, no status, no security beyond what his skilled hands could earn. Just the life of the mind, pursued with total dedication. But this was not world denial or ascetic punishment. Spinoza enjoyed moderate pleasures. He would walk, smoke a pipe, engage in friendly conversation. He simply did not need the things most people chase. Fame meant nothing to him. Wealth would only have been a distraction. He had found what he wanted, which was to understand, and everything else was secondary. His friends remembered him as gentle, good-humoured, patient, not the grim determinist you might expect from someone who denied free will, not the cold rationalist who cared nothing for emotion. He felt things deeply but was not ruled by them. He had achieved something of the freedom he described in the Ethics, the freedom that comes from adequate understanding. And he was not bitter about his excommunication, not still nursing wounds from his rejection by the community that had raised him. He had moved beyond that. He bore no grudge against the rabbis who had cursed him. They had acted from their nature and circumstances as all things do. To resent them would be like resenting a stone for falling. They could not have done otherwise, given what they were and what they believed. And in any case, their curse had freed him to become who he needed to become. There is a story about Spinoza and death. As his illness worsened, friends urged him to prepare himself, to think about his soul's salvation, to make his peace with God in whatever way he could. And Spinoza would smile and shake his head. He was already at peace. He understood that what he was would continue in the infinite substance, that his individual existence ending was no more tragic than a wave returning to the ocean. He had seen things from the perspective of eternity, and from that perspective there was nothing to fear. When he died, he left behind almost nothing. Some clothes, some books, a few guilders, his philosophical manuscripts. No children to carry on his name, no wealth to endow institutions, just ideas. Ideas that had been too dangerous to publish during his life, that would remain dangerous for generations after his death, but that would ultimately change how humanity thinks about God, nature, freedom, and what it means to be human. The immediate aftermath of Spinoza's death was chaotic. His books were condemned, banned, burned. To own the Ethics was dangerous. To be known as a Spinozist was social and professional suicide. The word itself became an accusation. Spinozist, atheist, subversive, materialist. All these terms were thrown around as epithets meant to mark someone as beyond the pale of acceptable thought. And yet, the ideas spread.
They spread precisely because they had been banned, because they were forbidden. Young intellectuals across Europe read Spinoza in secret, met in private to discuss his propositions, felt the foundations of their inherited worldviews cracking open. Here was a way of thinking that made sense of so much that traditional philosophy left mysterious. Here was a rigor, a clarity, a willingness to follow arguments wherever they led, regardless of whether the conclusions were comforting. The Enlightenment, that great flowering of rational inquiry and political reform, owed more to Spinoza than many of its proponents wanted to admit. Voltaire read him. Diderot was influenced by him. The great encyclopedia of human knowledge that Enlightenment thinkers compiled drew on his principles even when it did not cite his name. His critique of biblical authority, his insistence on freedom of thought, his vision of a society based on reason rather than revelation, all of this became part of the intellectual atmosphere of the 18th century. But it was the Romantics who really embraced Spinoza, who rescued him from the charge of being cold and mechanistic. Goethe read him and felt he was looking at the universe with new eyes. Here was not a dead machine, but a living whole, God and nature one and the same, divinity flowing through everything. Wordsworth and Coleridge, though they never mentioned Spinoza by name, were breathing Spinozistic air when they celebrated nature as the dwelling place of the divine. And in Germany, the philosophers who rebuilt metaphysics in the wake of Kant's critical philosophy, thinkers like Hegel and Schelling, they saw in Spinoza a precursor, someone who had glimpsed the absolute, even if he had not quite grasped it correctly. They argued with him, revised him, claimed to move beyond him, but they could not ignore him. He had become part of the bedrock of European philosophy. In the 19th century, Spinoza's reputation began to shift from dangerous heretic to honored philosophical ancestor. Universities included him in their curricula. Scholars wrote learned commentaries on the ethics. His metaphysics might be rejected, yes, but he was respected for his rigor, for the purity of his commitment to reason, for his personal integrity in standing by his convictions at such cost. And then, in the 20th century, something remarkable happened. Scientists began to see that Spinoza had been, in some ways, ahead of his time. His determinism, which had seemed so bleak to earlier generations, started to look less like fatalism and more like a recognition of natural law. Einstein's universe, ordered by mathematical principles where everything followed necessarily from the laws of physics, this was Spinozistic. Einstein himself said he believed in Spinoza's God, the God that reveals itself in the orderly harmony of everything that exists. More recently, philosophers of mind and cognitive scientists have found in Spinoza's theory of emotions
and his understanding of the mind-body relationship insights that anticipate modern thinking. His idea that mind and body are not two separate substances, but two aspects of one reality. This parallels what neuroscience tells us about the inseparability of mental and physical processes. His analysis of how emotions arise from our evaluation of whether things aid or hinder our striving, this has been revived in theories of affect and motivation. Even his ethical theory has found new defenders. In a world that has largely abandoned belief in divine commands or absolute moral laws, Spinoza's naturalistic ethics, grounded in what actually contributes to human flourishing, seems less radical and more sensible. If there is no God above to tell us what is good, then perhaps good is indeed what enhances our power to live well, and evil what diminishes it. And his excommunication? In 2015, more than 350 years after that terrible curse was pronounced, scholars and rabbis gathered in Amsterdam to debate whether it should finally be lifted. The Portuguese Jewish community, still existing in the same city though vastly changed, considered whether the time had come to acknowledge that they had been wrong, that Spinoza's ideas, however challenging, did not deserve eternal condemnation. The debate was passionate. Some argued that lifting the ban would remove a stain from Judaism's history, would show that the tradition could acknowledge error and embrace one of its most brilliant children, even posthumously. Others, including the chief rabbi, argued that Spinoza's ideas remained incompatible with basic Jewish principles, that to lift the ban would be to suggest the community accepted his pantheism, his rejection of traditional doctrine. In the end, the ban was not lifted. It remains in force, the only harem in the community's history that has never been rescinded. Perhaps that is fitting. Spinoza did not need their forgiveness. He had not asked for it in life, and his ideas do not require it in death. He stands as a figure who chose truth over belonging, understanding over comfort, the infinite perspective over the security of community. His excommunication, far from diminishing him, has become part of what makes his story powerful. Here is someone who paid the full price for his convictions and yet found peace, who was utterly alone and yet connected to everything
who was cursed and yet blessed with insight few humans have achieved. Tonight, as consciousness begins its nightly fading, as the thoughts that seemed so important scatter like dreams, you might hold lightly to something of Spinoza's vision. You are not separate from the universe, but woven into it at every level. Your striving is the universe striving through this particular form. Your consciousness is the infinite substance becoming aware of itself through you. When you disappear into sleep, you return momentarily to something like the ocean from which you arose, and
In the morning, you will surge forth again as an individual wave, temporary but necessary, finite but participating in infinity. Spinoza offers no promise of personal immortality, no guarantee that suffering has meaning beyond itself, no assurance that someone is watching over you with love. What he offers instead is perhaps more valuable, the knowledge that you belong, that you are not an accident or an alien in the universe, but an essential expression of what is. That understanding itself is a kind of salvation, not from the world, but within it. That freedom is possible even in a determined universe, the freedom of acting from your own nature rather than being blown about by confused ideas and unexamined emotions. As your breathing slows and deepens, as the boundary between waking and sleeping grows permeable, you are enacting something Spinoza understood well. The self is not as solid as it seems. It is a pattern maintained by continual effort, the conatus asserting itself moment by moment. In sleep, that effort relaxes, the pattern loosens, and you do not cease to exist, but exist differently, in a mode less bounded, less defended, more fluid. And then, in the morning, the pattern reasserts itself. You wake as yourself, memories intact, identity resumed, ready to strive another day. This daily cycle of dissolution and reconstitution might be preparation for the greater dissolution that awaits us all. And if Spinoza is right, that dissolution is not annihilation but transformation, not ending but returning, the wave becoming ocean once more. The individual form releases, but nothing is lost from the total. You are eternal in your essence, even as you are temporary in your existence. You have always been part of the infinite whole and always will be, even when this particular configuration of matter and mind no longer maintains itself as a separate entity. There is peace in this, not the peace of being saved by an external power, but the peace of understanding where you actually are. You are already home. You have never left. The universe is not a place you inhabit, but what you are, a mode of, a temporary way that infinite being expresses itself. When you understand this fully, when you see from the perspective of eternity, fear dissolves. Not because nothing bad can happen to you, but because you recognize that what you are most deeply cannot be harmed, because it is not separate enough to be harmed, because it is the eternal substance itself looking out through these particular eyes for this particular span of time. This is what Spinoza called blessedness, and it is available in life, not just in death. Available to anyone willing to think clearly and honestly about what they are and what the universe is. Available through understanding, through the patient work of moving from confused to adequate ideas, from passive to active emotions, from being controlled by external things to acting from one's own nature. And now, dear friend, let these Ideas settle into the background of awareness. You do not need to hold them tightly or figure them all out.
They are seeds that can germinate in their own time. For now, simply rest in the knowledge that you are part of something vast and ordered and beautiful, that the same intelligence that moves the stars moves through you, that you are, in your own small way, the universe becoming conscious of itself, that your life, however brief, is necessary and eternal in its essence. Let your eyes close fully now. Let the day's striving subside. You have done what you could with the power available to you, and that is all any finite being can do. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities for joy, for understanding, for the enhancement of your conatus. But for now, rest. Return to the ocean for a few hours. Be wave becoming water, becoming wave again. Participate in the eternal rhythm of assertion and relaxation, form and formlessness, particular and universal. The curse pronounced against Spinoza has not been lifted, but curses are just words, and words cannot touch what is eternal. The young man who walked out of the synagogue into a life of isolation found more in his solitude than most people find in the embrace of community. He found the key to understanding suffering without being destroyed by it, to accepting necessity without becoming passive, to being fully human without needing the approval of any authority but truth itself. And his ideas, banned and burned and condemned for centuries, have outlasted all their opponents. They are part now of how thoughtful people think about the universe, about consciousness, about freedom and ethics. They have been absorbed into the intellectual bloodstream of humanity. The lens grinder's workshop in The Hague became a kind of monastery where a new vision of existence was carefully polished into clarity. And that vision still shines, still guides, still offers the possibility of the intellectual love of God to anyone willing to think deeply enough. Sleep now. Sleep with the blessing that Spinoza's name promised and that his philosophy delivered. The blessing of understanding, the blessing of seeing clearly, the blessing of knowing that you are an eternal mode of the infinite substance, temporarily individuated as this particular person, destined to return to the ocean but never truly separate from it. The blessing of being exactly what you are, where you are, part of the necessary unfolding of everything that is. And may you wake tomorrow with something of the freedom Spinoza described, the freedom that comes not from being uncaused, but from acting according to your own nature, from understanding rather than being confused, from striving according to adequate ideas rather than being blown about by every external wind. May you know the joy that comes from increased power, from growing in understanding, from becoming more fully who you are meant to be. The infinite substance expresses itself through countless modes,
And you are one of them. Rest in that knowledge. Rest in the eternal pattern of which you are a temporary but necessary expression. Rest as Spinoza rested, understanding that God and nature are one, that you are never separate from the divine, that understanding itself is the highest form of love, and that even death cannot touch what you are in your essence. Good night, blessed seeker. May the intellectual love of God bring you peace. May adequate ideas replace confused ones. May you pass tonight to greater perfection and wake to a morning full of the power to strive, to understand, and to joy. The universe continues its necessary unfolding, and you are part of that great pattern. Rest now, knowing that all is as it must be, that nothing is separate, that everything is within God, and God is everything. Blessed be the lens grinder who saw so clearly. Blessed be the excommunicated heretic who found his home in infinity. Blessed be the philosophy that transforms curses into understanding and solitude into union with everything that is. Sleep deeply, dream well, and know that you are eternal.
Greetings, friends. Please unwind, feel comfortable, and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions while exploring unraveling philosophy and psychology. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? This is the question that begins our journey. A question that has echoed for centuries. A question that seems simple at first, but grows heavier the longer we sit with it. Pause for a moment and reflect. If you were in a position of power, which would you choose? Love with all its warmth and loyalty, or fear with all its force and reliability? Niccolo Machiavelli forces us to face this dilemma without comfort. He does not allow us to hide behind ideals. He does not let us escape into fantasy. He pushes us to stare directly at the mechanics of power in all their beauty, in all their brutality. Who was Machiavelli? To many, he is a sinister name, a whisper in political history. To others, he is a genius, a man who saw the truth of politics more clearly than anyone before him. He was born in Florence in 1469, a city of art, ambition, and endless intrigue. He lived through wars, shifting alliances, and the fall of powerful families. For a time, he served as a diplomat, moving between the courts of kings and popes. He saw power up close. He studied how men rose and how they fell. But Machiavelli's life was not one of endless triumph. When the Medici family returned to power in Florence, he was cast out. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, even tortured. When he was finally released, he was forced into exile. His career seemed broken, his influence gone. Yet it was in that exile, stripped of privilege and honor, that he wrote his most famous work, The Prince. Many read The Prince as a manual for tyranny, a book that teaches rulers how to deceive, manipulate, and control. Others see it as satire, perhaps a veiled attack on the very leaders it appears to praise. Some read it as a desperate plea from a man trying to win back his position. Whatever the case, it remains one of the most controversial books ever written. It is both admired and despised. It is quoted and condemned, and it is still alive in political thought today. But tonight, we are not here to simply read The Prince as a historical artifact. We are here to open Machiavelli's entire playbook, to move through his writings, his ideas, his warnings, to understand not only what he wrote, but why his words still matter. Machiavelli does not give us a clean theory of government. He does not build grand systems like Plato. He does not argue for natural law like Aristotle. Instead, he studies the battlefield of politics as it really is. He watches men seize power, and he asks why some succeed while others fail. He pulls apart the myths that rulers tell, and he exposes the machinery beneath. This is why he unsettles us. He reminds us that behind every ideal of justice, there is calculation. Behind every display of mercy, there is strategy. Behind every speech about unity or faith, there is ambition. Machiavelli is not interested in how things should be. He is interested in how they actually are. And so this lecture is not simply a reading of old texts. It is an exploration of strategies that remain alive in politics, in business, in leadership, and in human behavior. Each section we will examine reveals another tool in Machiavelli's power playbook. Some tools are violent. Some are subtle. Some seem obvious, while others shock us with their coldness. Together, they form a portrait of power that is as fascinating as it is unsettling. We begin with questions, and we will not always end with answers. Because Machiavelli does not comfort us with certainty. He offers instead a mirror that reflects the ambition, the fear, the cunning, and the cruelty that drive human affairs. Over the course of this exploration, we will see how Machiavelli redefined ideas like virtue, fortune, loyalty, and cruelty. We will examine his metaphors of the lion and the fox, his warnings about mercenaries and corruption, his reflections on republics and monarchies, and his relentless insistence that power must be maintained through action, not through hope. Be prepared for ideas that may disturb you. Be prepared for truths that may feel uncomfortably close to the world you see today. And be prepared to find yourself returning again and again to that first question. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Because by the time we have moved through Machiavelli's playbook, that question will not feel simple anymore. It will feel like the key that unlocks every struggle for power, from the courts of Renaissance Italy to the halls of modern governments, corporations, and even our own relationships. Let us begin. When we think of politics, we often imagine it wrapped in ideals. We picture justice, fairness, or virtue as the guiding lights of rulers. From Plato to Augustine, philosophers before Machiavelli told us that politics should aim at the highest good. They taught that leaders must embody wisdom, courage, and morality. They drew images of republics ruled by reason, kingdoms guided by divine law, and communities built upon virtue. Machiavelli cuts through these illusions with a single stroke. He says, in effect, that politics is not about what should be. It is about what is. The ideals may look beautiful, but they are fragile masks. Behind them lies the raw struggle for survival, dominance, and control. In The Prince, Machiavelli writes that a ruler who tries to live up to ideals will be ruined among men who are not ideal. He insists that leaders must be prepared to act against faith, against charity, against humanity, even against religion, if that is what their survival requires. This is not because he rejects morality outright. It is because he believes that morality alone cannot withstand the forces of fortune, ambition, and conflict. This view shocked his contemporaries. They had been taught that rulers must serve God and justice first. Yet Machiavelli observed rulers who acted in pious ways often lost their states. Meanwhile, those who betrayed promises, deceived rivals, and used cruelty effectively survived and thrived. He concluded that power abates its own laws. To ignore those laws is to invite collapse. We must understand the context of his time to appreciate the force of his argument. Florence and the Italian peninsula were not peaceful lands. They were fractured into city-states, each with its own ambitions. The French invaded, the Spanish interfered, and the papacy itself played politics like a prince. Alliances shifted weekly, armies burned towns, families rose and fell in sudden turns of fortune. In this setting, a ruler who clung to ideals without flexibility was not admired. He was destroyed. Machiavelli observed that men judge more by appearances than by reality. People will believe a ruler is good if he appears to act morally, even if he is ruthless behind the scenes. This creates a tension. The illusion of morality can be useful, even necessary. But the pursuit of morality itself, without calculation, can be fatal. Here we see the first layer of Machiavelli's power playbook. Do not confuse appearance with reality. Appearances must be carefully managed, but the reality of decision-making must remain grounded in necessity. If mercy preserves stability, then mercy is chosen. If cruelty is required, then cruelty must be applied. What matters is not whether an act is good or evil in the abstract, but whether it secures the state and preserves authority. This raises uncomfortable questions. Are moral systems then only tools of control if rulers pretend to be just, kind, or faithful while acting with cunning? Is morality anything more than theatre? Machiavelli does not answer directly. Instead, he turns the question back to us. Do we prefer a ruler who clings to ideals and loses the kingdom, or a ruler who bends morality and keeps the kingdom alive? He points to history for answers. Consider the Roman Republic, which he admired in his discourses on Livy. Rome expanded, not by living as a model of peace and charity, but through discipline, cunning, and often harsh measures. Its leaders pretended to honor traditions and gods, but behind that veil they made ruthless decisions for survival. Machiavelli's lesson is clear. Stability requires more than ideals. It requires cold, practical calculation. Let us pause and reflect. Imagine two leaders facing the same crisis. One refuses to break his promises because he believes in absolute honesty. The other breaks his word when it serves his interest. Who survives? Machiavelli would say the second. Why? Because men are fickle, promises are fragile, and power rests on force and cunning more than on trust. This does not mean Machiavelli denies all value in morality. He sees its utility. He urges rulers to appear merciful, faithful, and upright. He insists that people must see their leader as virtuous. Yet he separates this appearance from reality. A wise ruler is skilled in performance. He puts on the mask of virtue while keeping the hands of strategy free. This duality between appearance and reality is one of Machiavelli's most unsettling contributions to philosophy. It strips away comforting illusions. It tells us that rulers succeed not because they are moral, but because they understand when to use morality and when to discard it. Think again of Plato. In the Republic, Plato describes the philosopher king as one who rules with wisdom and justice, guided by eternal truth. Machiavelli turns this image upside down. For him, the successful ruler is not the philosopher who contemplates ideals. It is the strategist who adapts, deceives, and seizes opportunity. Where Plato sought harmony between justice and power, Machiavelli separates them. The contrast extends further. Christian thinkers taught that rulers must be shepherds of their people, accountable to divine law. Machiavelli does not dismiss religion entirely, but he treats it as another instrument. A ruler may use religion to inspire loyalty or to justify decisions, but he must never allow religious ideals to dictate choices that threaten survival. Here again, the reality of power trumps the illusion of morality. What does this mean for us? It means that when we look at history, we should ask whether the actions of rulers were driven by ideals, or whether ideals were used as masks for pragmatic calculation. It also means that when we look at our own time, we must ask whether the values leaders display are genuine, or whether they are carefully chosen illusions. Machiavelli offers no comfort in these questions. He offers only clarity. He tells us that power, stripped of illusions, is not gentle. It is harsh, competitive, and endlessly unstable. If rulers refuse to face this reality, their states collapse. If rulers embrace it too openly, they risk hatred and rebellion. The art lies in walking the fine line between appearance and necessity. As we move deeper into Machiavelli's playbook, we must hold on to this tension. The illusions of morality are powerful, but the reality of power cannot be ignored. In his writings, Machiavelli shows us again and again how rulers who fail to balance these forces are destroyed. Some cling too tightly to virtue and fall to cunning enemies. Others display cruelty without restraint and provoke hatred. The survivors are those who master the balance, who act without hesitation, yet who know how to clothe their actions in the garments of morality. This is why Machiavelli's work endures. It is not a celebration of evil, but a study of necessity. He strips away the comforting myths of political philosophy and forces us to confront the engine that drives human affairs. And once we see it, the illusions of morality can never fully shield us again. In Machiavelli's writings, two concepts dominate the landscape of power. These are fortuna and virtue. To understand his playbook, we must first understand them. Fortuna is often translated as fortune or luck. It represents the unpredictable elements of life. It is the flood that can sweep away kingdoms. It is the sudden death of a prince. It is the betrayal of allies, the revolt of citizens, the invasion of foreign armies. Fortuna is chaos made tangible virtue. On the other hand, is not morality. It is not virtue in the sense of goodness or justice. It is a kind of strength, skill, and decisiveness. It is the ability to shape circumstances. It is a capacity to act boldly, to plan wisely, and to respond quickly. Virtue allows a ruler to confront fortune and, when possible, to bend it to his will. Machiavelli presents these two forces as intertwined. Fortune is like a river that rises and falls without warning. Virtue is the dam, the levee, or the engineer who redirects the waters. Without virtue, fortuna will destroy even the strongest ruler. Without fortuna, virtue has no challenges to overcome, but its presence is constant. It tests leaders, punishes hesitation, and rewards audacity. Consider his famous river metaphor. Machiavelli describes fortune as a river that floods suddenly. The flood destroys villages, drowns cattle, and scatters crops. Those who prepare levees, who build channels, who anticipate the rising waters, survive. Those who do not are swept away. In human affairs, fortune functions in the same way. Wars, betrayals, deaths, and revolutions can overwhelm a state in an instant. Virtue is the preparation, the adaptability, and the courage to confront these forces. This does not mean that fortune can be fully controlled. Machiavelli is clear. Fortune is unpredictable and often cruel, but it can be mitigated. A prince who acts boldly, decisively, and with cunning can reduce the power of fortune. He can turn its unpredictability into opportunity. History is full of examples. Leaders who hesitated in crises perished. Leaders who seized the moment thrived. Machiavelli observes that fortune favors the bold vertic also requires knowledge and action. It is not enough to be courageous. A ruler must understand the world in which he lives. He must study the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses of rivals, and the strengths of allies. Virtue is intelligence applied to power. It is flexibility combined with decisiveness. It is the ability to act swiftly when opportunity appears and to recover quickly when disaster strikes. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that virtue must be practicable. A prince cannot rely on ideals alone. He must take risks, sometimes calculated, sometimes bold, to secure his position. He must not wait for luck or hope for fortune to protect him. Fortune may knock on the door, but only Vert can open it. The interplay of fortune and virtue appears in Machiavelli's historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He inherited a position of power and expanded it through audacity and strategy. He knew when to use force, when to deceive, and when to negotiate. He acted decisively against enemies, and fortune, in some measure, favored him. Yet Borgia's success was not guaranteed. When his father, Pope Alexander VI, died, fortune turned. Borgia's enemies struck, and his state collapsed. This demonstrates the limits of virtue when fortune is overwhelming. Machiavelli also examines the role of timing in virtue. Acting too soon can provoke resistance before power is secure. Acting too late can allow enemies to consolidate their strength. A wise ruler observes carefully, prepares meticulously, and strikes with precision. Virtue is the skill of timing. It is the combination of preparation, courage, and intelligence. We must also consider the human dimension. Virtue is not only strategic, it is psychological. A ruler must inspire confidence, command respect, and manage fear. Virtue allows a leader to read the hearts of men, to discern who will betray, who will follow, and who will hesitate. It is the skill of understanding not just events, but people. Fortune tests the world. Virtue tests human nature. There is a deeper lesson here. Machiavelli does not glorify luck. He does not suggest that fortune alone creates great leaders. He insists that a ruler's success depends on his ability to seize opportunity, adapt to changing circumstances, and act decisively. Virtue is the engine that drives mastery over fortune. Without it, chaos reigns. With it, a skilled prince can turn crises into triumphs. This interplay explains why Machiavelli values preparation. A ruler must study war, politics, and human behavior. He must anticipate rebellion, treachery, and misfortune. Virtue is cultivated through experience, observation, and learning. A leader cannot rely on theory alone. Action, informed by knowledge, is the only path to stability. Yet Machiavelli warns against arrogance. Virtue is not omnipotence. It does not make a ruler invincible. Fortune will always remain partially beyond control. A wise leader recognizes this, adapts, and uses every opportunity to shape events. The balance of Virtue and Fortuna is delicate. Too much reliance on one without respect for the other leads to disaster. Machiavelli's exploration of these concepts also has modern resonance. In politics, business, and personal ambition, we see fortune as chance and circumstance. Virtue is preparation, strategy, and decisiveness. Those who succeed are rarely the luckiest. They are the most capable of turning opportunity into advantage and disaster into survival. Finally, it is essential to understand the moral neutrality of Machiavelli's framework. Virtue is not about ethics. It is about effectiveness. Fortune is not about justice. It is about unpredictability. Together, they create a landscape where success is determined by skill, courage, and adaptability, not by adherence to moral ideals. This is the essence of Machiavelli's playbook. To master power, one must respect the force of fortune. One must cultivate virtue relentlessly. One must act decisively when opportunity arises. One must recognize the limits of human control and act within those boundaries. This is the anatomy of fortune and virtue. It is the foundation upon which all other strategies of Machiavelli will build. By understanding this, we begin to see how a ruler can survive in a world that is uncertain, dangerous, and ever-changing. Fortune will challenge him. Virtue will guide him. The wise prince knows when to bend, when to strike, and when to appear steady. This is the essence of the strategy that underlies every decision in Machiavelli's writings. Machiavelli confronts one of the most enduring questions of power. Is it better for a ruler to be loved or to be feared? This is not a question of morality. It is a question of survival. Leaders throughout history have struggled with it. The answer, according to Machiavelli, is complex, but it carries a clear warning. He begins by observing human nature. Men are generally self-interested. They will break promises, betray allies, and abandon leaders if it suits their advantage. They are fickle and changeable. Their loyalty is often dependent on circumstances rather than conviction. A ruler who relies solely on love risks being abandoned when it is inconvenient. Fear, in contrast, is more reliable. When men fear the consequences of disloyalty, they are less likely to act against a ruler. Fear can be controlled, punishments can be applied consistently. Laws and consequences create order. In Machiavelli's view, fear provides stability in a way that love cannot always guarantee. Yet Machiavelli does not advocate cruelty for its own sake. He warns against excessive cruelty that provokes hatred. Hatred is dangerous. It can unite enemies, inspire rebellion, and destroy a ruler. The wise leader uses fear strategically. He applies it decisively and at the right time. Fear must be measured and directed at threats, not at loyal subjects. Love, however, cannot be ignored entirely. People prefer to follow a leader who is respected and admired. Popular support reduces the need for harsh enforcement. A ruler who is loved can govern with less constant pressure. The ideal balance, according to Machiavelli, is to be feared without being hated. This requires skill, judgment, and careful management of perception. He illustrates this with historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He was feared by his enemies and respected by his allies. He applied cruelty swiftly and decisively, eliminating threats before they could grow. Yet he avoided widespread hatred among the populace by controlling his image and demonstrating fairness to those who served him faithfully. Borgia's ability to combine fear with calculated generosity allowed him to maintain power effectively. Machiavelli also emphasizes the role of appearance in managing loyalty. A ruler must cultivate the perception of virtue, kindness, and justice. People must believe in his good intentions, even if they know he acts with calculation. This combination of fear and the appearance of love creates a form of control that is both effective and sustainable. He cautions against relying solely on love. History is full of rulers who were adored, but who fell because their followers placed personal interest above loyalty. Affection alone cannot ensure obedience. Love is fragile, easily broken by greed, ambition, or external pressure. Fear, however, can endure because it is grounded in consequences. The management of fear and love also requires understanding of human psychology. Machiavelli notes that men forgive injury quickly if they benefit from the ruler. They remember cruelty longer if it threatens them personally. A wise leader uses this knowledge to act decisively against enemies while reassuring allies. This creates a hierarchy of loyalty based on both respect and self-interest. Timing is essential. Fear applied too early can provoke resistance. Fear applied too late may allow threats to grow unchecked. Love applied indiscriminately may encourage complacency. Machiavelli teaches that the ruler must act like a conductor, orchestrating both fear and affection to maintain harmony in the state. He also addresses the relationship between fear, love, and reputation. A ruler's name is powerful. If people believe he is just, merciful, and strong, his authority is reinforced. Reputation amplifies both fear and love. A clever ruler manages his image with care, demonstrating strength when necessary and benevolence when advantageous. Machiavelli warns that extremes are dangerous. Excessive cruelty provokes hatred. Excessive leniency invites disobedience. Excessive reliance on affection leaves the ruler vulnerable to betrayal. The key is moderation and calculation. The ruler must constantly assess the loyalty of subjects and the stability of his power. Another important point is the unpredictability of human nature. People's emotions cannot be controlled completely. Leaders must accept that loyalty will fluctuate. Virtue, the skill and decisiveness we explored earlier, allows a ruler to respond to these fluctuations. By applying fear strategically and cultivating respect, he can shape loyalty in his favor. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond rulers. The principles of fear, love, and loyalty apply to leaders in all forms of organization. In business, politics, and social structures, those who understand human nature can maintain influence and control. Those who rely on idealized notions of affection or loyalty risk failure. He also highlights the symbolic dimension of fear and love. Public punishments, ceremonies, and displays of power communicate strength. Generosity, rewards, and recognition communicate benevolence. The combination of these signals reinforces loyalty while minimizing resentment. The careful use of symbols is part of the art of leadership. Finally, Machiavelli presents a stark choice. Leaders must decide where to place their reliance. They can seek love, risk in vulnerability. They can seek fear, risk in hatred. The wise ruler achieves a balance that maximizes loyalty while minimizing threats. This balance is not fixed. It changes with circumstances, enemies, and the temperament of the populace. Constant attention and adaptation are required. Through these lessons, Machiavelli demonstrates that power is not granted. It is constructed. It is maintained through understanding, skill, and strategy. Fear and love are tools, not ends. They are instruments in the broader architecture of control. The ruler who masters them can survive where others fail. This exploration of fear, love, and loyalty illustrates the precision of Machiavelli's playbook. It shows his deep understanding of human behavior and the mechanics of authority. By studying these principles, we see why he remains one of the most influential thinkers in the history of political thought. The question we opened with returns now with greater weight. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He shows us that the wise ruler must navigate between these forces, mastering both when possible, balancing them against the unpredictable currents of fortune, and always remaining aware of the human tendencies that shape every political act. Machiavelli introduces one of his most memorable metaphors. He tells us that a successful ruler must be both a lion and a fox. This is not a simple comparison. It is a lesson in the duality required to maintain power. Strength alone is insufficient. Cunning alone is inadequate. Both must coexist within the leader. The lion represents strength and force. A lion attacks, overpowers, and defends territory with raw power. It inspires respect and fear. In human affairs, this symbolizes the use of direct action, military might, and authority to overcome obstacles. A ruler must know when to strike. Decisively, strength is necessary to confront enemies, suppress rebellion, and establish control. Without it, the state is vulnerable to internal and external threats. The fox, in contrast, represents cunning, intelligence, and deception. A fox senses traps and avoids danger. It uses strategy rather than brute force. In leadership, the fox symbolizes subtlety, manipulation, and foresight. A ruler must be able to recognize hidden threats, negotiate effectively, and manipulate appearances. Without cunning, even the strongest leader can be outmaneuvered. Machiavelli emphasizes that one quality without the other leads to failure. A ruler who relies only on strength may crush enemies, but he will be blind to subtler dangers. He may be betrayed by those he trusted or undermined by those he underestimated. A ruler who relies only on cunning may deceive allies and opponents. But he may lack the force to defend his power when open conflict arises. Survival requires a combination of both. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia once again. Borgia combined military skill with political cunning. He knew when to fight directly and when to manipulate alliances. His ability to assess both open threats and hidden dangers allowed him to expand his influence. Quickly, when one element failed, his dual approach often compensated, demonstrating the importance of flexibility. The metaphor also highlights the adaptability required of a leader. The world is unpredictable. Enemies change tactics. Allies shift loyalties. Fortune intervenes. A ruler who is rigid, relying solely on force or solely on deception, risks destruction. The lion and the fox symbolize the capacity to switch strategies depending on circumstances. This adaptability is a cornerstone of Machiavelli's philosophy. Machiavelli warns that deception is often necessary. The fox allows the ruler to recognize traps, to anticipate betrayal, and to use appearances to maintain stability. A ruler may need to present mercy while acting ruthlessly, or appear weak while preparing to strike. The cunning use of perception enables a leader to shape events before they become crises. Strength, however, cannot be neglected. The lion ensures that the ruler can enforce decisions, command armies, and eliminate threats decisively. Without strength, cunning alone cannot secure power. A deceptive strategy without the capacity to enforce it fails. The world tests the ruler physically, and he must respond with force when required. This duality is not only practical, it is psychological. Subjects respond differently to strength and cunning. Fear of force demands respect. Awareness of cunning generates uncertainty in opponents, preventing them from acting impulsively. Loyalty, obedience, and alliance are shaped by both elements. The ruler who embodies both is unpredictable and therefore secure. Machiavelli also considers timing. The lion and the fox must be deployed according to circumstances. A time of rebellion may demand the strength of the lion. A time of diplomacy may demand the subtlety of the fox. A ruler who cannot read the situation or who applies the wrong method invites disaster. Success is contingent upon judgment as much as skill. The duality extends to internal governance as well. Rulers must manage advisors, nobles, and citizens with both strength and cunning. They must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and manipulate perception. The lion ensures the power to act decisively. The fox ensures the capacity to navigate complex social and political networks. Together, they allow the ruler to maintain stability over time. Machiavelli also notes that appearances matter. The ruler should project the qualities of both animals. Even when they are not fully exercised, a leader who appears strong can deter enemies. A leader who appears cunning can prevent plots. Perception is an instrument of power, reinforcing both force and strategy. The lesson for leaders is clear. One cannot rely solely on morality, ideology, or a single skill. Survival demands versatility, perception, and intelligence applied to action. The lion and the fox are not symbols of good or evil. They are tools for navigating the realities of human behavior. Leaders who master both can withstand fortune, outmaneuver enemies, and maintain control. Machiavelli's metaphor also has a modern application. Leaders in business, politics, and society face challenges similar to those of Renaissance princes. Threats come from competitors, shifts in power, and unpredictable circumstances. The balance of force and strategy, boldness and cunning, remains essential. Those who rely exclusively on one approach fail to achieve lasting success. Finally, this duality emphasizes preparation and self-awareness. A ruler must cultivate both strength and intelligence continually. Complacency in one domain invites disaster. The combination of lion and fox requires constant vigilance, learning, and adjustment. Leadership is not a static condition. It is an ongoing process of adaptation and mastery. Machiavelli's insight is that the art of power is not a single skill. It is a composite of capabilities applied with judgment. The lion and the fox exemplify this. They teach that power is dynamic, conditional, and deeply intertwined with human nature. A leader who embodies this duality understands both the threats he faces and the opportunities he can seize. By studying this principle, we begin to see the depth of Machiavelli's strategy. Power is never absolute. It must be constantly managed. Force and cunning are complementary tools. They must be balanced, applied with foresight, and adapted to shifting circumstances. This understanding sets the foundation for every further strategy in Machiavelli's playbook. Machiavelli addresses one of the most controversial aspects of his philosophy. He argues that cruelty, when applied correctly, can be necessary for the stability of a state. This idea challenges conventional morality. It is not intended to shock. For its own sake, it is practical. It is rooted in the realities of human behavior and political survival. He begins by distinguishing between types of cruelty. There is cruelty that is well used. There is cruelty that is excessive or poorly timed. Well-used cruelty is decisive. It is applied quickly and with purpose. It eliminates threats, prevents rebellion, and secures authority. Poorly used cruelty is endless and arbitrary. It breeds hatred, fear without respect, and eventual collapse. Machiavelli explains that cruelty is most effective when it is limited and targeted. A ruler may need to eliminate rivals or punish conspirators. When this is done decisively, the message is clear. Potential enemies understand the consequences of opposition. This type of cruelty prevents disorder, it consolidates power, it does not invite continuous resistance because it is controlled. Historical examples illustrate his point. Consider Cesare Borgia. Borgia faced a fragmented state and rebellious subjects. He acted with ruthless efficiency against those who threatened his authority. Ramiro de Orco, one of his lieutenants, was sent to enforce discipline. The people initially resented the actions, but Borgia quickly executed de Orco, presenting himself as just. The cruelty served a purpose, and then it ended. This calculated approach stabilized the region. Machiavelli emphasizes that cruelty must be applied at the beginning of a ruler's tenure. Early decisive actions prevent prolonged unrest. Hesitation allows enemies to grow stronger and emboldens conspirators. Once a ruler establishes control through measured force, ongoing cruelty becomes less necessary. The goal is to secure loyalty, not to perpetuate fear indefinitely. He also warns against arbitrary cruelty. Violence without purpose undermines authority. It creates resentment. It destabilizes rather than strengthens. The wise leader uses cruelty as a tool, not as an expression of personal anger. Decisions must be calculated and disciplined. Emotion alone is insufficient and dangerous. Machiavelli extends his analysis to the broader principle of necessity. Rulers exist in a world of danger. Enemies plot, allies betray, and fortune is unpredictable. In this context, cruelty is often unavoidable. It is the means by which order is maintained and the state preserved. Without it, instability spreads. Without it, even the most virtuous ruler can be overthrown. The psychological dimension is important. People fear what is visible and immediate. When a ruler applies force decisively, the population learns the consequences of disobedience. This fear can be controlled and focused. In contrast, excessive leniency or delayed punishment allows resentment to fester. Threats multiply when cruelty is inconsistent or unclear. Machiavelli also highlights the perception of cruelty. A ruler should not appear cruel for its own sake. Actions should be framed as necessary for the common good or for the security of the state. Public perception shapes loyalty. People tolerate force if it is justified and purposeful. They rebel when cruelty seems arbitrary or self-serving. Timing, again, is essential. Initial acts of cruelty secure authority. After stability is established, further violence can be reduced. The ruler can shift focus to appearances of mercy, justice, and virtue. This balance between force and benevolence creates a stable environment where loyalty is earned and rebellion is minimized. He contrasts this approach with inaction. Leaders who hesitate to apply necessary force often face prolonged conflict. Revolts persist, enemies grow bolder, and alliances shift unpredictably. The failure to act decisively in critical moments leads to greater suffering and eventual downfall. Cruelty, when properly applied, prevents this escalation. Machiavelli also warns against cruelty motivated by personal desire. A ruler must never act purely out of vengeance. The goal is not to indulge anger or assert ego. The goal is the preservation of the state. This disciplined use of force distinguishes effective rulers from tyrants who provoke hatred and rebellion. He explores the relationship between cruelty and fear. Cruelty generates fear, but fear must be carefully controlled. The ruler who is feared but not hated maintains authority. Those who apply excessive, indiscriminate cruelty provoke hatred and ultimately destabilize their position. Fear must be directed strategically, not indiscriminately. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond the battlefield. Internal governance, management of nobles, and handling of conspiracies all require careful application of force. The principles of decisive action, targeted punishment, and public perception apply in political, social, and administrative contexts. Modern examples illustrate these principles. Leaders who act decisively to confront threats often maintain stability, while leaders who hesitate or act inconsistently invite chaos. Strategic force, applied with purpose, is not cruelty for cruelties. Sake, it is a calculated method of maintaining order. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the moral neutrality of these actions. Cruelty is neither inherently good nor evil. Its value is measured by results. The wise ruler considers the long-term stability of the state. He acts decisively when necessary, restrains force when possible, and manages perception carefully. Through this lens, cruelty becomes a tool, a necessary instrument for survival. It is not arbitrary, it is not personal, it is part of the disciplined exercise of power. To ignore this principle is to misunderstand the realities of governance. To apply it without judgment is to invite destruction. The balance, timing, and purpose of cruelty determine the ruler's success. By understanding the necessity of cruelty, we begin to see how Machiavelli redefines power. He strips away comforting illusions. He shows that stability requires action, decisiveness, and control. Leaders must confront danger, manage perception, and use force strategically. This principle underpins much of the remaining strategies in his playbook. Machiavelli understood that power is not only about force or cunning, it is also about perception. How a ruler is seen can determine whether he succeeds or falls. Reputation is a currency of authority. Image shapes loyalty. The theater of power is the stage on which a ruler performs to maintain control. He begins by emphasizing that appearances matter more than reality in the eyes of the public. People judge leaders based on what they see, not always on what they know. A ruler may act with calculation, manipulation, or even deception, but the perception of virtue, justice, and courage solidifies authority. Maintaining this perception is essential to survival. Machiavelli notes that a ruler must project qualities that inspire both respect and admiration. He should appear merciful, faithful, humane, and religious. Yet he should also demonstrate strength, decisiveness, and strategic intelligence. These qualities may not always exist fully in practice, but their display maintains confidence among subjects and allies. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider the Medici family in Florence. Their authority relied heavily on appearances. They cultivated images of piety, patronage, and civic responsibility, even while engaging in ruthless political maneuvers. The perception of virtue protected their power and allowed them to govern effectively. Public ceremonies and symbolic actions are central to the theater of power. Processions, proclamations, and displays of generosity communicate a ruler's qualities. These rituals reinforce authority and shape public opinion. A wise ruler uses symbolism strategically to complement practical governance. Actions and appearances together create stability and influence. Machiavelli warns against inconsistency between image and action. If a ruler is perceived as just but acts cruelly without explanation, trust erodes. If he appears merciful but fails to act decisively when necessary, fear and respect diminish. The alignment of perception and action is delicate. Leaders must cultivate both carefully. He also emphasizes that reputation affects both allies and enemies. Allies are more likely to support a ruler who is respected and admired. Enemies are more likely to hesitate if they believe a leader is capable, decisive, and shrewd. Reputation amplifies the impact of both fear and love. It extends influence beyond immediate actions and creates strategic leverage. Machiavelli explores the importance of consistency. While flexibility is essential in tactics, the public perception of a ruler must appear stable. Sudden changes in behavior or values can create uncertainty and doubt. A stable image fosters loyalty, trust, and deference. A reputation for strength, wisdom, or justice protects a ruler from instability. He examines how rulers can manipulate perception deliberately. Deception is not inherently evil in this context. It is a tool. A ruler may appear merciful while acting decisively or appear humble while exercising authority firmly. By managing appearances, the ruler controls not only immediate reactions, but also the long-term loyalty of subjects. Machiavelli also highlights the interplay of private action and public display. A ruler may act ruthlessly in private to secure control while presenting fairness publicly. The effectiveness of power often depends on this duality. The public cannot witness every act. What they perceive shapes their behavior. Clever leaders leverage this to maintain order. Historical examples extend to military leaders as well. A general who appears disciplined, courageous, and strategic inspires confidence among troops. Soldiers follow not only because of orders, but also because of belief in competence. Reputation reinforces obedience and enhances effectiveness in both governance and warfare. Machiavelli also considers the fragility of reputation. A single scandal or misstep can undermine decades of careful cultivation. Leaders must guard against false reports, betrayal, and rumor. Information management is essential. The theater of power includes not only actions, but the narrative that surrounds them. He emphasizes that reputation is cumulative. Small acts of courage, fairness, or generosity build perception over time. Strategic displays amplify influence. Similarly, repeated acts of cruelty or indecision erode credibility. The ruler must understand the long-term effects of each decision. On public perception, Machiavelli also examines the use of storytelling and legacy. Leaders often shape their image through narratives that highlight successes and obscure failures. Propaganda, public records, and controlled accounts of events all contribute to the theater of power. The ruler who controls the story controls the memory of his rule. He warns that relying solely on appearances without substance is dangerous. A ruler may deceive temporarily, but if underlying weaknesses exist, fortune will expose them. Strength, cunning, and decisiveness must underpin image. Reputation amplifies power, but cannot replace competence. Modern parallels are clear. In politics, business, and society, leaders manage public perception constantly. Media, communication, and symbolic actions influence loyalty, respect, and obedience. The principles Machiavelli outlined centuries ago remain relevant. Reputation shapes decisions, alliances, and opportunities. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the integration of all elements of power: reputation, force, cunning, cruelty, and appearance are not separate. They interact. A wise ruler balances them to maintain authority. Perception enhances action. Action reinforces perception. Together, They create a resilient, adaptive, and effective system of governance. Through understanding the theater of power, we see that leadership is both practical and performative. A ruler must master not only the mechanics of control, but also the art of influence. Every gesture, decision, and public appearance contributes to the stability of the state. Reputation is the stage upon which all other strategies unfold. By studying these lessons, we begin to see Machiavelli not as a promoter of immorality, but as an analyst of survival and influence. Leaders who understand perception and cultivate their image can navigate challenges, inspire loyalty, and maintain power in ways that are both strategic and enduring. Machiavelli understood that power does not exist in isolation. A ruler is surrounded by allies, adversaries, and opportunists. Success depends on the careful management of relationships. Friendships, loyalties, and enmities are tools to be understood and used wisely. He begins by emphasizing the impermanence of alliances. People are motivated by self-interest. Allies today may become enemies tomorrow. Shared goals are often temporary. The wise ruler anticipates these shifts. He maintains awareness of the intentions and ambitions of those around him. Trust, Machiavelli argues, must be strategic. Blind faith in allies is dangerous. A ruler cannot assume loyalty based solely on past favors or friendship. Those who seem most devoted may betray at the moment of greatest opportunity. Conversely, apparent rivals may be managed or even converted into useful allies if their ambitions align temporarily with the ruler's objectives. He provides historical examples to illustrate these points. Florence, Venice, and other Italian city-states were constantly shifting in alliances. Leaders who relied too heavily on external support often found themselves abandoned when foreign powers pursued their own interests. Survival required vigilance and flexibility. Alliances must be nurtured, tested, and sometimes replaced. Machiavelli emphasizes the importance of understanding human motivation. People act primarily out of self-interest, fear, or ambition. A ruler who misreads the desires and incentives of allies risks being manipulated. He must study the character and behavior of those around him carefully. Observing actions is often more revealing than listening to words. He also addresses betrayal. It is inevitable in human affairs. Rulers must plan for it. Defensive measures, such as dividing potential adversaries, rewarding loyalty, and punishing treachery, decisively reduce the likelihood of surprise attacks. Machiavelli stresses that swift and calculated responses to betrayal send clear signals, reinforcing both fear and respect. Another principle is the selective cultivation of friends and enemies. Not all alliances are equally valuable. The ruler must identify those who can contribute to stability, military strength, or economic advantage. Some rivals can be left unchecked if their ambitions are contained. Others must be neutralized through diplomacy, coercion, or strategic force. Proper management ensures that threats are minimized while benefits are maximized. Machiavelli also highlights the importance of adaptability. Relationships are not static. Circumstances change. A once trusted ally may become dangerous. A previously hostile neighbor may become an opportunity for alliance. The successful ruler continually reassesses the political landscape. Decisions must be based on the current balance of power, not past assumptions or sentiments. He examines the role of deception in managing allies and enemies. Transparency can be exploited. The ruler must sometimes conceal intentions, provide misleading signals, or present false security to maintain advantage. Deception is a tool, not a moral failing. When used to preserve the state and protect power, historical examples reinforce these lessons. The Papal States frequently negotiated alliances with city-states and foreign powers. Those who overestimated loyalty or underestimated ambition often lost territory or influence. Leaders who balanced diplomacy with readiness for conflict maintained authority more effectively. Machiavelli's observations emphasized pragmatism over idealism. He also considers the psychological impact of power. Allies observe how a ruler handles threats, betrayal, and opportunity. Swift action and decisive judgment inspire confidence. Hesitation and indecision undermine trust. Reputation, decisively linked to behavior, shapes future relationships. Allies and enemies alike adjust their strategies based on perceived strength and intelligence. Machiavelli warns against over-reliance on any single ally. Dependence creates vulnerability. The ruler must cultivate multiple connections, balancing relationships to prevent any one party from gaining excessive influence. This approach reduces the risk of betrayal and maintains freedom of action. Conversely, the management of enemies requires both caution and initiative. Enemies left unchecked grow stronger. They form alliances, exploit weaknesses, and may strike unexpectedly. A prudent ruler observes potential adversaries, predicts their moves, and acts preemptively when necessary. Timing and decisiveness are essential. He further distinguishes between permanent and temporary alliances. Temporary alliances serve immediate goals. Permanent alliances require trust, compatibility, and ongoing management. A ruler must recognize the difference and treat each relationship accordingly. Mismanaging this distinction can lead to catastrophic failures. Machiavelli also emphasizes the value of balance. The ruler must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and maintain the perception of fairness. Allies who feel secure are more likely to support the ruler. Enemies who see strength may hesitate or retreat. The art of maintaining equilibrium between friends and foes is central to stability. The chapter also explores contingency planning. The ruler must anticipate shifts in loyalty and the emergence of new threats. By preparing for multiple scenarios, he ensures that betrayal or unexpected opposition does not lead to collapse. Flexibility and foresight are the hallmarks of skillful leadership. Machiavelli concludes that the management of relationships is an ongoing task. Power is dynamic, and human behavior is unpredictable. The ruler's survival depends on vigilance, judgment, and adaptability. Understanding human ambition, fear, and self-interest allows the ruler to navigate complex networks of friends and enemies. Finally, these lessons have modern relevance. Corporate leaders, politicians, and social strategists face analogous challenges. Alliances form and dissolve. Rivals emerge unpredictably. Understanding motivations, maintaining reputation, and managing perception remain critical. Machiavelli's analysis of friends and enemies provides insight into human behavior and the dynamics of influence. By mastering alliances, anticipating betrayal, and managing relationships with skill and judgment, the ruler secures stability and extends authority. This is the essence of Machiavelli's guidance. Power is relational, adaptive, and dependent on understanding the currents of human nature. Machiavelli presents a paradoxical view of religion. He does not dismiss faith entirely, yet he emphasizes its utility as a tool for rulers. Religion, in his eyes, is a mechanism for shaping human behavior. It unifies, motivates, and controls populations. He admires its practical effects rather than its spiritual truths. He begins by examining the role of religion in society. Religion establishes rules and moral codes. It encourages obedience to laws. It provides a shared framework of values. Citizens are guided by fear of divine punishment as well as social expectation. This shared belief system strengthens social cohesion. A ruler who harnesses this can govern more effectively. Machiavelli admires Roman religion for its practical virtues. The ancient Romans used rituals, festivals, and public devotion to unify the state. Religion reinforced loyalty to the republic. Citizens internalized the values necessary for civic duty. The gods themselves, in Roman practice, were instruments of order. This example demonstrates how faith can stabilize power. He emphasizes the distinction between personal belief and public utility. A ruler may or may not be devout. What matters is the appearance of piety. Public displays of religious devotion create trust and legitimacy. Citizens are reassured when their leader observes sacred customs. This perception reinforces authority. Faith becomes a political instrument, independent of private conviction. Machiavelli warns against neglecting religion entirely. A state that appears irreligious or dismissive of sacred traditions risks alienating its people. Citizens may interpret this as moral weakness or disrespect for communal norms. Revolts, disobedience, and factionalism become more likely. Leaders must manage perception as carefully as they manage armies. He explores the paradox of morality in leadership. Ethical behavior is valuable when it supports stability. Rulers should maintain the appearance of virtue, honesty, and justice. Yet personal morality is secondary to effectiveness. Actions are justified by results rather than abstract principles. Religion helps bridge the gap between moral expectation and practical governance. Machiavelli introduces a suspenseful question. Is religion, for him, less about God than about human obedience? He implies that the sacred functions primarily to regulate behavior. The threat of divine punishment or social censure encourages loyalty. Citizens are motivated to act in ways that sustain the state. Faith becomes an instrument of political control. He analyzes how rulers can utilize religious structures. Priests, temples, rituals, and laws reinforce obedience. Leaders who control religious messaging can direct attention, unify populations, and suppress dissent. Religion becomes a stabilizing force, reducing reliance on coercion and military enforcement alone. Historical examples illustrate this principle. The Roman Republic, as Machiavelli admired, integrated religion into public life. Festivals, sacrifices, and civic rituals reinforced collective identity. Leaders who neglected religious appearances often faced instability. The power of perception, supported by shared belief, reinforced authority more effectively than force. Alone, Machiavelli also highlights the psychological dimension. People are more likely to follow laws and respect authority when they believe the ruler shares their values. Ritual, symbolism, and demonstration of piety cultivate trust. Even if a ruler privately doubts or manipulates faith, the public perception is what matters. Religion becomes a form of social technology. He contrasts genuine devotion with performative faith. Personal belief is not required for effective governance. What matters is consistent display. Leaders who observe sacred customs, attend ceremonies, and speak in morally resonant terms project stability. Citizens respond to visible piety. The mask of religion is a tool to maintain social order. Machiavelli further explores the consequences of neglecting this tool. A ruler who appears impious risks alienating both the people and the elite. Disrespect for religious norms can be interpreted as moral corruption, inviting rebellion and resistance. Maintaining the appearance of faith is therefore both pragmatic and necessary. He examines the interplay between religion and law. Laws gain additional authority when reinforced by moral and sacred frameworks. Citizens perceive obedience as both a civic duty and a spiritual obligation. This dual motivation enhances compliance and reduces the need for constant enforcement. Religion becomes intertwined with governance. Machiavelli also considers the long-term effects of religious manipulation. Stability achieved through shared belief can endure beyond a ruler's lifetime. Citizens internalize norms and expectations. Institutions anchored in religious or moral frameworks continue to function. Religion, in this sense, is both a stabilizing force and a legacy of authority. He warns that superficiality alone is insufficient. Religious appearances must be credible and consistent. Contradictions between words and actions weaken influence. Rituals, observance, and public demonstration reinforce credibility. The ruler who carefully manages both perception and action maintains legitimacy. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes that religion is inseparable from the exercise of power. It is not simply a private matter. It functions as a tool, a mechanism for obedience, and a means of reinforcing social cohesion. The prudent ruler integrates faith into the architecture of authority, using it to stabilize the state while pursuing pragmatic objectives. By studying Machiavelli's approach, we see a ruler who understands human behavior deeply. Religion is valued not for spiritual enlightenment, but for its capacity to unify, motivate, and control. This principle demonstrates the sophisticated pragmatism at the core of Machiavelli's philosophy of power. Machiavelli places audacity at the center of political success. He asserts that fortune favors the bold. Leaders who act decisively seize opportunities, shape events, and maintain control. Hesitation, by contrast, invites misfortune and collapse. Boldness is not reckless. It is calculated, informed, and timely. He introduces the concept of fortune as a force that can be influenced. Fortune is unpredictable. It presents opportunities and challenges. Machiavelli famously writes that fortune must be beaten down like a woman. This brutal metaphor reflects his view that fortune yields to strength, courage, and action. It does not act on its own. Leaders must impose their will upon it. Bold action is closely linked to ambition. Leaders must pursue goals with energy and determination. Passive rulers wait for events to unfold. They react rather than shape outcome. Machiavelli argues that ambition combined with audacity allows a ruler to convert opportunity into lasting power. Hesitation, even in favorable circumstances, often leads to failure. He contrasts decisive leaders with hesitant ones. Hesitant rulers analyze endlessly, delay action, and overvalue caution. They often miss fleeting opportunities. Bold leaders, by contrast, take calculated risks. They act swiftly, exploit weaknesses in rivals, and adapt as circumstances change. History demonstrates that fortune rewards initiative. Cesare Borgia serves as a prime example. Borgia confronted a fractured Italy with energy, strategy, and decisiveness. He combined military skill with cunning diplomacy. He acted rapidly against rivals and exploited every opportunity. His boldness allowed him to consolidate power and extend influence where more cautious leaders might have failed. In contrast, Florentine Republicans struggled to respond effectually to crises. Internal divisions, indecision, and excessive adherence. The process prevented swift action. They failed to capitalize on opportunities and were often outmaneuvered by more audacious opponents. Machiavelli observes that hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Taking risks may fail, but inaction guarantees vulnerability. He emphasizes that boldness must be tempered with judgment. Reckless action without strategy is dangerous. Audacity is effective only when informed by knowledge, observation, and assessment. Of risks, leaders must weigh consequences, anticipate responses, and act with precision. Boldness without direction can provoke disaster. Machiavelli also discusses the timing of action. Fortune rewards those who strike at the right moment. Hesitation allows rivals to strengthen, alliances to shift, and opportunities to vanish. Bold action involves both speed and discernment. The capacity to recognize the decisive moment separates effective leaders from indecisive ones. He explores the psychological dimension of audacity. Bold leaders inspire confidence and fear. Subjects respect decisiveness. Rivals hesitate in the face of initiative. Ambition, when demonstrated through action, conveys authority. In contrast, hesitation signals weakness and invites challenges. Boldness is both practical and symbolic. Historical examples reinforce these principles. Leaders who seize power during crises often achieve lasting authority. Those who delay, even with superior resources, risk being overtaken by rivals. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that fortune favors those willing to act decisively and courageously. He also examines the interplay of risk and reward. Bold decisions carry potential for failure, but the consequences of hesitation are often greater. Leaders who fail while acting decisively can recover. Leaders who hesitate frequently lose control entirely. Risk, when calculated and embraced, becomes a tool for power. Machiavelli stresses that audacity affects both internal and external politics. Domestically, decisive action quells dissent and inspires loyalty. Externally, it deters aggression and exploits weaknesses in rivals. Boldness establishes initiative. Hesitation surrenders it. Maintaining momentum is central to sustaining authority. The metaphor of fortune as a woman underscores the active role leaders must play. Fortune does not yield passively. It responds to courage, energy, and assertive effort. Leaders shape their destiny by imposing their will upon circumstances. This principle highlights the dynamic relationship between human action and unpredictable events. He further explores the cumulative effect of boldness. A leader who consistently acts decisively builds reputation and credibility. Subjects and allies observe audacity as competence. Rivals perceive a pattern of strength and initiative. Over time, bold action creates a self-reinforcing cycle of authority and influence. Machiavelli also examines failures of audacity. Leaders who act boldly without preparation, intelligence, or strategy invite disaster. Success requires both courage and competence. Boldness is a necessary condition for power, but it is not sufficient alone. Knowledge, skill, and foresight are equally essential. He concludes with the central lesson: hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Inaction allows rivals to advance, fortune to shift, and opportunities to disappear. Bold, calculated action may encounter setbacks, but it preserves initiative and maximizes the possibility of success. Hesitation guarantees loss. Through this analysis, Machiavelli emphasizes a core principle of his philosophy. Ambition, courage, and decisive action define effective leadership. Fortune favors those who confront uncertainty actively, shape events strategically, and refuse to be paralyzed by risk. Boldness is both a weapon and a shield in the machinery of power. Machiavelli admired the Roman Republic. He saw in it a model of political strength, resilience, and adaptability. Unlike principalities ruled by a single prince, republics distributed power. Authority was shared among institutions, citizens, and elites. This structure created stability, accountability, and long-term endurance. He begins by contrasting republics with monarchies. Principalities concentrate power in one individual. Decision-making is rapid but highly dependent on the ruler's abilities. The state is vulnerable if the prince is weak, indecisive, or corrupt. Republics, by contrast, distribute authority across councils, assemblies, and magistrates. This diffusion limits the impact of individual failings and strengthens institutions. Machiavelli praises the capacity of republics to harness civic virtue. Citizens are motivated to participate in governance because they have a stake in the states. Survival, engagement fosters loyalty, accountability, and shared responsibility. By contrast, subjects of principalities often lack initiative or investment in the welfare of the state. Civic participation strengthens resilience. He emphasizes that republics are not without challenges. Managing factions, competing interests, and popular ambitions requires skill. Balancing the influence of elites and the broader population is essential. The state must allow freedom while maintaining order. Too much liberty invites chaos. Too much control breeds resentment. The art of governance is in finding this balance. Machiavelli presents suspenseful insight. He is not simply a cynic focused on manipulation. He also values liberty when it is managed wisely. Freedom, in his philosophy, is not chaotic license. It is structured participation. Laws, institutions, and disciplined civic engagement enable citizens to exercise influence without undermining stability. Liberty, when harnessed, strengthens power. He analyzes Rome's example. The Roman Republic maintained equilibrium between the Senate, magistrates, and the people. Elites provided experience and strategic oversight. Citizens offered legitimacy, manpower, and engagement. This balance preserved stability, allowed flexibility, and mitigated risks posed by individual weaknesses. Machiavelli admires the synergy of collective governance. By contrast, principalities often rely on fear, coercion, or personal charisma to maintain authority. Stability is contingent on the ruler's competence and the loyalty of a few elites. This makes principalities more vulnerable to fortune, internal conspiracy, and rebellion. Republics, by dispersing power and fostering civic responsibility, are better equipped to endure crises. Machiavelli also examines the role of laws in republics. Legal frameworks create predictable rules, reducing the influence of arbitrary decisions. Institutions enforce laws consistently, maintaining fairness and legitimacy. In principalities, law often depends on the ruler's whims. In republics, law is institutionalized, creating stability and long-term resilience. He highlights the importance of civic virtue. Citizens must be invested in the common good. Participation is not merely symbolic, it is functional. Civic education, military service, and public engagement cultivate loyalty and responsibility. A republic thrives when citizens act both freely and prudently. Liberty must be disciplined to be effective. Machiavelli also explores the dangers of imbalance. If elites dominate excessively, the population may rebel. If the people wield unchecked, influence, disorder can follow. Successful republics manage tensions through structured participation, checks and balances, and the cultivation of respect for institutions. The equilibrium between freedom and control is delicate but achievable. He emphasizes that republics are dynamic. They adapt to changing circumstances, harness collective strength, and endure when well governed. Principalities, in contrast, often falter under poor leadership. When the ruler is incapacitated, the state's survival is threatened. Machiavelli's analysis suggests that republics are more resilient by design. Historical examples reinforce these lessons. Florence, Venice, and Rome illustrate the strengths and weaknesses of republics. Rome's system, in particular, demonstrates the power of structured liberty, balanced authority, and active citizenship. Machiavelli draws enduring lessons from these examples for both rulers and citizens. Machiavelli also notes that principalities and republics share common vulnerabilities. Corruption, factionalism, and complacency can destabilize any government. The difference lies in the mechanisms for managing these risks. Republics possess institutions and participation that absorb shocks. Principalities rely largely on the ruler's ability to respond effectively. He examines the tension between freedom and security. Citizens must feel free enough to engage, innovate, and participate, but constrained enough to prevent chaos. Machiavelli stresses that liberty is valuable when it serves the state's stability and long-term strength. Unmanaged freedom threatens survival. Carefully balanced liberty sustains power. Finally, Machiavelli concludes that the choice between republic and principality depends on context, skill, and circumstance. Principalities offer speed and centralized decision-making, but are fragile. Republics require management of complex relationships and institutions, but endure when cultivated wisely. Leaders must understand the dynamics of power and human behavior. To maintain authority in either system, by studying Machiavelli's analysis, we see that he values liberty, not abstractly, but as a practical instrument. Freedom strengthens the state when structured, disciplined, and balanced against control. The study of republics reveals how power can be distributed without sacrificing stability, and how leadership can harness collective strength to withstand both internal and external threats. Machiavelli's life took a dramatic turn in 1512. The Medici returned to power in Florence. Machiavelli, once a diplomat and senior official, was suddenly cast out. His career ended abruptly. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, and subjected to torture. The physical pain was brief, but the humiliation and desperation lingered. Exile followed. He retreated to his family estate in the countryside. Isolated, stripped of office, and under constant scrutiny, Machiavelli faced the reality of personal and political ruin. This period of displacement, however, became fertile ground for his ideas. In solitude, he turned experience, observation, and reflection into a framework for understanding power. It is in this context that he began writing The Prince. The text is more than a treatise. It is a calculated communication. Machiavelli presents his most daring insights on leadership, manipulation, and survival. Yet there is an underlying tension. Is this guidance sincere, ironic, or a survival strategy? The uncertainty itself adds to the drama of the work. The Prince can also be seen as a job application to the Medici. Machiavelli presents himself as a thinker capable of advising rulers, particularly Lorenzo de' Medici. Every paragraph balances demonstration of knowledge with subtle flattery. It is strategic, persuasive, and highly personal. He seeks to regain influence and relevance through the written word. Suspense is central to understanding this moment. Imagine Machiavelli seated at his desk, quill in hand, contemplating the boldest ideas he has ever conceived. He writes of cruelty, deception, and manipulation, fully aware of the dangers these thoughts carry if misinterpreted. Every sentence is calculated, every example carefully chosen. He is both fearless and cunning. Machiavelli's writing reflects a mind sharpened by adversity. Exile forced him to analyze politics with clarity and detachment. Personal experience, observation of leaders, and historical case studies converge in his analyses. The Prince emerges as a concentrated playbook of power distilled from the turbulence of Italian politics. He also reflects on the morality of rulers. In Exile, he confronts the paradox of ethics in governance. Leaders must act decisively and sometimes ruthlessly. Yet the survival of the state often demands choices that defy conventional morality. Machiavelli writes, not as a moralist, but as a realist. The Prince is a mirror reflecting the world as it is, not as it should be. Historical examples animate the text. Cesare Borgia, notorious for cunning and decisiveness, embodies the lessons. Machiavelli admired. The strategies he describes are drawn from observation, not imagination. Each case illustrates the consequences of action or inaction, courage or hesitation, loyalty or betrayal. The examples lend urgency and credibility to his argument. The writing process itself is dramatic. Exile breeds tension, reflection, and intensity. Machiavelli composes a work that is audacious in content and form. He imagines the Medici reading his words, evaluating his intellect, and judging his insight. The stakes are personal and political. The Prince is a performance as much as a treatise. Suspense continues in the interpretation of the Prince. Scholars debate its intent. Was it sincere advice intended to guide rulers toward effective governance? Was it satire exposing the brutality of politics through exaggeration? Or was it itself a mask, concealing Machiavelli's personal vulnerabilities and ambitions? The ambiguity enhances the text's power and intrigue. He also reflects on exile as a catalyst for intellectual creation. Removed from office, Machiavelli gains the freedom to think without constraint. Observations of power, human ambition, and political dynamics crystallize into concise, radical insights. Exile transforms adversity into opportunity, misfortune, into intellectual productivity. The text combines theory and practice. Machiavelli does not write abstractly. He examines practical methods to acquire, consolidate, and maintain power. Each chapter addresses real threats, human weaknesses, and strategic possibilities. The Prince is simultaneously a manual, a demonstration of expertise, and a calculated appeal to potential patrons. He illustrates the tension between fear and love, fortune and audacity, cruelty and mercy. Each paradox is heightened by his own precarious situation. Writing from exile, Machiavelli confronts the realities he himself has endured, the dangers of fortune, the fragility of position, and the necessity of decisive action. Finally, he confronts his own legacy within the Prince. By distilling his observations into a coherent guide, Machiavelli ensures that his ideas endure beyond personal misfortune. Exile, pain, and political ruin become a backdrop for intellectual immortality. His analysis of power, paradoxical as it may be, survives as a testament to the synthesis of experience, reflection, and daring thought. Through this chapter, we understand the Prince not merely as a book, but as a dramatic act of survival, strategy, and insight. Machiavelli transforms personal catastrophe into a timeless exploration of power, human nature, and the enduring dynamics of politics. Machiavelli's influence extends far beyond his lifetime. His observations on power, human nature, and governance shaped political philosophy for centuries. From the Renaissance to the Enlightenment and into modern politics, his ideas continue to resonate. His work challenges leaders, theorists, and citizens to confront the realities of power without illusions. He begins by examining Machiavelli's immediate impact. During the Renaissance, rulers and thinkers studied his writings with keen interest. The prince became a reference point for understanding strategy, diplomacy, and authority. Machiavelli's clarity in analyzing human behavior and political dynamics set him apart from moralistic or idealistic treatises of his time. Enlightenment thinkers engaged deeply with his ideas. Figures like Rousseau and Montesquieu read Machiavelli as both a caution and a guide. His emphasis on observation, pragmatism, and the mechanics of power influenced debates about liberty. The structure of government and the role of laws, Machiavelli's work helped shift political philosophy from abstract ideals to practical analysis. He also examines the adoption of his concepts by modern leaders. Military commanders, diplomats, and statesmen study his principles to understand negotiation, strategy, and human behavior. The capacity to anticipate rivals, manipulate perception, and act decisively remains central to effective leadership. Machiavelli's insights are applied not as prescriptions of morality, but as tools for practical advantage. The term Machiavellian illustrates his enduring reputation. It evokes cunning, calculation, and sometimes ruthless manipulation. While often used pejoratively, the term also recognizes his penetrating understanding of political dynamics. Leaders and scholars alike associate his name with the ability to navigate complexity, manage ambition, and maintain authority. His ideas remain a benchmark for evaluating power. Machiavelli's writings challenge assumptions about morality in politics. He separates ethics from efficacy. Leaders cannot rely solely on virtue or sentiment. Success depends on understanding human nature, anticipating behavior, and taking decisive action. This stark realism transformed political thought and remains relevant in contemporary analyses. He traces the influence on Republican theory. Discourses on Livy inspired debates about civic virtue, balance of power, and the role of citizens. His analysis of Rome shaped modern conceptions of liberty, checks and balances, and institutional resilience. Machiavelli demonstrated how historical examples inform the design of governance. Machiavelli's influence extends to strategy and military theory. His insistence on preparedness, citizen militias, and decisive action informs modern military doctrine. The principle that fortune favors the bold continues to guide leaders in contexts ranging from warfare to diplomacy. Action, timing, and audacity remain critical. He also explores the cultural and intellectual dimension. Machiavelli's work provoked controversy precisely because it forced readers to confront uncomfortable truths. He challenged idealistic notions of leadership, morality, and human nature. By framing power as a dynamic, often ruthless interaction, he encouraged critical thinking and realistic assessment of political life. Suspense builds as he considers the duality of his legacy. Some interpret Machiavelli as a teacher of cynicism, revealing the darker side of politics. Others see him as a realist, exposing truths that leaders must understand to govern effectively. His writings provoke reflection on whether morality is subordinate to survival, strategy, and practical wisdom. He examines how his ideas endure in modern political analysis. Political scientists, historians, and strategists draw on Machiavelli to understand negotiation, influence, and institutional dynamics. Concepts such as manipulation of perception, the balance of fear and love, and the management of alliances remain central in the study of governance. Machiavelli also shaped debates about liberty and authority. His distinction between republics and principalities informs discussions about democracy, centralized power, and citizen participation. Leaders and theorists continue to grapple with questions of freedom, control, and institutional balance, echoing his analyses from centuries ago. He highlights that his enduring influence is not merely theoretical. The real-world application of his principles demonstrates their practical value. Leaders who understand human ambition, fortune, and the dynamics of power are better equipped to maintain authority, anticipate threats, and shape events. Machiavelli provides tools for navigating the complexities of political life. Finally, Machiavelli leaves us with a profound question. Did he reveal the truth of politics, stripped of illusion and idealism? Or did he invent a darker lens, teaching leaders to view human nature through suspicion, fear, and manipulation? The tension persists. His legacy forces reflection, debate, an examination of power in every age. Through this chapter, we see that Machiavelli's influence endures because he confronts the realities of human behavior and political life with unflinching clarity. His work continues to challenge, provoke, and inform leaders, scholars, and citizens alike. The playbook he left behind remains relevant, controversial, and profoundly instructive. We return to the opening question. Is it better to be loved or feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He suggests that leaders must navigate a complex interplay of both. Love can inspire loyalty, but it can also breed weakness. Fear can enforce obedience, but excessive cruelty can provoke rebellion. The tension between these forces defines the challenge of leadership. Machiavelli's playbook forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature. People are ambitious, self-interested, and unpredictable. Institutions and laws can guide behavior, but they cannot erase the realities of desire, fear, or ambition. Leaders must act with awareness of these truths if they hope to maintain power. Throughout his writings, we see that power is not abstract. It is practical, dynamic, and often unforgiving. Leadership requires courage, decisiveness, and sometimes ruthlessness. Machiavelli reminds us that morality, perception, and strategy are intertwined. Effective governance demands understanding, adaptation, and foresight. The reflection extends beyond rulers. Machiavelli challenges us to examine our own responses to authority, ambition, and ethical dilemmas. How do we balance ideals with practical needs? How do we respond to fortune, risk, and opportunity? His insights apply as much to personal decision-making as to statecraft. Finally, the lecture closes not with definitive answers, but with an invitation. Machiavelli leaves us questioning, observing, and analyzing. The study of power, human behavior, and political life is ongoing. His work endures because it challenges assumptions, provokes thought, and demands engagement. We are left with curiosity, reflection, and the awareness that leadership, morality, and human nature are complex and intertwined. The questions he raises are as relevant today as they were 5 centuries ago. The task is to keep questioning, keep observing, and keep learning from the playbook he left behind.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Picture this. A 13-year-old boy stands in a sunlit courtyard in northern Greece, surrounded by gardens that will become his classroom for the next 3 years. His father, the most powerful king in the Greek world, has just introduced him to a middle-aged philosopher with small, penetrating eyes and a slight lisp. The boy is Alexander, destined to conquer an empire stretching from Greece to India. The philosopher is Aristotle, who will conquer something far more enduring. He will map the territory of human excellence itself. Aristotle leans forward and asks the young prince a question that will echo through 23 centuries to reach us tonight. What does it mean to live well? Not how to conquer kingdoms, not how to accumulate wealth or fame or power, but something more fundamental, more urgent, more intimately relevant to each of us preparing for sleep on this quiet evening. What does it mean for a human being to flourish? What is the good life? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and your breathing slows, we will follow Aristotle's answer to this question. We will trace his path from the dusty academies of ancient Athens to his private conversations with history's greatest conqueror. We will discover why this question still matters, why Aristotle's response speaks to our modern anxieties perhaps more powerfully than it did to his contemporaries, and why the ancient Greek word eudaimonia contains a vision of happiness that our culture has largely forgotten. This is not a lecture. Think of it as an evening walk through one of the most beautiful minds in human history, a mind that believed human excellence was not only possible but achievable, that understood virtue as a practical skill we could develop through practice, that saw happiness not as a fleeting emotion, but as a way of being in the world. As you settle deeper into comfort, let Aristotle's measured reasoning guide you. His logic has a way of being unexpectedly captivating, building understanding slowly, stone by careful stone, until suddenly you see the complete architecture of a life well lived. Fair warning, you may find yourself wide awake at the end, mind illuminated by ideas that have guided humanity's greatest achievements. But even if sleep claims you early, these thoughts will settle into your rest like seeds in fertile soil, quietly working their transformation while you dream. So breathe deeply, let the tensions of your day release, and allow yourself to wonder, as that young prince wondered in a garden 2 millennia ago, what would it mean for me to truly flourish? The ancient Greeks had no word for religion as we understand it. They had no word for science as a separate discipline. They had no division between mind and body, no split between reason and emotion, no separation of private ethics from public politics. What they had was philosophy, literally the love of wisdom, and it encompassed everything. To study philosophy in ancient Athens was to ask the most practical question imaginable. How should I live? Into this world, in the year 384 before the Common Era, a boy was born in the small coastal city of Stagira on the Macedonian frontier. His name was Aristotle. His father, Nicomachus, served as court physician to King Amyntas of Macedon, and from his earliest years Aristotle was exposed to the careful observation, the empirical attention to detail that characterized medical practice. While other children learned through myths and stories, young Aristotle watched his father examine symptoms, make diagnoses, test remedies. The lesson would shape everything that followed. Look first at what actually is before theorizing about what might be. Tragedy struck early. Nicomachus died when Aristotle was still a boy, perhaps 10 years old. The young philosopher-to-be was sent to live with a guardian, Proxenus, who recognized something remarkable in his charge's hungry intellect. At 17, Aristotle was dispatched on the long journey to Athens, to the greatest center of learning the world had ever known, Plato's Academy. Imagine the journey. A young man from the provinces carrying whatever scrolls and tablets a travelling student could manage, walking the dusty road southward, past villages and olive groves, over mountain passes where bandits lurked, through landscapes sacred to gods whose temples crowned every prominent hill. And then, finally, Athens herself. The city of Pericles and Socrates, still glorious despite recent defeats in war, her white marble temples catching the Mediterranean sun, her agora buzzing with merchants and philosophers, her theatre where Sophocles had premiered his tragedies, her law courts where citizens argued about justice and the good. The Academy stood outside the city walls, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus. Here Plato, already in his 60s, taught a remarkable collection of students how to think. Not what to think, but how, through dialogue and debate, through mathematical precision and logical rigour, through the relentless questioning that his teacher Socrates had pioneered. The method was simple and devastating. Take any claim about reality, any assumption about justice or beauty or truth, and ask, what do you mean by that? How do you know? Could it be otherwise? Question after question after question until either the claim stood on solid foundation or collapsed into incoherence. Aristotle arrived at this intellectual crucible at precisely the right moment. His mind was formed enough to engage seriously with Plato's ideas, but flexible enough to be shaped by them. And for the next 20 years, he remained, studying and eventually teaching, absorbing Plato's vision while slowly developing his own. What was that vision? Plato believed that the world we experience through our senses, this world of stones and trees and flesh, is not fully real. Behind it, or above it, or somehow beyond it, exists a realm of perfect forms. The triangle you draw on paper is always imperfect, but there exists the form of triangle, perfect and eternal. The beautiful person you see is beautiful only by participating in the form of beauty itself. Justice in our world is always approximate, but justice itself exists in this transcendent realm, perfect and unchanging. It was a breathtaking vision, answering profound questions about how knowledge is possible and why we recognize universal concepts despite experiencing only particular instances. But Aristotle found himself increasingly troubled by it. If these forms exist separately from the world of experience, how exactly do particular things participate in them? How does the form of horse make this particular horse here and now? The explanation seemed to push the mystery back one step without really solving it. More fundamentally, Aristotle couldn't shake his physician father's influence. Look at the world, his training insisted. Study what actually exists. The answers aren't in some transcendent realm, but here, in the structures and patterns of nature itself. Don't flee from particulars to universals, but find the universal within the particular. Walking through the Academy's gardens, past the stone colonnades where students debated, beneath olive trees that dappled the sunlight, Aristotle began formulating an alternative. Yes, we need universal concepts to understand reality. Yes, we recognize patterns that transcend individual instances. But perhaps these universals exist in things themselves, not in some separate realm. Perhaps the form of a horse is what makes this particular arrangement of matter a horse rather than a tree. Form and matter together constitute reality, inseparable, interdependent. The disagreement was profound, but never acrimonious. In later writings, Aristotle would criticize his teacher's theory of forms, but always with respect, always acknowledging Plato's brilliance. Plato is dear to me, but truth is dearer. This saying captures Aristotle's spirit. Loyalty to persons matters, but loyalty to truth matters more. The teacher-student relationship need not become adversarial just because the student thinks the teacher wrong about something fundamental. For 20 years, this was Aristotle's life. Study, debate, teach, think, write. The rhythms of academic existence, the slow accumulation of understanding, the gradual refinement of arguments. He was becoming a master of multiple disciplines, logic and rhetoric, biology and physics, politics and ethics, metaphysics and poetry. The breadth of his interests was staggering. While his contemporaries specialized, Aristotle ranged across the entire landscape of human knowledge, finding connections, building systems, constructing a unified vision of reality. Then, in 347 BCE, Plato died. The academy passed to Plato's nephew Speusippus, and Aristotle chose to leave. The reasons remain debated. Was it disappointment at not being chosen to lead? Was it time for the student to step out of his master's shadow? Or was it simply that Aristotle's intellectual project required independence? Whatever the reason, Aristotle departed Athens. He travelled first to Asia Minor, to the court of Hermias in Atanius, where he continued his research and married Pythias, Hermias's adopted daughter. He spent time on the island of Lesbos, studying marine biology, wading through tide pools, dissecting sea creatures, observing with the meticulous attention to detail that would characterize all his work. These were years of intellectual wandering, of gathering observations, of letting his systematic approach mature. He studied how baby squids develop inside their eggs. He examined the hearts of different animals, noting structural variations. He watched the migration patterns of birds and wondered what internal mechanism drove them. In all of this, he was developing a method. Observe first, observe carefully, observe repeatedly. Record what you find. Notice patterns. Form hypotheses. Test them. Build explanations from the ground up. This was radically different from the prevailing approach to natural philosophy, which tended towards speculation from first principles. Aristotle was teaching himself to be empirical, to trust experience, to build theory on the foundation of observed fact. The lessons learned watching his father practice medicine were flowering into a comprehensive scientific method. His personal life in these years remains shadowy to us. We know he married Pythias and loved her. We know they had a daughter together. We know that when Pythias died, Aristotle grieved deeply. Later he would form a relationship with Herpyllis, with whom he had a son, Nicomachus. But Aristotle rarely wrote about his private emotions. His work focused outward, on the structures of reality, on the patterns of nature, on the principles of living well. Then, around 343 BCE, an invitation arrived that would change everything. King Philip of Macedon, who was transforming his kingdom into the dominant military power in Greece, wanted a tutor for his 13-year-old son. And he wanted that tutor to be Aristotle. Why? Perhaps because Aristotle's father had served Philip's own father as court physician, creating a family connection. Perhaps because Aristotle, though not yet famous, had already acquired a reputation for brilliance. Perhaps because Philip, in his ambition to unite Greece under Macedonian leadership, wanted his heir educated in the finest Greek traditions. Whatever the reason, the offer came with considerable inducements. Philip promised to rebuild Stagira, Aristotle's home city, which he himself had destroyed in an earlier campaign. The payment would be generous, the position would be prestigious. But most importantly, Aristotle would have the opportunity to shape the mind of a future king, to plant ideas of justice and virtue and excellence in a boy who would wield tremendous power, to perhaps create through education a ruler who would govern wisely and well, for a philosopher who believed that ethics and politics were inseparable, that the good life required a good community. This opportunity must have been irresistible. And so Aristotle journeyed north, back to the Macedonian frontier of his youth, to meet the young prince who would become Alexander the Great. The teaching took place at Mieza, a small village in the verdant countryside outside the Macedonian capital. Here, in or near a temple dedicated to the nymphs, surrounded by forests and streams, Aristotle established what amounted to a private academy for Alexander and a select group of other young Macedonian nobles. Among these students were Hephaestion, who would become Alexander's closest companion, and Ptolemy, who would eventually rule Egypt. The future masters of the Hellenistic world all sat at Aristotle's feet, learning how to think. What did they learn? Not a catechism, but a method. Aristotle taught them to observe carefully, to reason systematically, to question assumptions, to distinguish valid arguments from fallacies. He taught them rhetoric, the art of persuasive speech, and politics, the science of organizing communities. He taught them natural philosophy, examining plants and animals, discussing the principles that govern growth and change. He taught them ethics, exploring questions of courage and justice and the nature of the good life, and crucially, he taught them Homer. Alexander developed an intense love for the Iliad, identifying with Achilles, the warrior hero who chose glory over long life. Some accounts say Alexander carried a copy of the Iliad with him throughout his campaigns, annotated by Aristotle himself, keeping it under his pillow alongside his dagger. The fusion of philosophical training and heroic ambition would have profound consequences. The relationship between teacher and student was complex, mixing genuine affection with fundamental disagreements that would only deepen over time. Aristotle saw himself as forming Alexander's character, instilling virtue, teaching moderation and practical wisdom. But Alexander's nature ran to extremes. He was passionate where Aristotle counseled balance, impetuous where Aristotle advised deliberation, hungry for glory where Aristotle emphasized the contemplative life. They walked together through the countryside around Mieza, the middle-aged philosopher and the adolescent prince, discussing the nature of courage, the different forms of government, the relationship between happiness and virtue. Aristotle must have known even then that his student would achieve great things. What he couldn't have known was how completely those achievements would diverge from his own values. For Aristotle believed in Greek superiority. He viewed non-Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, all the peoples who would fall to Alexander's conquests, as barbarians, natural slaves, suited only to serve their Greek masters. This ugly prejudice was common in classical Greece, born from centuries of conflict with Persia, reinforced by cultural chauvinism. When Aristotle advised Alexander on politics, he apparently suggested treating Greeks as free citizens and barbarians, as subjects to be ruled despotically. Alexander would ultimately reject this advice. His great vision, perhaps his greatest, was of a multicultural empire where Greeks and Persians could intermarry, where talent mattered more than ethnicity, where civilization could transcend its Greek origins. In this, the student proved wiser than the teacher. But that lay in the future. For 3 years the education continued. Philosophy in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, discussions of metaphysics and dissections of animals, poetry and mathematics, the young nobles learning not just information but how to think, how to argue, how to analyze. Aristotle was forming minds, planting seeds that would bear fruit in ways he couldn't anticipate. Then, in 340 BCE, Philip summoned his son home. At 16, Alexander would serve as regent while his father campaigned in Thrace. The formal education was over. Teacher and student would never again spend extended time together, though they continued corresponding. Alexander sent back specimens and observations from his conquests, plants and animals unknown to Greek science, reports of distant lands, puzzles for his old teacher to study. But the intellectual relationship was ending, and philosophical differences were hardening into ideological opposition. When Alexander began integrating Persians into his administration, adopting Persian customs, even demanding prostration from Greek visitors, Aristotle was appalled. This violated everything he believed about Greek superiority and proper political order. The student had moved beyond the teacher's wisdom, making his own path through history. There is a poignant tragedy here. Aristotle had tried to form Alexander's character according to philosophical principles, to create a king who would embody virtue and govern with practical wisdom. But character, as Aristotle himself taught, comes from habituation, from repeated practice, from the slow shaping of desires and responses. 3 years of philosophical instruction couldn't overcome Alexander's fundamental nature. Brilliant, passionate, ambitious beyond measure, unable to recognize limits, the greatest philosopher of antiquity and the greatest conqueror of antiquity touched each other's lives profoundly. Each would achieve immortality in his own sphere, but they remained, in the end, fundamentally different kinds of men. One conquered through thought, the other through the sword. One believed in moderation and the contemplative life, the other in glory and endless achievement. One stayed mostly in Athens, thinking and writing. The other marched to the edges of the known world, never content, never stopping. When Alexander departed for his Asian campaigns in 335 BCE, Aristotle was 50 years old. He returned to Athens, to the city of his intellectual formation, ready at last to establish his own school, to develop his own systematic philosophy, to offer his answer to the question he had posed to young Alexander so many years before. What does it mean to live well? Athens in 335 BCE had changed since Aristotle first arrived as a 17-year-old student. Philip's victory at Chaeronea had ended the era of independent Greek city-states. The Macedonian king now dominated Greece, and after Philip's assassination, his son Alexander ruled. For Athenians who treasured their democratic traditions, this new reality was bitter. They lived under the shadow of Macedonian power. Technically independent, but actually subject. Into this politically complex situation, Aristotle returned. His connections to the Macedonian court made some Athenians suspicious, but his reputation as a philosopher, his years at the academy, and his undeniable brilliance earned him respect. He established his school in the Lyceum, a gymnasium dedicated to Apollo Lysias, located just outside the city walls. The Lyceum became Aristotle's base for the next 12 years, the period of his greatest productivity. Here he developed the systematic philosophy that would influence human thought for 2 millennia. Here he gathered around him the brightest students Athens could offer, and here he perfected his distinctive method of teaching. Unlike Plato's academy, which focused on mathematics and abstract reasoning, the Lyceum was organized around empirical research. Aristotle collected specimens, plants, animals, minerals. He gathered maps and documents. He compiled observations sent by correspondents throughout the Greek world, including, remarkably, from Alexander's campaigns. The Lyceum was part school, part research institute, part museum. It was the first institution of its kind, and it set a pattern that universities would follow for centuries. The physical layout encouraged Aristotle's teaching style. The Lyceum had a covered walkway called a peripatos, where Aristotle liked to walk while lecturing. This habit gave his school its name, the Peripatetics, the walkers. Picture him there, in his 50s now, walking slowly along the colonnade, a small group of advanced students following, discussing the nature of causation or the structure of logical argument or the relationship between soul and body. His lectures came in 2 types. In the morning, he offered esoteric teachings for advanced students, dense technical discussions requiring philosophical background. These were the lectures that would eventually be compiled into the treatises we possess: the physics, the metaphysics, the Nicomachean ethics. In the afternoon, he gave public lectures on more accessible topics: rhetoric, politics, ethics. These were polished presentations, carefully crafted for general audiences. The evenings he spent writing, organizing his thoughts, revising his treatises. By lamplight in his study, scrolls spread around him. Aristotle worked to systematize human knowledge. He was attempting something unprecedented, a comprehensive account of reality, from the principles of logic that govern all reasoning, through the structures of the natural world, to the best way for human beings to live. His method was distinctive. Where Plato had begun with ideal forms and tried to explain how particulars participate in them, Aristotle began with the world of experience and tried to understand its inherent structures. Look first, theorize second. Observe the patterns in nature, then explain what makes those patterns possible. This empirical orientation appeared in all his work. His biological writings describe hundreds of animal species with careful attention to anatomy and behavior. His meteorology examines weather patterns, winds, rain, thunder. His politics analyzes 158 different constitutions of Greek city-states, comparing their structures and outcomes. Even his ethics, as we will see, begins with observed facts about human nature and behavior rather than abstract principles. But Aristotle was no mere compiler of facts. What made him revolutionary was his ability to organize observations into systematic understanding. He developed logic as a formal discipline, creating tools for rigorous reasoning. He pioneered the study of causation, distinguishing 4 different ways we can answer why questions. He analyzed motion, change, time, place, infinity. He investigated language, categorizing different types of statements and studying how meaning works. And running through all of this was a deep conviction that the universe makes sense. Reality is not chaos but cosmos, not random but ordered. Natural things have purposes, built-in tendencies, characteristic activities. Understanding something means grasping its nature, its function, what it's meant to be and do. This teleological vision, the idea that things have inherent purposes, would remain influential until the scientific revolution 2,000 years later. Yet despite this comprehensive intellectual productivity, Aristotle's time at the Lyceum was politically precarious. He was a metic, a resident alien, without citizenship rights. He depended on the tolerance of a city that had reasons to distrust him. When Alexander died suddenly in 323 BCE, everything changed. The death of the conqueror unleashed a wave of anti-Macedonian sentiment across Greece. Athens erupted in rebellion, and Aristotle, known to have been Alexander's tutor, connected to the Macedonian court, suddenly found himself in danger. Charges of impiety were brought against him, the same charges that had led to Socrates' execution 76 years earlier. Aristotle was 62 years old, at the height of his intellectual powers. He had spent 12 years building the Lyceum into one of the ancient world's great centres of learning. His systematic philosophy was substantially complete, but the political situation was untenable. Rather than stand trial, Aristotle chose to leave Athens. He reportedly said he would not let the city sin twice against philosophy, a reference to Socrates' fate. He retired to Chalcis on the island of Euboea, where his mother's family had property. And there, less than a year after leaving Athens, he died of a stomach illness. It was 322 BCE. The greatest systematic philosopher in history was gone, leaving behind an intellectual legacy that would shape Western thought for 2,000 years. But we've spent long enough on biography. We know the man, the context, the journey. Now we must turn to what matters most, his ideas. Specifically, his answer to the question that launched our evening together, the question he posed to young Alexander in that sunlit garden at Mieza. What does it mean to live well? What is the good life for human beings? What should we aim at? These questions drive Aristotle's ethical philosophy, and to understand his answers, we must begin with a single word that captures his vision of human flourishing: eudaimonia. The word sounds strange to modern ears. Eudaimonia. It's usually translated as happiness, but this translation misleads almost as much as it clarifies. When we think of happiness, we typically imagine a feeling, an emotional state, something that comes over us when things go well. I feel happy when I eat delicious food, or succeed at a difficult task, or spend time with people I love. Happiness, in our common usage, is something that happens to us, a pleasant sensation we experience. But this is not what Aristotle means by eudaimonia at all. The word itself gives us a hint. It combines eu, meaning good or well, with daimon, meaning spirit or divinity. Literally, eudaimonia means something like having a good spirit, being well-spirited, having your inner nature in good condition. It suggests not a temporary feeling, but a state of being, not an episode, but a way of existing. Perhaps the best translation is flourishing, or living well, or faring well. Think of a plant. What does it mean for an oak tree to flourish? Not that it feels happy, plants don't have feelings, but that it's achieving what it's meant to achieve, developing according to its nature, becoming an excellent specimen of oak tree. It has good soil, adequate water, proper sunlight. Its roots run deep, its trunk grows strong, its branches spread wide, its leaves are full and green. The acorns it produces are healthy. This is oak tree eudaimonia, being a thriving, excellent oak. Now ask the parallel question. What does it mean for a human being to flourish? What is human eudaimonia? This is Aristotle's central question, and answering it requires understanding human nature itself. But before we get to Aristotle's answer, we need to understand why he thinks this question matters so much. Here's where his thinking becomes both elegant and persuasive. Every action we take aims at some good, Aristotle observes. When you eat, you aim at satisfying hunger or maintaining health or enjoying flavor. When you work, you aim at earning money or accomplishing something or serving others. When you exercise, you aim at fitness or stress relief or the pleasure of physical exertion. All human action is goal-directed. Notice what follows from this. Some goods are sought for the sake of other goods. We earn money to buy things. We buy things to satisfy needs or wants. We satisfy needs to maintain life. We maintain life to what? Eventually we must reach some final good, something we want for its own sake, not as means to something else. Otherwise, we're caught in an infinite regress, each goal pursued for the sake of another, never reaching any ultimate purpose. What is this final good? What do we want for its own sake? Aristotle thinks the answer is obvious. Eudaimonia. Everyone, he says, pursues happiness or flourishing. It's what we ultimately aim at in all our activities. We want other things for the sake of happiness, but we don't want happiness for the sake of anything else. Happiness is self-sufficient. Having it, we lack nothing essential. Consider what this means. Honor? Yes, we value honor, but why? Because being honored makes us happy. Pleasure? Yes, we enjoy pleasure, but why do we seek it? Because it contributes to happiness. Wealth? Certainly useful, but obviously not the ultimate good. We want wealth to secure happiness, not happiness to secure wealth. Even virtue, and this is crucial, we value ultimately because virtuous living leads to flourishing. So eudaimonia stands at the top of the hierarchy of goods. It's what everything else aims toward. It's the bull's eye on the target, the destination of all our striving. Get clear about what eudaimonia really is, and you've answered the most important question about how to live. But here's where things get interesting. People agree that eudaimonia is the ultimate good, Aristotle notes, but they disagree profoundly about what eudaimonia actually is. Ask different people what happiness consists in, and you'll get radically different answers. The many, the common people, identify happiness with pleasure. A happy life is a pleasant life, full of good food, drink, sex, comfortable circumstances, agreeable company. This view has intuitive appeal. Who doesn't enjoy pleasure? And misery certainly doesn't seem like flourishing. But Aristotle thinks this view fundamentally mistakes what happiness is. Why? Because pleasure is something we share with animals. A dog experiences pleasure when eating or playing. A pig experiences pleasure in its own way. But surely human flourishing must involve something distinctively human. Moreover, the pursuit of pleasure leads to a slavish life, Aristotle argues, where we're controlled by our appetites, always, chasing the next sensation, never satisfied. The hedonist mistakes a component of happiness for happiness itself. What about the sophisticated, politically ambitious people? They often identify happiness with honor, with being respected and admired, with achieving status. This view seems more elevated than hedonism. Honor recognizes something about character or accomplishment. But Aristotle rejects this view too. Why? Because honor depends on other people. They can bestow it or withdraw it. Your happiness can't depend on something so external to you, so vulnerable to others' opinions. Moreover, we pursue honor because we believe we deserve it, because we've achieved something excellent. So the excellence matters more than the honor that might follow from it. Again, the mistake is identifying a byproduct of flourishing with flourishing itself. What about wealth? Some people devote their lives to accumulating money and possessions, but Aristotle barely pauses to refute this view. Wealth is obviously instrumental, obviously pursued for the sake of something else. The miser who hoards wealth without using it for any purpose hasn't achieved happiness. Wealth is like a tool, valuable for what it enables, worthless as an end in itself. So if happiness isn't pleasure or honor or wealth, what is it? Aristotle's answer emerges from his distinctive method, examining the function of human beings. Here's the reasoning. Everything has a characteristic activity, a function, something it does that makes it the kind of thing it is. The function of the eye is to see. A good eye sees well, a bad eye sees poorly. The function of a knife is to cut. A good knife cuts cleanly and holds its edge. For any tool or organ or creature with a function, excellence consists in performing that function well. Does a human being have a function? Not in the sense of being a tool for some external purpose, but in the sense of having a characteristic activity, something that defines what we distinctively are. Aristotle thinks yes. What is our function? It can't be merely living, growing, and maintaining ourselves. We share that with plants. It can't be sensing and responding to our environment. We share that with all animals. The distinctive human function must involve our unique capacity, reason. This doesn't mean our function is to sit around thinking all day, disconnected from the world. Reason permeates all distinctively human activities. When we deliberate about what to do, we're exercising reason. When we form friendships based on mutual respect rather than mere pleasure or utility, reason guides those relationships. When we appreciate beauty, when we understand truth, when we act courageously in the face of fear, when we judge fairly between competing claims, we're exercising rational capacities that animals lack. Human flourishing, then, consists in exercising these rational capacities excellently. It's not passive, but active. Not a state we fall into, but an activity we perform. Not something that happens to us, but something we do. Aristotle's famous formulation, eudaimonia is activity of soul in accordance with virtue. Let that sink in for a moment. Happiness is activity, not feeling but doing, not possessing but acting. The happy person isn't someone who has achieved a comfortable state and now simply maintains it. The happy person is actively engaged in excellent activity. Flourishing is a verb, not a noun, and this activity must be excellent in accordance with virtue. Here we need to understand what Aristotle means by virtue, a topic we'll explore thoroughly. For now, note simply that virtue means excellence of character and intellect, the qualities that enable us to perform our function well. Just as a good knife has the virtues of sharpness and durability, a good human has virtues like courage, wisdom, justice, and temperance. One more crucial qualification, eudaimonia requires a complete life. One swallow doesn't make a spring, Aristotle says, and one day or brief period doesn't make someone happy. Flourishing is assessed over a lifetime. The young can't yet be called happy because their lives remain unfinished. Only from the perspective of a complete life can we judge whether someone achieved eudaimonia. So, here's Aristotle's answer to his own question, the answer that took him decades to develop, that emerged from observing human nature, analysing human action, studying political communities, thinking carefully about what makes human life distinctively human. To flourish, to achieve eudaimonia, to live well, engage in excellent rational activity over a complete life, in accordance with virtue, with adequate external goods to support that activity. Each element matters. Activity, not passive enjoyment. Rational activity, using our distinctive human capacity. Excellent activity, performing it well, in accordance with virtue, the settled dispositions that enable excellence, over a complete life, not just moments or episodes, with adequate external goods, acknowledging we need certain material conditions. This is what the greatest philosopher in antiquity concluded about how we should live. Not a simple formula, but a rich, nuanced vision of human flourishing, not telling us to pursue pleasure or honor or wealth, but inviting us to develop excellence of character and intellect, to exercise our distinctively human capacities at their highest level, to make our whole lives expressions of rationality at its best. But this answer immediately raises questions. What are these virtues that enable excellent activity? How do we develop them? Can anyone become virtuous, or only some? What role does luck play, those external goods Aristotle mentions? And most practically, how do I actually live this way? The rest of our evening together explores these questions. We turn now from Aristotle's destination, eudaimonia, to his map of how to get there. And that map begins with a revolutionary idea about the nature of excellence itself. If you've ever tried to improve yourself, you know the frustration. You want to be more patient, but find yourself snapping at small annoyances. You want to be generous, but hesitate when opportunities arise. You know intellectually what the right thing to do is, yet doing it feels unnatural, forced, exhausting. Virtue seems to require constant effort against your inclinations. Aristotle understood this struggle, and his answer to it forms one of the most psychologically sophisticated parts of his philosophy. Virtue, he argued, is not knowledge alone. You can't become courageous simply by understanding what courage is. You can't become just by studying the theory of justice. Virtue is not information in your head, but disposition in your character. The Greek word Aristotle uses is arete, usually translated as virtue or excellence. But notice what the word captures. Not moral goodness as we typically conceive it, but a kind of excellence, a way of being that realizes potential, achieves what something is capable of. The arete of a racehorse is speed and endurance. The arete of a sword is sharpness and strength. What is the arete of a human being? For Aristotle, virtue is a hexis, a stable state or disposition of character. It's not a fleeting decision, but a relatively permanent way of being. The virtuous person doesn't simply perform virtuous acts occasionally through gritted teeth. Rather, they've developed a settled way of responding to situations such that virtuous action flows naturally from who they've become. But how do you develop such dispositions? Here Aristotle makes his most revolutionary claim, one that contradicted his teacher Plato fundamentally. Plato had argued that virtue is knowledge. If you truly know what's good, you'll do it. Vice is just ignorance. Education, then, is the key to virtue. Aristotle disagreed. Virtue requires knowledge, yes, but knowledge isn't sufficient. You also need proper habituation, repeated practice, the formation of emotional responses and action patterns through experience. In the famous formulation, we become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, courageous by doing courageous acts. Think of learning to play an instrument. You can study music theory, understand harmony and rhythm intellectually, but that won't make you a pianist. You must practice, repeating scales and exercises until your fingers move correctly without conscious thought, until the patterns become second nature. Only through habit does knowledge become skill. The same applies to virtue. You must practice acting virtuously until virtuous responses become habitual, until you spontaneously respond with courage to danger, with generosity to need, with justice to competing claims. Eventually, these responses feel natural rather than forced. This is when you've truly become virtuous. But practice according to what pattern? What makes an act courageous rather than cowardly or reckless? What distinguishes generous, giving from wasteful excess, or stingy withholding? Aristotle's answer: virtue is a mean between extremes. This doctrine of the mean, sometimes called the golden mean, represents Aristotle's most distinctive contribution to ethics. Every virtue, he argues, lies between two vices, one of excess and one of deficiency. Think of it as a spectrum with virtue in the middle, though not at the exact mathematical center. Take courage, the paradigm virtue in Greek culture. What is courage? Not absence of fear. That would be insensibility or foolhardiness. The coward feels appropriate fear but is paralyzed by it, unable to act when action is needed. The reckless person either feels no fear or ignores reasonable danger, rushing into situations that call for caution. Courage lies between these extremes, feeling fear appropriately, but acting despite it when the situation demands. The courageous person stands their ground in battle when standing is necessary for a just cause. They speak truth to power when silence would be cowardice. They admit mistakes when pride tempts them to double down, but they don't seek danger for its own sake. They don't take foolish risks to prove their bravery. They recognize when retreat is wise, when compromise is appropriate, when holding firm would be stubbornness rather than courage. Or consider temperance, the virtue concerning bodily pleasures. On one extreme sits the ascetic who denies all pleasure, treats the body as enemy, lives in miserable self-deprivation. On the other extreme sits the glutton or libertine, enslaved to every appetite, incapable of saying no to desire, life organized around the next indulgence. Temperance lies between, enjoying pleasures appropriately, neither denying them entirely, nor being ruled by them. The temperate person eats delicious food with pleasure, but stops when satisfied. They enjoy wine without becoming drunk. They engage in sexual activity within appropriate relationships. They find entertainment refreshing without becoming addicted to constant stimulation. Their pleasures enhance life rather than dominating it. Generosity provides another example. The stingy person hoards resources, gives nothing or gives only reluctantly, values possessions over relationships. They're incapable of sharing, trapped in scarcity mentality, even when they have plenty. On the opposite extreme, the wasteful person gives indiscriminately, spends recklessly, depletes resources that should be conserved. They might enjoy a reputation for generosity, but ultimately can't sustain it. True generosity lies between these, giving appropriately to the right people, at the right time, in the right way, for the right reasons. The generous person gives freely because they recognize resources as means to good ends, not ends in themselves. But they give thoughtfully, considering whether their giving truly helps. They balance present generosity with future capacity. They give neither too much nor too little, but what the situation requires. Each virtue follows this pattern. Patience lies between apathy, caring about nothing, and explosive anger, losing control over trivialities. The patient person feels anger at genuine injustice, but remains calm in the face of minor annoyances. They know when anger is appropriate and when it's destructive. Truthfulness lies between self-deprecation, underselling yourself, and boastfulness, inflating your accomplishments. The truthful person represents themselves accurately, neither falsely modest nor arrogantly exaggerating. Even wit is a virtue for Aristotle. The boorish person has no sense of humour, can't appreciate jokes, makes social situations uncomfortable with their heavy seriousness. The buffoon jokes constantly, unable to be serious when situations demand it, offends others with inappropriate humour. Wittiness lies between having a sense of humour, knowing when levity is appropriate, making others comfortable without descending into mockery or constant joking. Aristotle identifies many virtues, each with its characteristic pattern of mean between extremes. But several things about this doctrine need emphasis. First, the mean is not mathematical. Virtue doesn't lie at the exact midpoint between extremes. Rather, it's relative to the person and circumstances. The amount of food that's moderate for an athlete differs from what's moderate for a sedentary person. The degree of fear that's appropriate facing a mugger differs from what's appropriate facing a bear. Context matters. Second, finding the mean requires judgment. There's no formula you can simply apply. You must understand the situation, consider what's at stake, recognize relevant factors, then determine what response hits the mean. This judgment, practical wisdom or phronesis, we'll explore more deeply. For now, note that virtue requires intelligence, not just good intentions. Third, not every action or emotion has a virtuous mean. Some things are inherently wrong regardless of amount. Murder isn't excessive killing with moderate killing as virtue. Adultery isn't excessive love. Theft isn't excessive taking. Some acts violate virtue by their very nature. Fourth, the mean is difficult to achieve. The extremes are easier. It's relatively simple to never give anything, stinginess, or to give everything away, wastefulness. Finding the generous mean requires sensitivity to circumstances, understanding of consequences, practical wisdom about what's truly helpful. This is why virtue is rare, and why becoming virtuous requires sustained effort. Finally, and most importantly, the doctrine of the mean reveals something profound about human psychology. Most vices aren't entirely evil impulses we must suppress. Rather, they're good impulses taken too far or not far enough. Fear is appropriate, sometimes. Anger has its place, occasionally. Even the desire for pleasure isn't wrong within limits. This means the path to virtue isn't destroying natural responses, but properly ordering them. Not eliminating fear, but feeling it appropriately. Not suppressing anger, but expressing it rightly. Not denying pleasure, but enjoying it well. Virtue cultivates nature rather than fighting it. Develops our capacities rather than destroying them. Achieves harmony rather than conflict within the soul. Think about what this means practically. You're trying to become more patient. The Aristotelian approach isn't to suppress all irritation, to pretend nothing bothers you, to become some sort of unfeeling automaton. Rather, it's to develop the ability to distinguish genuine wrongs, deserving anger, from minor inconveniences deserving forbearance, to feel proportionate responses to situations, to recognize when your irritation serves no good purpose and let it go, or you're trying to be more confident without becoming arrogant. The Aristotelian approach isn't to split the difference mathematically between self-hatred and narcissism. It's to develop an accurate understanding of your genuine abilities, to present yourself truthfully, to claim credit you deserve without exaggerating, to acknowledge limitations without false modesty. It's complex, nuanced, requiring self-knowledge and situational awareness. This is why virtue takes time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it done. You must practice repeatedly in various situations, gradually developing the sensitivity and judgment that enables hitting the mean reliably. Like any skill, It improves with experience and deteriorates without practice. But the doctrine of the mean, elegant as it is, raises a crucial question. How do you develop the judgment to find the mean? How do you know what courage requires in this particular situation? How do you determine where generosity lies between stinginess and wastefulness right now with this person? Aristotle's answer: practical wisdom, phronesis, the intellectual virtue that enables all the moral virtues. If virtue is the destination, practical wisdom is the compass. Without it, even the best intentions lead astray. You might want to be generous, but give in ways that harm rather than help. You might aim at courage, but misjudge what the situation demands. You might pursue the mean, but lack the perception to find it. Practical wisdom is hard to define precisely because it's fundamentally practical rather than theoretical. It's not knowledge of universal principles that can be stated in abstract formulas. It's the ability to see what's required in particular situations, to recognize what action would hit the mean, to understand how general principles apply in specific contexts. Think of an expert chef. They know recipes, understand cooking techniques, can explain why certain ingredients work together. But their expertise goes beyond this theoretical knowledge. When actually cooking, they adjust by taste, compensate for ingredient variations, improvise when something goes wrong. They see what the dish needs, right now, not just what recipes generally recommend. This is practical wisdom applied to cooking. Or consider a skilled therapist. They understand psychological theory, know research about what treatments work. But with any particular client, they must perceive that person's specific needs, recognize what approach will help them, adjust strategies when initial attempts don't work. They exercise judgment that goes beyond applying rules, wisdom that emerges from experience with particulars. Practical wisdom works similarly in ethics. The person with phronesis perceives what situations truly demand. They see that this apparent conflict between friendship and honesty actually requires tactful truth-telling. They recognize that this request for help, though sincere, would enable destructive behavior. They understand that standing firm here would be courage, but standing firm there would be stubbornness. How do they see these things? Through experience, primarily. Practical wisdom develops over time as you face various situations. Try different responses, observe consequences, learn from mistakes. You can't acquire it from books alone, any more than you can become a chef or therapist purely through reading. You must practice repeatedly in the messiness of actual circumstances. But experience alone isn't sufficient. You need to experience situations with the right orientation, paying attention to what's morally relevant, trying to hit the mean, caring about doing the right thing. Bad people accumulate experience without developing practical wisdom because they're paying attention to the wrong things, pursuing the wrong goals, developing skill at vice rather than virtue. This creates a puzzle Aristotle recognizes. You need virtue to develop practical wisdom, because only the virtuous person perceives situations correctly, judges what's truly good, aims at the right target. But you need practical wisdom to exercise virtue, because without it, you can't determine what the virtuous response requires. They seem to depend on each other, creating a circle. Aristotle's answer: they develop together in a spiral. You start with basic good habits instilled in childhood, following rules your parents teach, imitating people you respect. This isn't yet true virtue, because you're following external guidance rather than your own practical wisdom. But it starts forming your character, shaping your emotional responses, giving you some initial grasp of what virtue looks like. As your rational capacities mature, you begin understanding why these rules exist, what purposes they serve, how to apply them in new situations. Your practical wisdom develops as you reason about what to do, learn from experience, refine your judgment. And as your practical wisdom grows, your virtue becomes more complete, more flexible, more reliably excellent. Eventually, you reach the mature state where virtue and practical wisdom fully interpenetrate. You spontaneously perceive what situations demand. You respond appropriately without laborious deliberation. You hit the mean naturally because your character, emotions, and reason are all aligned. This is the person Aristotle calls spoudaios, the excellent person, the one who serves as standard for ethical judgment. But what does practical wisdom actually look like in operation? Consider an extended example. A friend asks you to lie for them to protect them from consequences of their own mistake. You care about your friend and want to help, but you also value honesty and worry about enabling irresponsibility. What should you do? Practical wisdom begins by recognizing the genuine complexity. This isn't simply a conflict between friendship and honesty as abstract principles. It's a situation involving this particular friend, this particular mistake, these particular consequences, this particular relationship history, this particular request. The person with phronesis asks, what kind of help would truly benefit my friend? Sometimes protection from consequences enables continued bad behavior. Sometimes harsh lessons are exactly what someone needs. But sometimes consequences are disproportionate to mistakes, and a friend should offer shelter, which is this. They consider, what does my friend need to hear right now? A refusal to lie might communicate respect for their ability to handle difficulty, or it might feel like abandonment when they're vulnerable. How strong is our friendship? Can it bear the strain of my refusing? Would refusing strengthen or damage it? They weigh. What are the actual stakes? Will this lie enable serious harm to my friend or others? Will the truth lead to catastrophic consequences? Or are the stakes relatively minor, more about comfort than genuine well-being? They think through, what are the alternatives? Maybe there's a way to help without lying, to support while still being honest, to stand beside my friend without endorsing their evasion. Notice what's happening here. Practical wisdom doesn't consult some ethical decision procedure, doesn't apply an algorithm, doesn't reduce the situation to a simple case of conflicting principles. It perceives the situation in all its particularity, brings various considerations to bear, exercises judgment about what would be good here and now. And crucially, it does this quickly. The person with developed phronesis doesn't labor through all these considerations explicitly. They see what's required almost immediately, the way an expert chef tastes a dish and knows what it needs. The deliberation I've spelled out happens rapidly, often non-consciously, leading to a clear sense of the right course of action. This is why practical wisdom is an intellectual virtue, but one closely connected to moral virtue. It's not purely cognitive, not simply a matter of clever reasoning. Your emotions, desires, character all influence how you perceive situations and what responses seem reasonable. The vicious person lacks practical wisdom, not because they're stupid, but because their distorted character makes them perceive situations wrongly, see apparent goods as real goods, miss what's truly important. Take the same situation with someone lacking practical wisdom. They might not even recognize the ethical complexity, might think it's simply about whether they're willing to inconvenience themselves for their friend. Or they might see the ethical dimension but reason poorly about it, either thinking loyalty always trumps honesty, or thinking honesty always requires blunt truth-telling regardless of circumstances. They lack the nuanced perception and judgment that practical wisdom provides. Or consider someone with practical wisdom navigating a different challenge. You're in a meeting where a colleague takes credit for your work. What does virtue require? Practical wisdom helps you see this clearly. First, assess the stakes. Is this a pattern or an isolated incident? Did your colleague do this maliciously or through genuine confusion about contributions? Will this significantly harm your career or reputation, or is it relatively minor? Then consider responses. You could publicly correct the record, but is this the right forum? Would doing so create unnecessary conflict? Or would silence enable ongoing injustice? You could address it privately with your colleague, but will that be effective, or do you need to involve others? Think about your relationship with this colleague. Is there a history of mutual respect that makes a gentle private conversation likely to work? Or is this part of a pattern requiring stronger action? Consider the organizational culture. Will speaking up be respected or seen as petty? Does the organization value truth-telling or smooth relationships? Weigh your own emotional state. Are you angry in a way that will make you respond more harshly than the situation warrants? Or is your anger appropriate, giving you the energy to address genuine injustice? Practical wisdom synthesizes all this into a clear sense of what to do. Maybe it says, address it privately first, calmly but directly, giving your colleague a chance to correct it themselves, but be prepared to escalate if they don't. Or maybe it says, this is minor, let it go, not every battle needs fighting. Or maybe it says, this requires immediate public correction because silence would mislead important people. There's no formula that determines the answer. Two people with practical wisdom might reach different conclusions depending on their particular knowledge of the people and context involved, but both would be exercising genuine practical wisdom in their perception and reasoning. Now notice something important about the relationship between practical wisdom and happiness. Remember, eudaimonia is activity in accordance with virtue, but you can't reliably act in accordance with virtue without practical wisdom. The well-intentioned person who lacks phronesis will frequently choose wrongly, missing the mean, pursuing apparent goods rather than real ones, causing harm despite good intentions. So practical wisdom is essential for flourishing. It's the intellectual virtue that enables all the moral virtues to operate correctly. Without it, courage becomes recklessness or cowardice, generosity becomes wastefulness or stinginess, honesty becomes brutal tactlessness or deceptive flattery. Practical wisdom is what transforms good intentions into good actions, moral principles into ethical life. But Aristotle recognizes something else. Practical wisdom can't be taught directly. You can teach someone geometry by proving theorems, you can teach them physics by explaining laws of nature, but you can't teach them practical wisdom the same way. Why? Because practical wisdom is about particulars, and particulars can't be captured in universal rules. Instead, practical wisdom is cultivated through three methods. First, experience. Face many situations, try various responses, observe what works, learn from mistakes. The person with practical wisdom has seen enough cases to recognize patterns, understand consequences, predict outcomes. Second, imitation. Learn from people who already have practical wisdom. Watch how they handle difficult situations. Ask them for advice. Model your responses on theirs until you develop your own judgment. Just as apprentices learn crafts from masters, moral learners develop phronesis by observing and imitating the spoudios. Third, habituation in virtue. Practical wisdom and moral virtue develop together. As you practice acting virtuously, you gradually see situations more clearly, judge more reliably, understand what virtue requires. Your character formation enhances your perception and reasoning. This long development explains why Aristotle thinks young people can't have practical wisdom. Not because they're stupid, but because they lack experience. They haven't faced enough situations, haven't learned from enough mistakes, haven't had time to develop the perceptual sensitivity that phronesis requires. This is also why the young can be skilled at mathematics or chess, but not at ethical reasoning. The former depend on abilities they already possess. The latter requires experience they haven't yet accumulated. The implication is humbling. You can't shortcut the development of practical wisdom. You can't read a book on ethics and suddenly possess phronesis. You must live, act, experience, reflect, learn, grow. It takes years, decades, a lifetime. The development of practical wisdom is the work of a complete life. But here's the hopeful part. The development is possible. You can become someone with practical wisdom through sustained effort over time. And as you develop it, making good choices becomes easier, more natural, more reliable. Eventually you become the person others turn to for ethical advice, the one who sees clearly when others are confused, who knows what to do when situations are complex. This is moral expertise, and like any expertise, it transforms how you experience the world. The expert musician hears nuances in performances others miss. The expert chef tastes subtleties others overlook. The person with practical wisdom perceives ethical dimensions of situations others don't notice, sees possibilities for action others don't recognize, understands consequences others don't anticipate. And this expertise serves eudaimonia directly. It enables you to act excellently, to exercise virtue reliably, to navigate life's complexities without constantly stumbling. Practical wisdom makes flourishing possible by giving you the tools to live well consistently over time. But how does this development happen? How do we actually become virtuous? This brings us to one of Aristotle's most important psychological insights. We are not born virtuous or vicious. Human infants are born with capacities for virtue, with the raw material, but not with virtue itself. A child can become courageous or cowardly, generous or stingy, just or unjust. Which they become depends on their formation. This formation happens through habituation, through repeated practice, through the gradual shaping of character. We become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, courageous by doing courageous acts. The famous analogy, we learn to play the harp by playing it, we become builders by building, we become good by doing good. But this raises an obvious question, one that puzzled commentators for centuries. If we become virtuous by acting virtuously, how do we perform the first virtuous acts before we're virtuous? It seems impossible, like saying you learn to swim by swimming, but how can you swim before you know how to swim? Aristotle's answer involves distinguishing stages of moral development. In childhood, we act virtuously through external guidance. Parents and teachers tell us what to do. We obey rules we don't yet fully understand. We imitate people we respect. We follow social conventions. At this stage, we're doing virtuous acts without having virtue as a settled disposition. This childhood formation is crucial. Through it, we develop the right emotional responses. We learn to take pleasure in noble actions and pain in shameful ones. Our desires begin aligning with what's genuinely good. We build the foundation on which virtue will eventually stand. As we mature and our rational capacities develop, we begin understanding why these rules exist, what purposes they serve. We internalize the principles rather than just following external commands. We start choosing virtuous acts for their own sake, because we recognize them as good, not merely because authority figures say so. Eventually, for those who successfully develop, virtue becomes a settled hexis, a stable disposition. Now we spontaneously perceive what situations require. We feel appropriate emotions and perform appropriate actions without constant deliberation. The struggle diminishes. Virtuous action flows naturally from who we've become. This is true virtue, choosing virtuous acts for their own sake, from a stable character with the right emotions and motivations. It's qualitatively different from simply performing the same external behaviors out of fear of punishment or hope for reward. But the transition between stages isn't always smooth. Many people get stuck in intermediate states, understanding intellectually what they should do, but finding themselves unable to do it consistently. Aristotle has a name for this frustrating condition, acrasia, usually translated as weakness of will or incontinence. The person with acrasia knows what's right. They genuinely believe they should exercise, control their temper, resist the extra dessert, do the work they've been avoiding. But when the moment comes, they act against their better judgment. They do what they know they shouldn't and immediately regret it. This phenomenon puzzled Greek philosophers. How is acrasia possible? If you truly know what's good, why would you choose what's bad? Socrates had argued that acrasia is impossible. If you choose badly, you must not really know what's good. What looks like choosing bad while knowing good is actually not knowing at all. Aristotle disagrees. Acrasia is real. People genuinely do act against their knowledge. But how? His explanation involves distinguishing different ways of having knowledge. You can know something in an abstract, theoretical way without that knowledge being active and operative in your current situation. Like the drunk person who can recite moral principles but can't apply them to their own behavior right now. When desire overwhelms reason, your knowledge becomes merely potential rather than actual. You have the information stored somewhere, but can't access it effectively. Your emotions or appetites override your rational judgment in the moment. Afterwards, when desire subsides, your knowledge becomes active again, and you wonder how you could have acted so foolishly. The person with complete virtue doesn't face this problem because their emotions and reason are aligned. They don't just know intellectually what's good, they desire it emotionally. Their appetites have been shaped through habituation to want what's genuinely worth wanting, so they don't experience the internal conflict that characterizes acrasia. This explains why moral formation must start young, before reason fully develops. If you wait until someone is an adult to start instilling virtue, Their emotional responses are already set. They can understand intellectually why virtue matters, but their desires pull in opposite directions. Achieving virtue becomes much harder, maybe impossible. But this raises troubling questions. If character formation depends on childhood habituation, does that mean people who had bad upbringings are doomed? Can someone with vicious character ever reform? Or is virtue available only to those lucky enough to receive proper early training? Aristotle is somewhat pessimistic here. He thinks character change is very difficult once dispositions are set. The person whose appetites were poorly formed in youth will struggle to achieve virtue later. Not impossible, but requiring tremendous sustained effort, working against ingrained patterns, fighting one's own habituated responses. This is one reason why Aristotle emphasizes the importance of good laws and proper education. Society has responsibility to raise children well, to instill virtue in the young, to create conditions that enable character formation. The person with proper upbringing has a massive advantage in achieving eudaimonia. Those denied this advantage face much steeper paths, but even with good upbringing, moral development continues throughout life. You don't achieve complete virtue at age 20 and then simply maintain it. Rather, virtue deepens and matures through continued experience and reflection. The courage of a young soldier differs from the courage of a seasoned leader. The justice of an apprentice judge differs from the justice of a wise elder. Practical wisdom develops gradually as you face new situations, learn from mistakes, refine your judgment. This means moral development is lifelong work. You never reach a point where you can relax, where virtue is so secure you need not attend to it anymore. Until your complete life ends, the project of becoming excellent continues. But here's the encouraging part. Progress is genuinely possible at any stage, even if you start with disadvantages, even if your character formation was poor, even if you've made countless mistakes, you can still move toward virtue. Maybe you won't achieve the complete virtue of someone with every advantage, but you can become better than you were, more virtuous than you are, closer to excellence than you started. The path requires honesty about your current state, clear vision of where you want to go, sustained effort in practicing virtue, patience with setbacks, and perhaps most importantly, surrounding yourself with virtuous people who model excellence and support your development. Because you can't become virtuous alone. We are social creatures, shaped by our communities, influenced by those around us. The company we keep forms our character as surely as our own choices do. This brings us to one of the most beautiful aspects of Aristotle's ethics, his account of friendship. No one, Aristotle says, would choose to live without friends, even if he had all other goods. Not wealth, not honor, not pleasure, not even virtue itself could make a life good without friendship. Friendship is not optional for eudaimonia, but essential. Not an extra pleasure, but a necessary component of human flourishing. The Greek word philia, translated as friendship, has broader scope than our English word. It includes family affection, romantic love, civic bonds, collegial relationships, and what we'd call friendship in the narrow sense. Aristotle examines all these forms, but he's most interested in what he calls complete or perfect friendship, the highest form of human relationship. To understand complete friendship, we must distinguish it from two lesser forms. First, friendships of utility. These relationships exist because each person is useful to the other. Business partners, professional networks, neighbors who help each other, colleagues who collaborate, all exemplify friendships of utility. Nothing wrong with such relationships, but they're inherently fragile. When the usefulness ends, the friendship dissolves. Second, friendships of pleasure. These relationships exist because each person enjoys the other's company. Drinking buddies, hobby companions, people you have fun with, romantic relationships based primarily on physical attraction, all exemplify friendships of pleasure. Again, nothing wrong with them, but they're conditional. When you no longer find each other pleasant, when tastes change or circumstances shift, the friendship fades. Both utility friendships and pleasure friendships are real friendships in Aristotle's view. They involve genuine affection, though in a qualified way. But they're incomplete, instrumental, based on what each person gets from the other rather than on who the other person is. Complete friendship is different. It exists between good people who are similar in virtue. Each loves the other for who they are, not for what they provide. Each wishes good for the other's sake, not as means to their own benefit. The foundation is mutual recognition of each other's excellence of character. Such friendship requires several conditions. First, both people must be virtuous. Complete friendship can exist only between good people because only good people can consistently will genuine good for others. The vicious person is too focused on their own gratification to truly care about another's well-being as an end in itself. Second, they must recognize each other's virtue. You can't be friends with someone you don't know well enough to appreciate their character. Complete friendship requires intimacy, time spent together, shared experiences that reveal who each person truly is. Third, they must wish each other well for each other's sake, not for what the friendship does for themselves. This is the hardest condition to understand, because good friends do benefit from friendship. But in complete friendship, you care about your friend's good as an end, not merely as means to your own happiness. This creates an interesting philosophical puzzle. Aristotle says, "The friend is another self. In loving your friend, you extend to them the appropriate self-love you have for yourself." But how is this possible? How can I love another person's good as much as my own? Doesn't this violate basic egoism? Aristotle's answer reveals something profound about human identity. We are not atomic individuals sealed off from others, fundamentally separate. Rather, our good is essentially social. When my friend flourishes, my own life is enriched. When they suffer, I am diminished. Not because I'm using them for my benefit, but because our lives are genuinely interconnected. Their eudaimonia becomes part of my eudaimonia. Think of what this means. Complete friendship isn't an addition to an already complete life, a nice bonus if you can get it. It's constitutive of eudaimonia itself. The solitary person, no matter how virtuous or intelligent or accomplished, cannot achieve complete flourishing. We need friends not as instruments for other goods, but as essential components of living well. Why? Several reasons. First, friends enable our own virtue. We become better people through association with good people. Their example inspires us. Their feedback corrects us. Their expectations hold us accountable. Trying to become virtuous alone is extraordinarily difficult. With virtuous friends, the path becomes clearer and more achievable. Second, friends provide the context for exercising many virtues. Justice finds its highest expression in relationships between equals. Generosity manifests most beautifully in giving to friends. Even courage and temperance are strengthened by acting together with others who share our commitment to excellence. Virtue practiced with friends becomes more complete than virtue practiced alone. Third, friends enhance our understanding. Through conversation, we clarify our thoughts, test our ideas, see things from new perspectives. The friend acts as mirror and lens, reflecting back to us aspects of ourselves we might not perceive, focusing our attention on truths we might overlook. Philosophical understanding deepens through dialogue with friends. Fourth, friends multiply our joys and divide our sorrows. Achievements feel more meaningful when celebrated together. Difficulties seem more bearable when faced with support. This isn't merely psychological comfort, though it's that too. It's about the amplification of good and the distribution of burden that complete friendship provides. Fifth, and perhaps most profoundly, friends provide someone to be excellent for. The virtuous person wants to act excellently, but excellence requires context, requires others who recognize and appreciate it, requires shared commitment to what's genuinely good. Friends create the space where virtue can be fully expressed and appropriately valued, but complete friendship is rare. Why? Because it requires virtue in both parties, and virtue itself is rare, because it requires time and intimacy, and most people lack the opportunity for deep connection with many others, because it requires reciprocity of affection and recognition, and finding someone who both appreciates your virtue and whom you appreciate is uncommon. Aristotle thinks you can have only a few complete friendships, not because you should limit them artificially, but because the conditions make having many impossible. You simply don't have time for intimate relationship with dozens of people. You can't share life deeply enough with large numbers to achieve the recognition and reciprocity that complete friendship requires. This doesn't mean you shouldn't have utility friendships or pleasure friendships with many people. Those relationships serve important functions and enrich life. But the deepest form of friendship, the kind that's essential to eudaimonia, can exist with only a handful of people at most. What do friends do together? Share virtuous activities, Aristotle says, not merely spend time in each other's presence, but engage in excellent activity together, study philosophy together, work for justice together, pursue understanding together, raise children together, build communities together. The content matters less than the shared commitment to excellence. This is why Aristotle emphasizes that friends must spend time together. Friendship isn't maintained by goodwill from a distance. You must actually live significant parts of your life with your friends, engaging in shared activity, creating common history. The modern challenge of maintaining friendships across great distances would have seemed to Aristotle to threaten friendship's very possibility. But what about relationships where one person is clearly superior in virtue or wisdom or social position? Can friendship exist between unequals? Aristotle's answer is nuanced. Complete friendship requires equality in the relevant sense. Both people must be virtuous and recognize each other as such. But this doesn't mean equality in every respect. The philosopher can be friends with the student if the student has enough virtue to appreciate excellence and enough wisdom to recognize it in the teacher. The parent can be friends with the adult child if mutual respect and recognition exist. The ruler can be friends with the citizen if both are committed to justice and the common good. What matters is that each receives from the relationship in proportion to what they contribute. Not mathematical equality, but proportionate equality. The student receives more wisdom, the teacher receives more honor, the child receives more care, the parent receives more gratitude, the citizen receives more protection, the ruler receives more support. As long as these proportionate exchanges occur with appropriate reciprocity, friendship can exist even between unequals. This understanding of friendship connects to Aristotle's politics, a topic we'll explore more fully. For now, note that he thinks political communities require something like friendship to function well. Not that all citizens must be close personal friends, but that civic bonds share something with friendship structure: mutual goodwill, shared commitment to common good, recognition of each other as valuable members of the community. The best city-states, Aristotle argues, cultivate this civic friendship or concord. Citizens care about each other's well-being, not just instrumentally, but as ends in themselves. They deliberate together about the common good rather than competing for purely private interests. They create conditions where everyone can flourish rather than some thriving at others' expense. This is one reason why excessive inequality threatens political health. When gaps between rich and poor become too wide, civic friendship becomes impossible. The rich can't see the poor as similar in virtue because the poor lack opportunities to develop virtue. The poor can't recognize themselves in the rich because their lives are too different. Political conflict replaces mutual goodwill, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before exploring politics, we need to complete our understanding of Aristotle's account of eudaimonia. Because there's one more component we haven't yet addressed, one that complicates everything we've said so far. Remember, Aristotle defined eudaimonia as activity of soul in accordance with virtue over a complete life. We've explored virtue extensively, examined practical wisdom, investigated moral development. But there's an intellectual component to eudaimonia we've barely mentioned: the life of contemplation. In Book 10 of the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle makes a surprising claim. The happiest life, he says, is the contemplative life, the life devoted to philosophy and understanding for their own sake, not the life of moral virtue, not the life of political engagement, but the life of theoria, of intellectual contemplation of truth. This seems to contradict everything that came before. After spending 9 books discussing moral virtue, practical wisdom, action in the world, suddenly Aristotle elevates a life of pure thought above everything else. What's going on? The contemplative life deserves its place as highest eudaimonia, Aristotle argues, because it exercises the highest part of human nature, the intellect. While moral virtue involves our emotions, our relationships with others, our bodily nature, contemplation is purely intellectual. It engages reason at its purest, understanding reality for the sake of understanding itself. Think about what happens in contemplation. You study mathematics, working through proofs, understanding necessary relationships. You investigate the structure of reality, examining the causes that explain why things are as they are. You explore philosophical questions about knowledge, being, goodness. In all of this, you're exercising theoretical wisdom, Sophia, the intellectual virtue that grasps fundamental truths. What makes this activity so excellent? Several factors. First, it's the most self-sufficient activity. Moral virtue requires other people. Politics requires a community. Even practical wisdom needs situations to navigate. But contemplation can be pursued alone. Give a philosopher books and time to think, and they can engage in the highest activity human beings are capable of. Second, it's the most continuous activity. You can't be courageous all the time, because danger doesn't always threaten. You can't be generous constantly because opportunities for giving are limited. But you can contemplate for extended periods, hours on end, returning to it day after day. The contemplative life can fill your waking hours in a way the active life cannot. Third, it's the most pleasant activity, at least for those capable of it. The pleasures of understanding, of intellectual discovery, of grasping truth, surpass bodily pleasures in intensity and duration. They don't depend on external circumstances or physical conditions. They don't lead to satiety or regret. Once you've tasted the pleasure of philosophical understanding, other pleasures pale by comparison. Fourth, contemplation is loved for itself, not for any consequence. We contemplate because understanding is intrinsically worthwhile, not because it leads to something else. This makes it the most final activity, the one that best fits the definition of ultimate good pursued for its own sake. Finally, and most importantly, contemplation is the most godlike activity available to humans. The gods, Aristotle argues, engage in eternal contemplation. They think about thinking itself, understanding the highest truths in perfect actuality. They don't need moral virtue because they face no challenges requiring courage, no appetites requiring temperance, no others requiring justice. Their activity is pure contemplation. When we contemplate, we participate in divine activity. We transcend, however briefly, our animal nature. We rise above the bodily and emotional aspects of human life to engage in the purely intellectual activity that constitutes divine existence. In contemplation, we become most truly ourselves precisely by becoming most like God. This vision of the contemplative life raises many questions. Is Aristotle suggesting we should all become philosophers, abandoning practical life for pure study? Is he contradicting his earlier emphasis on moral virtue and political engagement? Or is there a way to integrate contemplation with the active life? Aristotle is aware of these tensions. He acknowledges that the contemplative life is too high for man. We're not pure intellects, but embodied creatures with physical needs, emotional nature, social dependencies. We can't sustain contemplation continuously. We need food, sleep, relationships, engagement with the world. The purely contemplative life is an ideal we can approximate but never fully achieve. Moreover, contemplation requires favorable external conditions. You need leisure, freedom from pressing material concerns, education, books, perhaps colleagues to discuss ideas with. The philosopher needs a supportive community that allows them to withdraw from practical affairs. Not everyone has access to these conditions. The contemplative life, like all forms of eudaimonia, requires good fortune. But here's Aristotle's nuanced position. The contemplative life is the highest form of eudaimonia, the most divine, the most complete expression of human nature at its best. But the life of moral and political virtue constitutes a secondary form of eudaimonia, genuinely excellent, though less perfect than contemplation. Most people will pursue this secondary happiness, engaging in virtuous action in the world, forming friendships, participating in political community, exercising practical wisdom in navigating life's challenges. This is genuinely good, genuinely fulfilling, genuinely a form of flourishing. It's just not the absolute peak of what human beings are capable of. The best life, then, might combine both. Virtuous action providing the foundation and context, contemplation providing moments of highest activity. You engage in politics or profession or family life, exercising moral virtues, developing practical wisdom, forming friendships. But you also make time for study, for understanding, for the intellectual activity that lifts you beyond immediate concerns into timeless truth. This mixed life fits most people better than either pure contemplation or pure action, and it makes sense of the relationship between moral and intellectual virtue. Moral virtue creates the stable character and organized life that makes sustained contemplation possible. Practical wisdom ensures you exercise moral virtue correctly. Contemplation, in turn, enriches your active life with perspective, meaning, connection to what's eternal. For someone living in the modern world, far from ancient Athens, what does this mean practically? How do we cultivate the contemplative dimension of flourishing alongside the active dimension? Perhaps it means reading philosophy, engaging seriously with ideas, thinking about fundamental questions rather than only immediate concerns. Perhaps it means studying mathematics, science, history, any discipline that expands understanding. Perhaps it means appreciating art, music, literature, the cultural achievements that invite contemplation of beauty and meaning. Perhaps it simply means making space in your life for thinking, for wondering, for pursuing understanding because understanding matters, not because it serves some practical purpose, resisting the constant pressure toward productivity and utility, valuing knowledge for its own sake rather than only for what it enables you to do. The contemplative life in this sense isn't restricted to professional philosophers. Anyone can pursue understanding. Anyone can exercise theoretical reason. Anyone can participate in the intellectual activity that Aristotle sees as highest human activity. The question is whether we make room for it, whether we value it enough to dedicate time and attention to it. And there's something deeply consoling about Aristotle's elevation of the contemplative life. It suggests that human flourishing isn't reducible to success in career, relationships, pleasures, achievements. Even if all those go well, life lacks something essential without the intellectual dimension, without engagement with truth for its own sake, without the activity of understanding. Conversely, even if practical life is frustrating, even if your circumstances limit your ability to exercise moral virtue fully, even if illness or poverty or bad fortune constrain your options, you can still engage in contemplation. You can still think, learn, understand. This highest form of human activity remains available even when others are foreclosed. But contemplation alone isn't enough. We're embodied social creatures, not disembodied minds. We need the full life, moral virtue, giving character, practical wisdom guiding action, friends providing relationship, community creating context, and woven through it all, moments of contemplation lifting us beyond immediate concerns into timeless truth. This complete vision of eudaimonia brings us finally to politics. Because the good life for individuals can't be separated from the good life of communities. We are political animals, Aristotle famously says. Our nature is to live in cities, to participate in collective self-governance, to pursue common goods together. Understanding human flourishing requires understanding political community. The phrase political animal needs careful interpretation. Aristotle doesn't just mean we happen to live in groups, or that political organization is useful. He means we're naturally, essentially, political. Our distinctive human capacity for reason manifests not just in individual thought, but in collective deliberation about justice and the good. Speech isn't merely for indicating pleasure and pain like animal sounds. It's for discussing what's advantageous and just, examining together what we should do and how we should live. The city-state, the polis, exists for the sake of eudaimonia, not merely for survival, though it provides security, not merely for prosperity, though it enables economic exchange. The political community's ultimate purpose is to create conditions where citizens can flourish, where human beings can achieve their proper excellence. This means politics isn't a separate sphere from ethics. The question, how should I live, and the question, how should we organize our community, are intimately connected. My ability to develop virtue depends partly on the laws and institutions of my community. The city's success depends partly on the character of its citizens. Ethics and politics form one continuous inquiry into human good. What makes a political community good? Aristotle's answer? One that promotes the common good rather than serving the private interests of rulers. The good forms of government, whether monarchy or aristocracy or polity, aim at what benefits all citizens. The corrupted forms, whether tyranny or oligarchy or democracy in the negative sense, serve only those who rule. But what is the common good? Not just aggregate private goods, not simply the sum of individual interests. The common good is the shared conditions that enable all citizens to flourish, good laws that habituate virtue, just institutions that treat citizens fairly, educational systems that develop character and intellect, economic arrangements that provide necessary material conditions, the entire social architecture that makes eudaimonia possible. This is why Aristotle emphasizes the importance of law. Laws aren't merely coercive restrictions on freedom. Properly crafted, they're instruments of moral education, habituating citizens to virtue from youth. The child who grows up in a well-governed city learns to act justly through following just laws, develops courage through proper military training, cultivates temperance through social norms around pleasure and self-control. Bad laws have the opposite effect. They corrupt character, teach vice, make virtue difficult or impossible. The city with unjust institutions forms unjust citizens. The community organized around private gain breeds selfish individuals. This is why choosing good government matters so much. It determines not just material prosperity, but the character of those who live under it. Aristotle's analysis of constitutions examines how different political arrangements promote or undermine eudaimonia. Monarchy, ruled by one excellent person, can be excellent if that ruler possesses virtue and practical wisdom and genuinely cares about the common good. But it easily corrupts into tyranny when the ruler pursues private interest. Aristocracy, ruled by the few best, works well when those few are truly virtuous and wise, but it degenerates into oligarchy when the few wealthy rule for their own benefit rather than the common good. Polity, ruled by the many, succeeds when citizens are educated, virtuous, and deliberate together about what's just. But it becomes mere democracy in Aristotle's negative sense when the poor many pursue their class interest against the wealthy few. Which constitution is best? Aristotle is pragmatic. The best in theory is ruled by the perfectly virtuous person or persons, but such people are rare. In practice, a mixed constitution that combines elements of oligarchy and democracy, that gives both wealthy and poor a voice while preventing either from dominating, tends to be most stable and most conducive to the common good. This mixed constitution, polity, works best in cities with a large middle class. Why? Because the middle class moderates between extremes. Not so wealthy, they become arrogant and disconnected from common concerns. Not so poor, they become envious and desperate. They have enough to live decently, but not enough to corrupt. They're invested in stability, but open to gradual improvement. The vision is remarkably democratic for its time, though still limited by Greek prejudices. Aristotle thinks citizenship should be relatively widespread, that many should participate in deliberation about the common good, that rotation in offices prevents concentration of power. The good city encourages active participation rather than passive subjection. But his vision remains exclusionary in ways we must reject. He defended slavery as natural, argued that some humans are suited only to serve others, justified exploitation of those he considered inferior. This is morally abhorrent, contradicted by what we now know about human equality and universal dignity. Similarly, Aristotle excluded women from citizenship, considered them naturally subordinate to men, denied them the opportunity for full development of rational capacities. Again, this is indefensible, rooted in the prejudices of his culture rather than sound reasoning. And his view that Greeks were naturally superior to barbarians, that non-Greeks existed to be ruled by Greeks, reflects a cultural chauvinism we must unequivocally reject. These errors matter. They're not incidental features we can ignore while accepting the rest of Aristotle's politics. They reveal how even brilliant philosophers can be limited by their historical circumstances, how unquestioned assumptions can corrupt otherwise sound reasoning, how we must always read critically rather than accepting authority blindly. But we can learn from Aristotle's political insights while rejecting his prejudices. The core idea remains valuable. Political communities exist to enable human flourishing. Good government creates conditions for citizens to develop virtue and exercise it excellently. Justice requires distributing benefits and burdens fairly. Citizens should participate actively in collective self-governance. Applied to contemporary politics, these principles suggest questions we should ask about any society. Do our laws and institutions promote character development? Do economic arrangements enable most people to acquire the education and resources necessary for flourishing? Do political structures encourage active participation or create apathy? Does the distribution of wealth and power allow for civic friendship? Or does excessive inequality fracture community? Aristotle would likely critique contemporary democracies for failing to educate citizens in virtue, for allowing wealth to corrupt political processes, for fragmenting civic identity through excessive individualism. But he would also recognize the expansion of citizenship beyond his limited vision, the rejection of slavery and subjugation, the opportunity for more people to develop their capacities. The task in any era is to structure communities to promote eudaimonia as widely as possible, not to guarantee happiness, which depends partly on individual effort and choice, but to create conditions where pursuing excellence is possible, where virtue is encouraged, where people have genuine opportunities to flourish. This requires attention to multiple dimensions: material, adequate resources, economic opportunity, security from violence and deprivation, educational, schools that develop both moral and intellectual virtues prepare people for active citizenship. Social, institutions that bring people together across differences, create opportunities for civic friendship. Legal, just laws that treat people fairly, habituate virtue, protect rights. No society perfectly achieves these conditions. But the question isn't perfection, but direction. Are we moving toward or away from arrangements that enable widespread flourishing? Are our policies conducive to virtue development or corrosive of character? Do our institutions promote common good or serve only narrow interests? These questions remain as urgent today as in Aristotle's Athens, perhaps more so, given our greater power, our global interconnection, our capacity for both tremendous good and tremendous harm. The ancient philosophers' insistence that politics matters morally, that political arrangements shape character, that communities bear responsibility for creating conditions that enable flourishing, speaks directly to our contemporary challenges. But politics and ethics together don't exhaust Aristotle's philosophy. He developed comprehensive accounts of knowledge, logic, metaphysics, biology. The intellectual virtues he discusses aren't limited to practical wisdom. Understanding his full vision of human excellence requires examining the life of mind in multiple dimensions. Aristotle distinguishes 5 intellectual virtues, 5 excellences of thinking that human beings can develop. We've explored practical wisdom extensively, but there are 4 others, each with its characteristic domain and method. Scientific knowledge, episteme, grasps universal necessary truths through demonstration. It's the knowledge you have when you understand not just that something is so, but why it must be so. Mathematical. Proofs exemplify episteme. You don't just see that the theorem is true, you understand why it couldn't be otherwise, following logical necessity from axioms to conclusion. Intuitive reason, nous, grasps first principles directly. These are the starting points for reasoning, the axioms and assumptions that demonstrations build on. They can't themselves be proven, because all proof depends on them. But they're not arbitrary. No perceives them as self-evident truths, foundations that require no further justification because nothing could be more certain. Together, episteme and nous constitute theoretical wisdom, Sophia. The person with Sophia both grasps first principles through intuitive reason and understands what follows from them through scientific knowledge. They have systematic understanding of reality's fundamental structure. This is the highest intellectual virtue, the one exercised in contemplation, the peak of human cognitive achievement. Practical wisdom, phronesis, we've already examined. Its excellence in deliberating about what conduces to living well, about how to act in particular situations to achieve good ends. Unlike theoretical wisdom, which grasps unchanging truths, practical wisdom deals with contingent matters, things that could be otherwise, situations requiring judgment and choice. Craft knowledge, techne, is excellence in making or producing things. The carpenter has techne regarding construction, the chef regarding cooking, the physician regarding healing. Like practical wisdom, techne deals with variable matters, things that depend on human choice and skill. But unlike practical wisdom, which aims at action itself, techne aims at producing some external product. These 5 intellectual virtues correspond to different ways reason engages with reality. Theoretical wisdom grasps what's necessarily so. Practical wisdom discerns what should be done. Craft knowledge produces what's useful or beautiful. Each is valuable. Each develops different capacities. Each contributes to complete human excellence. But they're not equally valuable. Aristotle ranks them, considering theoretical wisdom highest because it grasps the most important truths, deals with what's most divine, exercises reason at its purest. Practical wisdom comes next, enabling the excellent action that constitutes moral virtue. Craft knowledge is valuable but lower, concerned with mere production rather than action or understanding. This hierarchy reflects Aristotle's metaphysics, his understanding of reality's structure. At the top is the unmoved mover, pure actuality, thought thinking itself, the divine principle that makes all motion and change possible. Human theoretical wisdom participates in this divine intellection, understanding the unchanging principles that govern reality. Below the divine comes the realm of nature, studied by natural philosophy and biology. Here Aristotle spent enormous energy observing animals, categorizing species, investigating life's principles. The natural world has its own structures and purposes, its own wisdom to discover. Further down is the realm of human action, governed by practical wisdom, the sphere of ethics and politics, where we create good lives and communities through choice and habituation. At the bottom is the realm of production, where craft knowledge operates, making useful objects and beautiful artifacts. Each domain requires appropriate intellectual virtue. You can't understand mathematics through practical wisdom or determine ethical action through theoretical wisdom. Each type of knowledge has its proper sphere and method, but all contribute to eudaimonia. The complete life includes all the intellectual virtues operating in their proper domains. Theoretical wisdom in contemplation of truth, practical wisdom in living well, scientific knowledge in systematic understanding, intuitive reason in grasping principles, even craft knowledge in making useful and beautiful things. This comprehensive vision of intellectual excellence reminds us that human flourishing involves the full development of our rational capacities in all directions. Not just moral virtue, not just practical success, not just theoretical understanding, but the complete cultivation of mind in its various operations. For someone reading Aristotle today, this suggests the value of broad education. Learn mathematics to develop scientific reasoning, study philosophy to cultivate theoretical wisdom, engage in ethics to develop practical wisdom, master some craft to develop productive skill, exercise intuitive reason by examining foundational assumptions. Each form of learning develops different capacities, trains different aspects of intellect, contributes distinctively to the life of mind. The educated person isn't narrowly specialized but broadly cultivated, able to think well across multiple domains. But intellectual virtues alone don't constitute eudaimonia. We must return to the complete picture Aristotle paints, integrating all the elements we've explored into a coherent vision of human flourishing. The Aristotelian good life combines multiple components, all necessary, working together. It requires moral virtue, the settled dispositions that enable excellent action. It requires practical wisdom, the judgment that applies virtue appropriately in particular situations. It requires adequate external goods, the material conditions that make sustained excellent activity possible. It requires friendship, the relationships that give life meaning and provide context for virtue. It requires political community, the social structures that enable and support flourishing. And it includes intellectual virtue, especially the contemplative activity that exercises our highest capacities. This is a demanding vision. Flourishing isn't easy, isn't guaranteed, isn't achieved through following simple formulas. It requires sustained effort over a complete life, favorable circumstances, good fortune, proper formation from youth, supportive community, intellectual development, and moral cultivation. But it's also an encouraging vision, because it suggests human beings are capable of genuine excellence, that we can develop noble character, that life can be deeply meaningful when lived well. The possibility of eudaimonia, however difficult to achieve, remains genuinely open to us. What would an Aristotelian life look like in practice? Let's sketch a day in such a life, recognizing that details vary with circumstances, that there's no single correct way to live excellently, but that certain patterns characterize flourishing. You wake with a sense of purpose, not dread. Your life has direction, aims at something genuinely worthwhile, allows you to exercise capacities you've developed through sustained effort. You've habituated yourself to rising at a reasonable hour, neither sleeping excessively nor depriving yourself of necessary rest. Morning offers time for contemplation. Perhaps you read philosophy, engaging seriously with ideas. Perhaps you study something that exercises theoretical reason, mathematics, history, science. Perhaps you simply think, reflecting on fundamental questions, exercising mind for its own sake. This isn't preparation for something else but valuable activity itself. Work occupies much of your day. Not any work, but work that allows exercise of excellence. If you're fortunate, you've found a role that uses your distinctive abilities, contributes to common good, allows you to develop craft or intellectual or leadership skills. If not, you're working to change circumstances, or at least finding ways to exercise virtue within constraints. You approach work with practical wisdom, discerning what each situation requires, finding the mean between extremes, acting virtuously even in difficult circumstances, courage when confronting problems, temperance in managing success, justice in dealing with colleagues, generosity in helping others. Meals are occasions for both nourishment and social connection. You eat with temperance, enjoying food without excess. If possible, you share meals with friends or family, the conversation enriching the physical sustenance. You're present to those you're with, not distracted, not checking devices, but engaged in genuine human interaction. Afternoon continues productive activity, whether work or household responsibilities or civic engagement. You're contributing something, exercising capacities, participating in common life rather than merely consuming or withdrawing. Evening brings relaxation, but not mere passivity. Perhaps physical exercise, maintaining health through appropriate activity. Perhaps cultural engagement, attending to art or music or literature. Perhaps social time with friends, the complete friendship based on mutual virtue that Aristotle values so highly. Some evenings involve civic participation. You attend community meetings, engage in local politics, contribute to collective deliberation about common good. Not because it's always pleasant, but because political engagement is part of human excellence, part of our nature as political animals. Before sleep, time for reflection. You review the day, considering where you acted well and where you fell short, learning from mistakes, resolving to do better tomorrow. Not harsh self-criticism, but honest assessment aimed at continued growth in virtue. Throughout all this, your emotions are properly ordered. You feel fear when danger genuinely threatens but aren't paralyzed by anxiety. You experience anger at real injustice but aren't ruled by rage. You enjoy pleasures appropriately but aren't enslaved by appetites. Your emotional responses have been shaped through habituation to align with reason. Your relationships are structured appropriately. Family bonds combining natural affection with justice. Friendships of different types. Utility friendships with colleagues, pleasure friendships with companions, complete friendships with virtuous equals, all maintained through attention, time, reciprocal goodwill. You live in a community that enables your flourishing, laws that promote virtue, institutions that provide opportunities, economic arrangements that allow for decent material conditions, political structures that invite participation. Or if your community fails in these ways, you're working for improvement while doing your best under current circumstances. Your character is relatively stable. The virtues you've developed through years of habituation have become second nature. You spontaneously respond appropriately to situations. This doesn't mean you never struggle, never face temptation, never make mistakes. but the overall pattern is one of excellent activity flowing naturally from excellent character. This is what eudaimonia looks like in daily life. Not constant ecstasy, not freedom from all problems, not perfect circumstances, but meaningful activity, virtuous character, genuine relationships, intellectual engagement, political participation, proper emotional responses, all working together over time to constitute a flourishing human life. Of course, real life is messier than this sketch. External circumstances constrain us. Bad fortune strikes. We face situations where no clearly virtuous response exists. We make mistakes, harm people we care about, fall short of our ideals. We experience periods of despair, doubt, confusion. Aristotle acknowledges all this. His vision of eudaimonia is realistic, not utopian. He knows flourishing is vulnerable to fortune, that tragedy can strike even the virtuous, that maintaining excellence over a complete life is extremely difficult. But the vision remains worth pursuing, even if we never perfectly achieve it, even if circumstances prevent full flourishing, we can still move in that direction. We can still develop virtue, cultivate practical wisdom, form genuine friendships, engage in contemplation, participate in political community. We can still live better than we currently do, more excellently than we have been. And there's something deeply hopeful about Aristotle's insistence that eudaimonia depends primarily on what's within our control. Not entirely, not exclusively, but primarily. We can't control whether we're born into wealth or poverty, whether we're naturally intelligent or beautiful, whether fortune smiles or frowns, but we can control to a significant extent the development of our character. We can practice virtue, we can cultivate practical wisdom, we can choose friends wisely, we can engage seriously with ideas. These choices, repeated over years, compound into character. And character, more than circumstances, determines whether we flourish. The person with excellent character bears misfortune nobly. The person with vicious character squanders good fortune. External goods matter, but character matters more. This is why Aristotle's ethics remains relevant 23 centuries after he first lectured in the Lyceum. The question he posed to young Alexander, what does it mean to live well, remains our question. The answer he developed through decades of observation, analysis and reflection, excellence of character and intellect exercised over a complete life, still illuminates the path toward human flourishing. We can reject his prejudices, update his science, question his metaphysics, but his core psychological insights, his analysis of virtue and practical wisdom, his understanding of friendship and community, his vision of happiness as activity rather than feeling, all remain profoundly true to human experience. And there's something uniquely valuable about Aristotle's approach. Unlike moralists who offer rigid rules, he acknowledges the flexibility required for ethical living. Unlike relativists who claim there are no objective standards, he identifies genuine excellences rooted in human nature. Unlike abstract theorists who ignore psychology, he attends carefully to how character actually forms. Unlike pessimists who see virtue as impossible, he insists it's achievable though difficult. His philosophy is at once demanding and encouraging, realistic and idealistic, rigorous and humane. It challenges us to become better while acknowledging our limitations. It sets a high standard while insisting the standard is achievable. It takes human excellence seriously while recognizing we're complex creatures with bodies, emotions, relationships, not just pure intellects. As you settle into sleep, consider what Aristotle offers you. Not a simple formula for happiness, not a guarantee of success, not an easy path, but a comprehensive vision of human flourishing, a map of the territory you must cross, a companion for the journey toward excellence. He reminds you that happiness is something you do, not something that happens to you. That virtue is achievable through practice, not an inborn trait. That wisdom develops through experience, not just study. That friendship is essential, not optional. That community matters, not just individual achievement. That contemplation enriches life, not just practical success. He invites you to ask, what virtues am I cultivating? What habits am I forming? What is my character becoming through my repeated choices? Do I act courageously when courage is needed? Do I moderate pleasures appropriately? Do I give generously but wisely? Do I develop practical wisdom through attention to experience? He challenges you to examine, who are my friends? Do I have genuine friendships based on mutual recognition of virtue, or only relationships of utility and pleasure? Am I the kind of person capable of complete friendship? Am I someone others would want as a friend? He questions you. How do I spend my time? Is my life filled with excellent activity? Do I exercise my rational capacities? Do I engage in contemplation, pursuing understanding for its own sake? Or do I merely follow pleasures, pursue wealth, seek honours that ring hollow? He asks you, what kind of community do I help create? Do I participate in political life? Do I work for justice and the common good? Do I contribute to conditions that enable others to flourish? Or do I withdraw into private concerns, ignoring civic responsibilities? Most fundamentally, he poses the question that started our evening together. What does it mean for me to live well? What would flourishing look like for someone with my capacities, circumstances, opportunities? How do I move from where I am toward genuine excellence? These are not questions to answer tonight, here in the quiet dark. They're questions for a lifetime. Questions that each day presents anew. Questions that require continuous attention and reflection and choice, but asking them, taking them seriously, letting them guide your decisions, this itself moves you toward the eudaimonia Aristotle describes. The ancient world Aristotle inhabited is long gone. The city-states have fallen. The gods he referenced no longer command worship. The scientific theories he proposed have been superseded. The social structures he took for granted have collapsed. But the questions remain. The capacity for virtue persists. The possibility of practical wisdom endures. The need for friendship continues. The desire for understanding burns as bright. The project of becoming excellent, of living well, of achieving eudaimonia, this remains the human project, as urgent now as when Aristotle walked through the Lyceum's covered pathways discussing it with his students. His answers aren't final. Each generation must adapt his insights to new circumstances, reject his errors, develop his principles in new directions. But his approach, beginning with human nature, examining actual experience, building systematic understanding, connecting ethics to politics, integrating thought and action, this remains a model for thinking seriously about how to live. And his conclusion, that human beings are capable of genuine excellence, that flourishing is possible through cultivation of virtue and wisdom, that happiness consists in excellent rational activity over a complete life. This remains a vision worth pursuing, worth striving toward, worth letting guide our choices even when fully achieving it proves impossible. As sleep approaches, carrying you from conscious thought into the mysterious realm of dreams, let these ideas settle into that deeper part of yourself where wisdom takes root. The questions Aristotle posed, the virtues he described, the vision of flourishing he articulated, these aren't merely theoretical constructs, but invitations to transformation. Tomorrow, when you wake, the same choice will face you that faces everyone every day. What kind of person will I become through my choices today? Will I move toward virtue or away from it? Will I exercise practical wisdom or act thoughtlessly? Will I engage in excellent activity or merely pass time? The Aristotelian path doesn't promise ease. It demands sustained effort, patient practice, honest self-examination, courage to change. But it promises something more valuable than ease, the possibility of living excellently, of developing genuine virtue, of achieving the kind of flourishing that makes life deeply meaningful. You are not doomed to remain as you are. Character can be reformed, though with difficulty. Practical wisdom can be cultivated, though it takes years. Virtue can be achieved, though it requires practice. Eudaimonia is possible, though it demands everything. The philosopher who taught the greatest conqueror, who founded the systematic study of virtue, who mapped the territory of human excellence with unprecedented precision, offers you the same challenge he offered young Alexander in that sunlit garden at Mieza. Choose to live well, develop your capacities, cultivate virtue, exercise practical wisdom, form genuine friendships, engage in contemplation, participate in community, make your life an expression of excellence. This is what it means to flourish as a human being. This is the path to eudaimonia. This is Aristotle's answer to the question of how we should live. And now, as the gentle rhythm of philosophy gives way to the gentle rhythm of sleep, as conscious thought dissolves into dreams, as the day's activities transform into night's rest, remember that even in sleep you participate in the natural rhythms Aristotle studied, the patterns that govern all embodied existence. Your body repairs itself while you rest, following principles Aristotle investigated in his biological works. Your mind processes experience, consolidating memories, preparing for tomorrow's choices. Your character continues its slow formation, shaped by today's decisions, ready to face tomorrow's opportunities for virtue or vice. Sleep well, knowing that the project of becoming excellent continues even in rest, that the possibility of eudaimonia awaits tomorrow, that Aristotle's wisdom remains available whenever you need it, that the question of how to live well is always worth asking. If you found value in this exploration of ancient wisdom, if Aristotle's vision of human flourishing speaks to your own yearning for a meaningful life, please consider subscribing and liking to support this channel. Your presence here helps these ideas reach others who seek to live excellently. Thank you for spending this time exploring the philosophy that has guided humanity's noblest aspirations for 23 centuries. Sweet dreams, fellow traveller on the path toward virtue. May you wake tomorrow ready to continue the endless, worthwhile work of becoming who you're capable of being. The journey toward eudaimonia continues with your next choice, your next action, your next opportunity to exercise excellent rational activity. Aristotle believed we are made for flourishing. Tonight, as you rest, trust that this is true, and tomorrow, through your choices, prove it.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Your presence here helps these quiet explorations of wisdom reach others seeking understanding in the stillness of evening. Picture, if you will, the southern coast of England in the spring of 1588. The Spanish Armada approaches across dark waters, the greatest invasion fleet the world has ever seen. Rumours race through villages faster than horses can carry them. War is coming. Terror grips the hearts of common folk who know their homes lie in the path of empires at war. In a small parish near Malmesbury, a vicar's wife goes into labour 2 months early, her body responding to the fear that saturates the very air she breathes. The child born that April morning would later write about his own arrival with characteristic bluntness. "Fear and I," he said, "were born twins together." The boy was Thomas Hobbes, and he would grow to become one of the most brilliant, controversial and misunderstood minds in the history of human thought. His enemies would call him the monster of Malmesbury. His books would be burned. Both sides of a civil war would despise him. Yet his ideas would change the world more profoundly than almost any philosopher before or since. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, we embark on a journey into the mind of a man who dared to ask the most uncomfortable questions about human nature, about power, about why we live together in societies at all. Hobbes witnessed his world tear itself apart in civil war. He watched a king lose his head on a scaffold. He lived through chaos that made him question everything people believed about government, about morality, about the very foundations of civilization. And from that darkness, he constructed a vision so stark, so unflinching, that it still has the power to disturb us more than 3 centuries after his death. But here's the mystery we'll unravel together as you drift towards sleep. Why would a philosopher who seemed to defend absolute monarchy actually plant the seeds of modern democracy? How could the man who wrote the most authoritarian-sounding political theory in Western philosophy also undermine every traditional justification for political power?
And what did he see about human beings that was so terrible? He believed only the most powerful authority could save us from ourselves. Settle in. Let your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll discover why Thomas Hobbes described human life without government in words that have echoed through history. We'll understand why he believed we needed what he called a leviathan, a great artificial monster of our own creation, to protect us from something even more terrifying. And perhaps, as you rest in the safety of your home tonight, doors locked, protected by laws you barely think about, you'll recognize that you're living proof of Hobbes's most controversial claim about what human beings truly need to survive. The story begins not with grand philosophy, but with disgrace and abandonment. Thomas Hobbes's father was a vicar, but not the sort of gentle shepherd of souls you might imagine. Thomas Hobbes Sr. was what people in Elizabethan England called a man of the cloth, only in the most technical sense. He was quick-tempered, uneducated beyond the basics required for his position, and apparently more comfortable with playing cards than with prayer. The biographical details that survive paint a portrait of a man fundamentally unsuited to the pastoral care of human souls. One Saturday night in 1604, after playing cards through the evening and into the early morning hours, the elder Hobbes stumbled into his church for Sunday services still half asleep. In the middle of the service, as parishioners bowed their heads in solemn devotion, the vicar's voice rang out clearly through the stone building. "Trafels is trumps! Clubs are trumps." He had cried out in his sleep, still lost in the card game that had occupied his Saturday night. If that had been the extent of his father's failures, young Thomas might have grown up in relative stability, the son of a merely incompetent clergyman in a small English town. But Thomas Hobbes Sr. had a temper to match his poor judgment. When another local clergyman, Richard Jean, criticised him, or perhaps simply crossed him in some way the details are lost to history, the vicar's response was not prayer or reasoned argument, but violence. In the churchyard itself, in sight of God and congregation, Thomas Hobbes Sr. struck Richard Jean, and then, realising the magnitude of what he had done, fled. He abandoned everything: his position, his home, his reputation, and most significantly, his 3 children. Thomas was 16 years old when his father disappeared from his life forever. The scandal, the whispers, the sudden poverty, the shame of being associated with a man who had brawled at the church door and then run away rather than face consequences, all of this marked young Thomas in ways that would echo through his later philosophy. But young Thomas was fortunate in one respect. His uncle, Francis Hobbes, was a wealthy glover in Malmesbury, a man who had done well in the emerging commercial economy of late Elizabethan England. Francis had no children of his own, and he recognized something in his disgraced brother's son: intelligence, a hunger for learning, a mind that could perhaps transcend the circumstances of birth and scandal. He paid for Thomas's education, first at a small school in Westport, then at a private school where the boy showed remarkable aptitude for languages, and finally, at age 15, at Magdalen Hall in Oxford. Oxford in the early 1600s was still dominated by scholastic philosophy, the elaborate system built over centuries by medieval thinkers who attempted to reconcile Aristotle's ancient wisdom with Christian theology. Students spent years learning to make fine distinctions between different types of causes, different categories of being, different modes of existence. They memorized authorities and learned to cite them in disputes that often seemed to have little connection to the actual world beyond the university walls. Young Thomas Hobbes was brilliant at this game. He mastered Latin and Greek. He could pass arguments and spot logical fallacies. But something in him rebelled against what he was learning. It all felt so empty, so divorced from reality, so useless for understanding the world he actually inhabited. Years later, he would write with barely concealed contempt about the philosophy he'd been taught, calling it little more than insignificant speech, and dismissing whole libraries of medieval thought as exercises in saying nothing with great elaboration. But if Oxford taught him what he didn't believe, it also gave him the tools he would later use to construct his own vision. The logical rigor, the attention to definitions, the systematic approach to questions, all of these he absorbed and would later deploy in service of a radically different kind of philosophy. Upon graduating in 1608, Hobbes entered the service of the Cavendish family, one of the wealthiest and most powerful noble families in England. He was hired as a tutor and companion to William Cavendish, who would later become the second Earl of Devonshire. This position changed everything. Suddenly, the son of a disgraced vicar was living among the aristocracy, travelling in their circles, observing how power actually worked rather than how philosophers said it should work. The Cavendish connection gave Hobbes something else invaluable: the opportunity for the grand tour of Europe. In the early 1600s, wealthy young Englishmen completed their education by travelling through France and Italy, visiting great cities, meeting scholars, seeing art and architecture that existed nowhere in England. Hobbes accompanied his student on these journeys, and they opened his eyes to a world far larger than provincial England. In Italy, Hobbes met Galileo Galilei, the brilliant scientist who was revolutionizing humanity's understanding of the cosmos. Galileo was using mathematics and observation to overturn beliefs that had stood for thousands of years. He was looking at the world not through the lens of ancient authorities, but through telescopes and careful measurement. He was discovering that the universe operated according to laws, mathematical relationships, mechanical principles that could be understood if one simply looked carefully enough and thought clearly enough. This encounter planted a seed in Hobbes's mind. What if human society could be understood the same way? What if politics and ethics weren't matters of interpreting ancient texts or appealing to divine will, but were instead subject to natural laws that reason could discover? What if you could study human beings the way Galileo studied falling bodies and planetary motion, finding the principles that governed behavior with the same mathematical certainty? Hobbes also traveled in France, where he encountered a very different tradition of thought. French intellectuals were grappling with religious wars that had torn their country apart for decades. They were asking urgent questions about authority, about sovereignty, about what held a society together when people couldn't agree on fundamental questions of faith. These weren't abstract philosophical puzzles, but matters of life and death, questions that determined whether cities burned and whether neighbors slaughtered each other in the streets. Through all these experiences, Hobbes was developing a peculiar way of seeing the world. He noticed the gap between what people said and what they did. He observed that everyone claimed to seek justice and the common good, but somehow this seeking always seemed to align remarkably well with their own interests. He watched aristocrats maneuver for power while speaking of duty. He saw churchmen pursue wealth while preaching poverty. He witnessed scholars defend ideas not because they were true, but because their positions and reputations depended on those ideas being accepted. Hobbes was developing the cold eye of the observer who stands slightly outside the system he studies. The abandoned son of a disgraced father, the scholarship boy among aristocrats, the English scholar in continental courts, he was always positioned to see things others missed because they were too embedded in the structures they inhabited. This outsider's perspective would become one of his greatest philosophical assets. It would allow him to ask questions that seemed obvious once stated, but that most people never thought to ask because the answers seemed too settled, too natural, too much a part of the assumed background of life. What holds society together? Why do people obey laws? What makes one person's commands into legitimate authority rather than mere force? These questions haunted Hobbes as he moved through aristocratic households and travelled across Europe. And they would become urgent, desperately urgent, when everything he knew began to fall apart. Because Hobbes was about to witness something that most people, even most philosophers, only read about in history books. He was about to watch his own country descend into civil war. He was going to see firsthand what happens when the bonds of society break, when the structure that holds people together in peace collapses, when the question of who has the right to rule becomes a question answered not by tradition or law, but by force of arms. And that experience would forge his philosophy in ways that all his European travels and aristocratic observations never could. The boy born of fear was about to have his deepest intuitions about human nature confirmed in the most terrible way possible. By the 1630s, tensions between King Charles I and Parliament had been building for years. The issues were complex, tangled, webs of religious disagreement, constitutional principle, and simple struggles for power. Charles believed in the divine right of kings, the idea that his authority came directly from God and could not be legitimately questioned by mere human institutions. Parliament believed it had ancient rights and privileges that even kings must respect. Charles needed money for wars and governance. Parliament controlled taxation. Neither side was willing to bend. Hobbes watched all of this from his position as tutor and intellectual companion to powerful families with connections at court. He could see the crisis approaching like a storm on the horizon, dark clouds gathering that everyone noticed but few took seriously until the thunder began. By 1640, the situation had deteriorated to the point that thoughtful observers knew some kind of rupture was inevitable. The only questions were when it would come and how terrible it would be. In that year of 1640, Hobbes did something that would embarrass him for the rest of his life, but that also revealed his deepest instincts about political order. He fled. Before actual fighting began, before it was clear that England would descend into full civil war, Hobbes left for Paris. He would later be mocked as the first of all that fled, a philosopher whose theories about courage and fear were rather undermined by his own quick departure at the first sign of danger. But Hobbes was 52 years old, not a young man by the standards of the 17th century. He had no military training, no relevant skills for the conflict that was coming. And he understood something that many of his contemporaries did not yet grasp. Once civil war begins, there is no safe position, no neutral ground. The violence that follows the breakdown of political authority doesn't confine itself to battlefields. It spreads through society like a disease, destroying the innocent along with the guilty, consuming everything in its path. From his exile in Paris, Hobbes watched his country tear itself apart. The reports that reached France painted a picture of escalating horror. Neighbour turned against neighbour. Ancient loyalties dissolved. Men who had served together in peacetime found themselves facing each other across battle lines, each convinced that God and right were on their side. Towns declared for king or parliament, and then were besieged, starved, sometimes sacked. The ordinary business of life, the farming and trading and travelling that allowed people to live, all of it became impossible as armies marched back and forth across England, consuming resources, disrupting markets, turning productive land into battlegrounds. In Paris, Hobbes lived among other royalist exiles, men and women who had fled the conflict, leaving behind estates and positions and lives they had expected to pass on to their children. These were people who had never imagined that their world could collapse. They came from families that had held land for centuries, from positions that seemed as permanent as the stones of England itself. Now they were refugees, dependent on the hospitality of the French court, watching from across the Channel as everything they had known burned. Hobbes used these years in exile to write. In 1642, he published De Quive, which translates as On the Citizen. It was his first systematic treatment of political philosophy, written in Latin for an educated European audience. In this work, Hobbes began to develop the ideas that would later shock England and Europe. He argued that political authority doesn't come from God or from ancient tradition, but from the consent of the governed. He suggested that without government, human life would be unbearable, a condition of constant warfare. And he concluded that only absolute sovereignty could maintain peace. But De Quive was just a preliminary sketch. As the English Civil War ground on, as reports of new battles and atrocities reached Paris, as the initial shock gave way to the grim realization that this conflict would not be resolved quickly, Hobbes worked on something more comprehensive, more systematic, more radical. He was writing Leviathan. Then came January 30th, 1649. King Charles I was led to a scaffold in London. In front of a crowd of thousands, the king who claimed to rule by divine right was executed by his own subjects. His head was severed from his body with a single blow of the axe. The monarchy, the institution that had ruled England for as long as anyone could remember, was abolished. England became a commonwealth, a republic led by Parliament, and increasingly by one man, Oliver Cromwell. For Hobbes, the king's execution must have been a moment of pure horror. Not because he particularly loved Charles, not because he believed in divine right, but because it represented the ultimate failure of political order. The thing that should be impossible, the event that the entire system of government existed to prevent, had happened. The sovereign had been killed by his subjects. The centre had not held. Everything had proven as fragile as Hobbes suspected, but the execution also confirmed something else for Hobbes. It proved that all the traditional justifications for political authority were hollow. If a king could rule by divine right, if his authority came from God, then how could mere humans have the power to execute him? If tradition and ancient custom determined who should rule, how could those same customs be set aside when it became convenient? The old answers no longer worked. A new foundation for politics was needed, one that didn't rely on myths about divine appointment or appeals to ancient precedent that could be interpreted or ignored when pressure came. In Paris, Hobbes had an unusual position. He had fled England before the war began, so he wasn't tainted by participation in the conflict. He had royalist sympathies and connections, which gave him access to the exiled court. But he also had a mind too independent, too philosophical, too committed to following arguments wherever they led to simply parrot royalist ideology. And this independence gave him something valuable: the freedom to think about politics without being trapped in the partisan categories of either side. During these Paris years, Hobbes took on a prestigious position. He became the mathematics tutor to the young Prince of Wales, the future Charles II, who was living in exile with his mother's court. This connection would later prove valuable when the monarchy was restored. But in the moment, it meant that Hobbes spent time teaching geometry to a teenage prince who would have preferred to be doing almost anything else, trying to convey the beauty of mathematical certainty to a student whose world had been defined by his father's execution and his own powerless exile. Hobbes also had a famous confrontation during these years. René Descartes, the great French philosopher who was developing his own revolutionary system based on doubt and deduction, published his Meditations on First Philosophy. The work was circulated among major European intellectuals for commentary before publication. Descartes' friend, the scholar Marin Mersenne, sent a copy to Hobbes asking for his objections and criticisms. Hobbes responded with what are now known as the third objections to Descartes' Meditations. They were sharp, probing, and fundamentally at odds with Descartes' entire approach. Where Descartes found certainty in the thinking self, the famous "I think, therefore I am," Hobbes questioned whether thinking required any immaterial substance at all. Where Descartes argued for a sharp distinction between mind and body, Hobbes suggested that everything, including thought, might be explicable in terms of matter and motion. Where Descartes appealed to God as a guarantor of knowledge, Hobbes's arguments seemed to work perfectly well without any such appeal. Descartes was furious. He responded with thinly veiled contempt, dismissing Hobbes's objections and making it clear he wanted nothing more to do with the English philosopher. The two men, perhaps the two most brilliant and original philosophical minds of their generation, never reconciled. They represented fundamentally different visions of how to understand the world, and neither could accept the other's starting point. But these intellectual disputes, fascinating as they were, remained secondary to Hobbes's great project. Throughout his exile, as England experimented with republican government under Cromwell, as the royalist cause seemed more and more hopeless, Hobbes worked on Leviathan. He was constructing a philosophical system that would explain not just why England had fallen into civil war, but why any society is always at risk of such collapse. He was developing a theory of human nature dark enough to account for the atrocities he'd witnessed, yet rational enough to offer hope that human beings could create lasting peace, despite their dangerous inclinations. The book was finished in 1651. Hobbes arranged for its publication in London, not Paris. This decision tells us something important. Leviathan wasn't primarily addressed to royalist exiles or to European intellectuals. It was for England, for a country that had torn itself apart and was now trying to figure out how to live together again. It was a message to all sides of the conflict, an attempt to find foundations for political order that didn't depend on either side being right about the issues that had divided them. What Hobbes offered was something no one expected and almost no one wanted to hear. But it was also something remarkable. A way of thinking about politics that started not with tradition or divine revelation, but with the basics of human psychology, building up from there through careful reasoning to conclusions about what kind of government human beings need to survive. It was philosophy attempting to solve the most urgent, practical problem of its time, the problem of how to prevent societies from destroying themselves. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his Parisian exile, writing by candlelight, working through the implications of his dark vision of human nature. Outside, the world is at war, his country is torn apart. A king has been executed. Everything that seemed solid has revealed itself to be breakable. And in response, this brilliant, frightened, determined man is constructing a theory that will outlive him by centuries, that will shape how future generations think about power and politics, and the eternal question of how human beings can live together in peace. The stage is now set. We've seen the man and the crisis that formed him. Now we turn to the heart of his philosophy, to his shocking claims about what human beings really are beneath the veneer of civilization. To understand Hobbes's political philosophy, we must first understand his psychology, his theory of what makes human beings tick. And that understanding begins with a radical claim that offended almost everyone who read it. Everything is matter in motion. That's it. The entire universe, including human beings, including human minds, can be understood in terms of physical objects moving according to natural laws. This was not what people in the 17th century wanted to hear. The dominant view, inherited from centuries of Christian philosophy drawing on ancient Greek thought, was that human beings were special. We had immortal souls, immaterial minds that transcended the merely physical world. Our ability to reason, to choose freely, to know truth and pursue goodness, all of this seemed to require something more than just matter pushing against matter. We weren't machines. We weren't just complex animals. We were created in God's image, rational souls inhabiting physical bodies, but not reducible to them. Hobbes rejected all of this. Not out of atheism exactly, though many accused him of it, but out of his
conviction that philosophy must build on the same foundations as the new science he'd encountered in Galileo and others. If we want to understand the world, we should look at what we can actually observe, not at what ancient authorities tell us must be true. And what we observe, Hobbes argued, is matter and motion. Consider what happens when you see something. Light, which is matter in motion, strikes an object. That creates more motion that travels to your eye. This motion affects the organs of sight, which are themselves just complex arrangements of matter. The motion is transmitted through nerves, which are physical structures, to the brain, which is a physical organ. All of this is just matter moving according to physical laws. Where in this process do we need to invoke an immaterial soul? Where does the physical chain of causation require something non-physical to intervene? Hobbes pushed this analysis to its radical conclusion. Sensations are just motions in our bodies caused by external objects. Thoughts are patterns of these motions. Imagination is what happens when the motions continue, even after the external stimulus is gone, like ripples continuing in water after the stone that caused them has sunk. Memory is just persistence of these internal motions, fading over time as all motions naturally dissipate unless renewed. Even reasoning, that ability that philosophers had always held up as evidence of humanity's special status, even reasoning could be understood mechanistically. Reasoning, Hobbes suggested, is really just a kind of computation. We add and subtract concepts the way we add and subtract numbers. When we reason that all humans are mortal, Socrates is human, therefore Socrates is mortal, we're really just performing operations on definitions. It's calculation, not mystical access to transcendent truth. This philosophical move, reducing everything to matter in motion, allowed Hobbes to claim he was doing something that philosophy had never successfully done before. He was putting the study of human nature on a scientific foundation,
making it as rigorous as geometry, as demonstrable as physics. Whether he succeeded is debatable, but the ambition itself was revolutionary, and it shaped everything that followed in his political philosophy. Now, if humans are just complex physical systems, what drives human behavior? Hobbes's answer was startlingly simple: appetite and aversion. We're attracted to some things and repelled by others. We move toward what we desire and away from what we fear. That's the basic mechanism underlying all human action. But notice what's missing from this account. There's no built-in purpose, no natural end toward which human beings should aim. For Aristotle and the whole tradition of philosophy, Hobbes was rejecting. Everything in nature had a telos, a goal, a proper function. Humans were naturally aimed at happiness, at the good life, at flourishing in communities. And the virtuous person was someone
who developed their nature properly, who actualized the potential built into human beings by nature or by God. Hobbes dismissed all of this. There is no final goal of human life, no ultimate satisfaction, no point at which we can say, "I have achieved my purpose and can now rest." Instead, there is only what Hobbes called felicity, which he defined as continual progress of the desire from one object to another. We get one thing we want, and immediately we want something else. We achieve one goal, and that achievement becomes the basis for setting a new goal. Desire is endless. Satisfaction is always temporary. Rest is impossible until death. Think about this for a moment. In your own life, have you ever reached a point where you wanted nothing more? Where you were completely satisfied and could imagine wanting nothing that you didn't already have? Perhaps for brief moments, but not as a stable condition. Achieving one thing opens up new possibilities, new desires, new goals. The person who gets the job they wanted starts wanting promotion. The person who buys the house starts thinking about renovation. The person who achieves fame starts worrying about maintaining it. We are, as Hobbes saw us, creatures of perpetual striving. But if desire is endless, if satisfaction is always temporary, then we need a constant supply of the things we desire. We need not just food for today, but the assurance of food tomorrow. Not just safety in this moment, but reliable security over time. Not just current satisfaction, but the means to future satisfaction. And that's where power comes in. Hobbes defined power as present means to obtain some future apparent good. Power is what enables us to satisfy future desires. Money is power because it can be exchanged for things we'll want. Strength is power because it lets us take or defend things. Intelligence is power because it helps us achieve goals. Friends are power because they can help us. Reputation is power because it makes others more likely to cooperate with us. And here Hobbes made the observation that would become one of his most famous and most disturbing lines. I put for a general inclination of all mankind a perpetual and restless desire of power after power that ceaseth only in death. Read that again slowly. Not some people, not the ambitious or the greedy, but all of mankind, a perpetual and restless desire for power, after power, more and more, never enough, ceasing only in death. This sounds like a condemnation of human greed, but Hobbes didn't mean it that way. He wasn't making
a moral judgment. He was making what he thought was a simple observation about the logic of the human situation. If you can never be finally satisfied, if desire is endless, then you can never have enough power, because you can never be certain that your current power will be sufficient for all your future needs. The person who has a lot today might face unexpected challenges tomorrow. The person who is strong now will
Grow old and weak. The person with many friends today might find them gone when crisis comes. So the rational response is always to seek more power, more security, more assurance of future satisfaction. Not because we're evil, but because we're mortal, vulnerable, future-oriented beings who can never know for certain what we'll need or want tomorrow. The desire for power is just the flip side of perpetual desire itself, combined with the rational recognition of our own vulnerability. Now we get to what Hobbes identified as the three principal causes of conflict among human beings. He was very systematic about this, laying out three distinct sources of quarrel built into human nature itself. First, competition. When two people desire the same thing, and that thing cannot be shared or divided, they become enemies. This is simple scarcity. If there's only one piece of food and two hungry people, they will compete for it. If there's one position of power and two ambitious people, they will struggle for it. Competition is the most obvious source of conflict, the one that anyone can recognize. Second, diffidence. Hobbes's word for what we might call distrust or insecurity. Even if there's no immediate competition over resources, people have reason to fear each other. If I have something valuable, I must worry that you might try to take it. If I'm not trying to harm you, I can't be sure you're not trying to harm me. And knowing that you're probably worried about me, I have even more reason to worry about you. This creates what we now call a security dilemma. Everyone takes defensive measures to protect themselves, but these defensive measures look like threats to others, who then take their own defensive measures, which look like threats to me, and so on. Distrust breeds more distrust in a self-reinforcing cycle. Third, glory. This one is more subtle. Even if there's no immediate competition, and even if we've somehow established security, people still compete for reputation, for status, for recognition. Hobbes observed that people will fight over insults, over perceived disrespect, over what he called trifles, like a word, a smile, a different opinion. Why? Because reputation is itself a form of power. If others think you're weak or foolish or contemptible, they're more likely to try to dominate you. If they fear or respect you, they're more likely to leave you alone or cooperate on your terms. So maintaining reputation becomes a constant struggle, and people will take enormous risks to avoid being disrespected. These three causes of quarrel aren't separate problems. They interact and reinforce each other. Competition makes people distrust each other. Distrust makes people try to dominate each other before being dominated. The struggle for dominance becomes entangled with glory and reputation. And all of it flows from the basic situation of beings with endless desires, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other. Which brings us to what Hobbes called the equality of ability among human beings. This is one of his most important and most easily misunderstood points. He wasn't claiming that all people are equally strong or equally intelligent. Obviously, some people are stronger, some smarter, some more skilled. What Hobbes meant was something more specific and more frightening. All human beings are equal in their ability to threaten each other's lives.
The weakest, Hobbes wrote, has strength enough to kill the strongest, either by secret machination or by confederacy with others. Even the strongest man must sleep. Even the most powerful person can be poisoned, ambushed, or ganged up on. Physical superiority doesn't guarantee safety. Intelligence doesn't make you immune to violence. No individual human being is so superior to all others that they can simply disregard the threat everyone else poses. This equality in vulnerability is what makes human relationships so dangerous. If some people were genuinely invulnerable, like gods walking among mortals, then they could simply impose order, and the rest of us would have no choice but to submit. But that's not our situation. We're all vulnerable. We can all threaten each other. And that equality of ability to threaten means that no one is safe unless there's something beyond individual strength maintaining order. As you lie in darkness tonight, breathing slowly, feeling yourself sink into rest, consider how perfectly Hobbes had captured something about the human condition. We are creatures of endless desire and limited power, competing for scarce goods, unable to trust each other, constantly worried about reputation and status, and all of it taking place among beings equal enough in their ability to harm that no one can ever be truly safe based on their own strength alone. That's the foundation. That's Hobbes's psychology in its stark essentials. Matter in motion, producing endless desire, producing perpetual competition, producing equal vulnerability. Now we can turn to his famous thought experiment, to the question he posed that has haunted political philosophy ever since. What would happen if there were no government at all? Hobbes asked his readers to imagine something most of them had never experienced: life without government. Not the temporary absence of a king when a new one is being chosen, not the breakdown of order in one region while other regions remain stable, but a condition in which there is no political authority at all, no laws backed by force, no one with the power to enforce agreements or punish wrongdoing. He called this hypothetical condition the state of nature, and he insisted it wasn't just a historical claim about how humans once lived before civilization. It was a thought experiment, a way of asking what human life would be like if you stripped away all the structures of law and authority we take for granted. What's left when you remove government? What are humans like without the artificial order that
Political authority creates? This was a brilliant philosophical move. Rather than arguing about which form of government is best or which laws are most just, Hobbes was asking a more fundamental question. Why do we need government at all? What problem does political authority solve? And the answer to that question, he argued, would show us what government must be like if it's going to solve the problem it exists to address. So, let's follow Hobbes's reasoning step by step, building the argument the way he did, watching how each piece follows from the last with a kind of terrible logic. We start with the psychology we've already established. Humans have endless desires. We seek power after power. We compete for scarce resources. We distrust each other. We fight over glory and reputation. And we're all equal enough in our ability to harm each other that no one is naturally safe. Now imagine that situation without any authority to enforce rules, without any laws that actually constrain behavior, without any punishment for violence or theft or breach of contract. What would rational people do in that situation? Hobbes's answer was chilling. Each person would pursue their own interests as best they could. And given the three causes of quarrel, given the equality of ability, given the absence of any authority to enforce agreements, the result would be inevitable. War. Not necessarily constant fighting every moment,
but a condition in which everyone is ready to fight, where violence is always an option, where there's no security, no ability to plan for the future, no basis for trust. Think carefully about why this follows. If there's no authority to punish theft, then taking what I want by force becomes a rational strategy whenever I'm strong enough to do it. But that means you can't trust me not to take your things. So you need to take defensive measures, which means gathering your own power, maybe even attacking me before I can attack you. But now I see you gathering power and I have to worry that you're about to attack, so I need to attack first. Or maybe I just need to attack to take your resources before you can use them against me. The logic pushes toward constant conflict. What about agreements? In the state of nature, couldn't people just agree to cooperate, to respect each other's property, to not harm each other? The problem is that without an authority to enforce agreements, there's no guarantee anyone will keep their word. If I agree not to harm you, and you agree not to harm me, but then you see an opportunity to benefit by breaking that agreement, what's to stop you? Your conscience? Your sense of honor? Perhaps. But can I rely on that? Can I stake my life on your virtue when breaking the agreement might save your life or make you rich? And knowing that you're thinking the same way about me, knowing that you can't fully trust me to keep my word, why wouldn't you break the agreement first when it's convenient? The rational thing, in the absence of enforcement, is to break agreements whenever keeping them becomes costly and you think you can get away with it. But that means no agreements can be trusted, which means no cooperation is possible, which means everyone is thrown back on their own strength and cunning to survive. Hobbes anticipated that many readers would find this argument exaggerated. Surely people aren't that bad. Surely we're capable of cooperation without some powerful authority forcing us to behave. So he offered an empirical test, a way to check his reasoning against actual behavior. Do you lock your doors when you go to sleep at night? He asked. When you travel, do you arm yourself or travel in groups? Of course you do. Even though you live under a government, even though there are laws against theft and assault, even though there are police you can call, you still take these precautions. Why? Because you don't fully trust your neighbors. You know that even with law and authority present, there's some risk of violence or theft. You act as if others might harm you if they had the opportunity. Now, if you can't fully trust your neighbors, even with police and courts and prisons backing up the law, imagine how much worse it would be if there were no law at all, no police, no courts, no consequences for violence. If you lock your doors even when theft is illegal and punishable, what would you do if theft were neither? The precautions you take under government suggest how dangerous the state of nature would be without it. Hobbes also pointed to actual historical examples. When civil wars break out, when government breaks down, what happens? We've seen it, he said. We've watched England tear itself apart. And what we observe is exactly what the theory predicts. Neighbor turns against neighbor, violence becomes endemic, property becomes insecure, normal economic life becomes impossible. Civil war is a glimpse into the state of nature, a momentary return to the condition that exists when political authority fails. And then we come to the passage that has echoed through centuries, the words that appear in every introduction to political philosophy, the description that remains shocking even now when we've heard it so many times, it's become familiar. In such condition there is no place for industry because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor use of the commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Let those words settle into your consciousness as you rest. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Why no industry? Because if you can't be sure you'll reap what you sow, why plant? If someone stronger might just take the crops you've grown, why bother growing them? Without security of property, without some guarantee that your labor will benefit you rather than whoever can take it by force, there's no incentive to produce anything beyond immediate consumption. Why no navigation or trade? Because you can't trust agreements with strangers. You can't enter into contracts that will be honored. You can't send goods on a ship and trust they'll be paid for on the other end. Trade requires trust, and trust requires enforcement, and enforcement requires authority. Why no building, no tools, no technology? Because all of these things require sustained effort over time, cooperation among many people, division of labor, specialization. You need to be able to plan for the future, to invest current effort in things that will pay off later. But in a condition of constant insecurity, where violence is always imminent, you can't plan. You can only react, defend, survive from moment to moment. Why no knowledge, no arts, no letters? Because these refined activities require leisure, security, institutions that preserve and transmit learning over generations. A person constantly worried about violent death has no time for philosophy or poetry. A society that cannot maintain order, cannot maintain universities or libraries, or any of the infrastructure that makes intellectual and artistic life possible. And notice Hobbes's phrase, no society. In the state of nature, there aren't even stable social relationships. You can't have families that last, communities that endure, friendships that transcend immediate advantage. Everything is provisional, temporary, always ready to dissolve when interests diverge. The word solitary is key. We are, each of us, alone in the state of nature, unable to form genuine bonds with others because we can never fully trust them and they can never fully trust us. This is Hobbes's vision of freedom without government, of the natural condition of humankind when stripped of political authority. And it's important to understand what he's not saying. He's not saying that human beings are naturally evil. He's not claiming that we enjoy violence or take pleasure in others' suffering. Some people might, but that's not necessary for his argument. What Hobbes is saying is that the situation itself, the structure of interaction among beings with our characteristics, necessarily produces conflict. Put self-interested creatures with endless desires and limited power together in a condition where there's no authority to enforce rules, and they will come into conflict regardless of whether they're virtuous or vicious. The problem isn't human nature in a moral sense. The problem is the logic of the situation. This is actually a strange kind of optimism buried within the pessimism. If the problem is structural rather than moral, then changing the structure can solve the problem without requiring people to become better than they are. We don't need saints to have peace. We just need the right institutions. But before we get to the solution, let's sit with the problem a moment longer. Hobbes has shown us, or tried to show us, that total freedom is total insecurity. That natural liberty, the right to do whatever we think necessary for our survival, becomes the right to nothing because everyone else has the same right and will exercise it against us. That equality of power among vulnerable beings creates not mutual respect, but mutual threat. The state of nature is Hobbes's answer to anyone who romanticizes the past, who imagines that humans were once free and happy before governments constrained them. He's also answering anyone who thinks we could just dispense with political authority and live by voluntary cooperation alone. The state of nature is what happens when there's no Leviathan, no common power to keep everyone in awe, and it's unbearable. As you sink deeper into rest tonight, protected by walls and locks and laws you barely think about, consider how radical Hobbes's insight was. He saw that the freedom to do anything is the freedom to be secure in nothing. He understood that rights without enforcement are just words. He grasped that the absence of authority doesn't produce liberty, but chaos. And from that dark vision, he was going to construct an argument for political obligation that would change how we think about government forever. But that comes next. For now, rest with the problem clearly in view. Humans, as Hobbes described them, rational enough to see what they need, but not powerful enough to secure it alone, social enough to benefit from cooperation, but self-interested enough to betray it, equal enough to threaten each other, but not equal enough to trust. In the state of nature, there is no peace, only fear, only insecurity, only the grim struggle for survival that consumes everything human beings might otherwise be or create. And the question that will occupy us next is this: how do we escape? What could possibly convince rational, self-interested people to give up their natural liberty and accept constraints on their behavior? What kind of authority could maintain peace among beings so dangerous to each other? Hobbes has shown us the disease. Now we'll examine his cure, which many have found as disturbing as the disease itself.
Hobbes has painted a grim picture. Life in the state of nature is unbearable, a condition of constant fear and insecurity that makes everything we value about human existence impossible. But here's the remarkable thing. Hobbes believed that human reason itself could show us the way out. The same rational capacity that lets us see how terrible the state of nature would be also shows us how to escape it. He called these rational principles the laws of nature, though it's crucial to understand what he meant by that phrase. These aren't laws in the sense of commands issued by a lawgiver. They're not moral obligations in any traditional sense. They're what Hobbes called theorems, or precepts of reason, rational conclusions about what conduces to self-preservation. They're discovered by thinking clearly about what rational self-interest requires in the human situation. The first law of nature is the most fundamental. Seek peace, if you have hope of obtaining it. If you can't obtain peace, then you may use all the advantages of war to defend yourself. This makes perfect sense once you understand the state of nature. War is terrible, as we've seen. It makes all human achievement impossible. So if there's any way to secure peace, any possibility of escaping the state of nature's violence, reason tells us to pursue it. But reason also tells us not to be naive. If others aren't willing to pursue peace, if we're stuck in the state of nature whether we like it or not, then we need to do whatever it takes to survive. The second law of nature follows from the first. Be willing to lay down your right to all things when others are willing to do the same.
to the degree necessary for peace. This is the key move, the beginning of the escape from natural liberty into civil society. In the state of nature, everyone has a right to everything. I have a right to take your food if I need it to survive. You have a right to kill me if you perceive me as a threat. These unlimited rights make peace impossible because my exercising my rights threatens you, and your exercising your rights threatens me. But what if we could make a deal? What if I agreed to give up my unlimited right to harm you, and you agreed to give up your unlimited right to harm me? Then we'd both be safer. We'd both gain security by mutually limiting our freedom. The second law of nature tells us that this trade is rational, that giving up dangerous liberties in exchange for security is the smart move, as long as, and this is crucial, others are making the same trade. Notice that qualification, when others are willing to do the same. This is naive pacifism. Hobbes isn't saying should unilaterally disarm, should give up your rights while others keep theirs. That would be suicide, not wisdom. The law of nature tells you to lay down your rights only when doing so is mutual, when everyone is giving up the same dangerous freedoms together. It's a collective solution to a collective problem.
Third law of nature makes this even clearer. Keep covenants that you've made. A covenant is an agreement to do something in the future. I promise to deliver goods next week. You promise to pay when you receive them. This kind of agreement is essential for cooperation. But as we've seen, in the state of nature, covenants are just words. There's no guarantee anyone will keep their promise when the time comes. Hobbes saw this as the fundamental problem. Even if people rationally understand that mutual cooperation would benefit everyone, even if they're willing in principle to constrain their behavior for mutual advantage, they can't trust each other to actually follow through. And without trust, no cooperation is possible. Each person knows that if they keep their promise while others break theirs, they'll be exploited. So the rational thing seems to be to break promises whenever convenient. But if everyone reasons that way, no promises are credible, and we're stuck in the state of nature, despite everyone being worse off for it. This is what we now call a collective action problem, or a prisoner's dilemma. Everyone can see that cooperation would benefit all, but individual rationality pushes toward defection, toward breaking agreements. And because everyone knows everyone else is tempted to defect, no one trusts the agreements, and cooperation collapses before it begins. Hobbes's solution to this problem is both brilliant and disturbing. If the difficulty is that agreements aren't trustworthy because there's no enforcement, then create an enforcement mechanism. If the problem is that everyone is tempted to break covenants when convenient, then create a power that makes breaking covenants inconvenient. Make someone or some group strong enough to punish covenant breakers so effectively that keeping promises becomes the rational choice even for selfish people. This is where the social contract comes in, though it's important to understand that Hobbes's version is quite different from what many later philosophers would develop. The contract isn't between rulers and ruled. It's not an agreement where the sovereign promises to rule well in exchange for obedience. That kind of mutual contract would just recreate the problem at a higher level, because who would enforce the contract between sovereign and subjects? No, Hobbes's social contract is an agreement among the people themselves. Each person, reasoning about how to escape the state of nature, comes to the same conclusion. We need a common power to enforce agreements and maintain peace. So, each person agrees with all the others to authorize some person or assembly to make decisions for all of them, to judge disputes, to command and forbid.
Each person says, in effect, I authorize this person or group to act on my behalf, and I recognize their decisions as if they were my own decisions. Hobbes gave this idea vivid expression. Imagine each person saying to all the others, I authorize and give up my
right of governing myself to this man or to this assembly of men on this condition that you give up your right to him and authorize all his actions in like manner. What this creates is an artificial person, a unified entity made up of the authorizations of all the individuals who compose it. Hobbes called this artificial person the Leviathan, or the Commonwealth, or simply the Sovereign. It's artificial because it doesn't exist naturally, but is created by human agreement. It's a person because it acts as a unity, making decisions, issuing commands, enforcing rules. And it's sovereign because there is no higher authority that judges or constrains it. This sovereign power, once created, has to be absolute. And here's where Hobbes's argument becomes uncomfortable for almost everyone who reads it. He insisted that the sovereign cannot be limited, cannot be divided, cannot be held accountable by the subjects who created it. Why? Because any limitation on sovereign power recreates the state of nature at some level. Think about it this way. Suppose we say the sovereign can rule, but only within certain limits, only on certain topics, only in ways that respect certain rights. Who decides whether the sovereign has exceeded those limits? If individual subjects can decide for themselves when the sovereign has overstepped, then we're back to everyone being their own judge, which is just the state of nature again. Each person deciding what the law allows is no different from no law at all. What if we say there should be another authority that checks the sovereign, some other body that can veto or override the sovereign's decisions? Then that checking authority is the real sovereign, and the same problem arises at that level. Either authority is divided, in which case we have potential conflict between authorities and no clear answer to who wins, or authority is unified in whoever has the final say. You can't escape the logic. Either someone or some body has ultimate final authority, or you don't really have authority at all. Hobbes worked through various attempts to limit or divide sovereignty and showed why each fails. Separation of powers. Then the different powers can come into conflict with no way to resolve the dispute except by force, which is civil war. Constitutional limits. Who enforces them when the sovereign violates them? Another authority. Then that's the real sovereign. The subjects themselves. Then each subject is judge in their own case, and we're back to the state of nature. Rights that subjects retain against the sovereign. Rights without enforcement are meaningless, as we've seen. And if subjects can enforce their rights against the sovereign, then the sovereign isn't really sovereign. The only right Hobbes recognized that subjects never give up is the right of self-preservation. If the sovereign commands you to kill yourself or refuses to defend you against immediate threats, you can resist because the whole point of creating The sovereign was to secure your life. But beyond that narrow exception, the sovereign's authority must be unlimited if it's to do the job it was created to do. The implications are stark. The sovereign defines what is just and unjust, right and wrong, legal and illegal. Not because the sovereign is necessarily wise or good, but because that's what sovereignty means. Having an authority means having someone whose word on these matters is final.
The sovereign can't commit injustice in the legal sense because justice is defined by the sovereign's commands. Religious authority must be subordinate to political authority. This was especially controversial in Hobbes's time, when religious disputes were tearing Europe apart. But Hobbes was adamant. The sovereign must have the power to determine religious practices, to settle religious disputes, to prevent religious disagreement from destroying civil peace. The alternative is to have multiple authorities claiming ultimate allegiance, which inevitably produces conflict. Subjects generally cannot rebel against the sovereign. This might seem to contradict everything about social contract theory, which we associate with ideas about consent of the governed and right of revolution. But Hobbes's logic is clear. If subjects could legitimately rebel whenever they thought the sovereign was governing badly, then the sovereign wouldn't really have authority. The subjects would be judging the sovereign, which makes them the real authority, which recreates the state of nature. As you rest tonight, feel the tension in Hobbes's position. On one hand, he's given us a strangely democratic foundation for politics. All authority comes from the consent of the governed. The sovereign is created by agreement among equals. There's no divine right, no natural hierarchy, no appeal to tradition. Political authority is artificial, conventional, created by human beings for human purposes. That's radically modern, even revolutionary. On the other hand, the conclusion seems authoritarian, even tyrannical. Absolute power with no accountability, no right to rebel except in extreme circumstances, no check on the sovereign beyond the sovereign's own judgment. How can these two aspects fit together? How can democratic premises lead to authoritarian conclusions? The answer lies in Hobbes's unflinching focus on the problem he's trying to solve. The problem is civil war, is breakdown of order, is the constant threat that society will slide back into the state of nature. Everything Hobbes argues for is designed to prevent that catastrophe. The sovereign must be absolute because anything less than absolute leaves room for the conflicts that destroy peace. The subjects cannot rebel because allowing rebellion recreates the very problem government was meant to solve. Whether you find this convincing likely depends on how seriously you take the threat Hobbes was addressing. If you've lived through civil war, if you've watched society collapse, if
You've experienced the breakdown of order firsthand. Hobbes's willingness to accept almost any government rather than risk returning to chaos might seem reasonable. If you've been fortunate enough to live under stable government most of your life, his arguments for absolute sovereignty might seem like the cure being worse than the disease. But either way, Hobbes has transformed the question. He's forced us to confront the foundations of political obligation, to ask why we should obey government at all, to recognize that the alternative to authority isn't freedom, but chaos. And he's done it without appealing to God or tradition or nature in any traditional sense. He's built a theory of politics on the minimal foundations of rational self-interest and mutual agreement. That achievement alone makes him one of the pivotal figures in political thought. The escape from the state of nature requires creating a leviathan, an artificial monster of our own making, powerful enough to keep us in awe, to make us keep our covenants, to maintain the peace without which human life remains solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It's not a comfortable solution. But Hobbes never promised comfort. He promised security, order, the possibility of civilization. Whether the price he demanded was worth paying remains one of the great questions in political philosophy.
In 1651, while England was still trying to figure out how to govern itself after executing its king, while Oliver Cromwell was consolidating power as Lord Protector, while royalists in exile still hoped for restoration of the monarchy, Thomas Hobbes published a book with an audacious title, Leviathan, or The Matter, Form and Power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil. The title itself was provocative. Leviathan appears in the Bible as a terrifying sea monster, a creature of chaos that only God can tame. In the book of Job, God describes the Leviathan to humble Job, to remind him of powers beyond human comprehension or control. It was an image of primordial danger, of forces that threatened to overwhelm human order. But Hobbes transformed the Leviathan into something else entirely. Look at the famous frontispiece of the book, the illustration that appeared on early editions. You see a giant crowned figure rising above a landscape, towering over cities and countryside. The figure holds a sword in one hand and a bishop's crozier in the other, symbolizing both civil and ecclesiastical authority. But look closer at the giant's body. It's not solid. It's composed of hundreds of tiny human figures, all facing the crowned head, all part of the larger whole. This is Hobbes's Leviathan. Not a natural monster, but an artificial one. Not chaos, but order. The multitude of individuals unified into a single corporate body through their mutual covenant. The sovereign as the authorized representative of all, wielding power not against the people but as the people, or at least as the artificial person created by
Their agreement. The monster is us, or rather, it's what we become when we successfully escape the state of nature by creating common power. The book itself was a masterpiece of systematic thinking, laying out Hobbes's entire philosophy from his materialism through human psychology, to the state of nature, to the social contract, to the powers of the sovereign, to the relationship between church and state, to the nature of Christian commonwealth. It was comprehensive, rigorous, and written in English prose that was alternately elegant and brutally direct. This last point mattered enormously. Hobbes's earlier work, Deceive, had been written in Latin for an educated European audience. Leviathan was written in English, for English readers, in language that, while sophisticated, was accessible to anyone with basic literacy. Hobbes wanted his ideas to reach not just scholars, but parliamentarians, merchants, anyone involved in the political life of his country. He was intervening in a live political crisis, not just engaging in academic philosophy. And intervene he did, though probably not in the way he intended. Leviathan offended almost everyone. Royalists were horrified by Hobbes's denial of divine right. If the king's authority comes from the people's consent rather than from God, if sovereignty is conventional rather than natural, then what makes monarchy special? Why should Charles II be restored rather than some other form of government being chosen? Hobbes had provided a rational argument for absolute sovereignty, but he'd undermined the traditional foundations of monarchical legitimacy in the process. Republicans and parliamentarians were equally horrified, but for different reasons. Hobbes had argued for absolute, undivided sovereignty. No separation of powers, no right of resistance, no accountability of rulers to ruled beyond the narrow case of self-preservation. This seemed to justify tyranny, to leave subjects helpless before arbitrary power. Even if you accepted that some government was necessary, why this government?
Why absolute monarchy rather than limited government with checks and balances? And then there were the churches. Hobbes had subordinated all religious authority to the sovereign. He'd argued that the sovereign must determine religious practices, settle theological disputes, control church offices and doctrines. This seemed to make religion merely a tool of political power, to deny any independent authority to spiritual matters. Both Anglicans and Puritans, Catholics and Protestants found things in Leviathan to offend them. Hobbes seemed to be reducing faith to a matter of civil obedience. Worse, there were passages in Leviathan that could be read as questioning fundamental Christian doctrines. Hobbes's materialism seemed to leave no room for immaterial souls or life after death in any traditional sense. His account of Scripture emphasized natural explanations and questioned supernatural claims, while Hobbes insisted he
Was a Christian and argued for the compatibility of his philosophy with Christianity. Many readers suspected atheism lurking beneath his professions of faith. The book was condemned, banned, burned in effigy at Oxford University. Hobbes was accused of heresy, atheism, corrupting youth, undermining morality. For years after publication, attacks on Hobbes and Hobbism became a minor industry among English writers. To call someone a Hobbist was to accuse them of denying God, morality and decency itself. Yet despite all this hostility, or perhaps because of it, Leviathan became one of the most discussed and influential books of its age. You couldn't talk about politics in 17th century England without addressing Hobbes's arguments. You might reject his conclusions, but you had to engage with his framework. He had changed the terms of debate in ways that couldn't be undone. Interestingly, while royalists disliked Hobbes's foundations, they appreciated his conclusions about absolute sovereignty. And while Republicans hated his defense of absolutism, some found his social contract framework useful for quite different purposes. The book was too systematic, too powerful, too thorough to be simply dismissed. It had to be argued with, which meant its categories and questions became the common property of political thought. Hobbes returned to England in 1651, the same year Leviathan was published. This was a risky move. The country was still unsettled, his book was making enemies, and his royalist connections were well known. But perhaps Hobbes calculated that Cromwell's regime, which had its own problems with legitimacy and needed philosophical support, might tolerate him. Or perhaps he simply wanted to come home. He spent the Commonwealth years mostly quiet, writing but not publishing on controversial topics, meeting with intellectuals, enjoying whatever protection his former students' affection provided. When Charles II was restored to the throne in 1660, Hobbes might have expected favour. After all, he'd been the king's mathematics tutor during exile. He'd written a defence of absolute monarchy, even if the foundation for that defence was unconventional. Charles did grant Hobbes a pension and received him at court. But the king also made clear that Hobbes must not publish anything more on politics or religion. Too many powerful people wanted Hobbes silenced. The churches, the universities, Parliament, all saw him as dangerous. Charles protected Hobbes from worse persecution, but that protection came with restrictions. The most brilliant political philosopher in England was forbidden to publish philosophy. Imagine the frustration. Hobbes had more to say, more arguments to make, responses to critics to publish. He'd spent years developing his system, and now he was told to be quiet. He did write more, including Behemoth, a history of the English Civil War that applied his political philosophy to recent events, but it couldn't be published during his lifetime. His ideas would have to wait for future generations to be fully heard. The irony is rich.
Hobbes wrote Leviathan to prevent civil war, to provide a rational foundation for stable government, to show why absolute sovereignty was necessary for peace. The book succeeded in changing how people thought about politics, but it also made its author too dangerous to be fully heard. The monster of Malmesbury had created a monster of a book, and both were too threatening to be tolerated by the authorities whose power they theoretically defended. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider how ideas can be more dangerous than armies. Hobbes never led soldiers or held political office. He was a scholar, a tutor, a writer. Yet his arguments threatened kings and churches, changed political discourse, influenced generations of thinkers. The Leviathan he described, that artificial person created by social contract, was matched by another creation, the book itself, an artifact of thought that lived on beyond its author's control, generating controversy and insight in equal measure. The ideas Hobbes published in 1651 are still with us. We still argue about the foundations of political obligation, about the balance between security and liberty, about what legitimates government authority. The terms have changed, the conclusions we draw may differ from Hobbes's, but the questions he forced us to confront remain alive. That's the real power of Leviathan, not its specific doctrines, but its transformation of how we think about politics itself. A generation after Hobbes published Leviathan, another English philosopher took up the same questions but reached strikingly different conclusions. John Locke, writing in the 1680s during another period of political crisis in England, accepted much of Hobbes's framework while rejecting his absolutist conclusions. The result was a vision of politics that would prove even more influential than Hobbes's, especially in the emerging liberal tradition that would shape modern democracy. Locke's second treatise of government, published in 1689, begins with the state of nature, just as Hobbes did. This wasn't coincidence. By Locke's time, the social contract framework Hobbes had developed had become the standard way of thinking about political legitimacy. If you wanted to argue about politics, you started with the state of nature and built up from there. Hobbes had set the terms of debate so effectively that even his critics had to work within the structure he'd created. But Locke's state of nature was fundamentally different from Hobbes's vision of war and chaos. For Locke, the state of nature was a condition of perfect freedom and equality, but it wasn't necessarily violent or anarchic. It was, Locke argued, governed by the law of nature, which could be known by reason, and that law of nature taught clear moral principles. No one ought to harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions. This makes an enormous
difference. For Hobbes, there were no moral constraints in the state of nature, no genuine right and wrong beyond what conduces to self-preservation. Rights were just liberties, permissions to do whatever you thought necessary. For Locke, the state of nature already contained moral law. People already had genuine rights to life, liberty, and property, rights that existed before any government and that government must respect. Where did these natural rights come from? Locke's answer was theological. God created human beings and gave them the world to use. We have a right to self-preservation because we're God's property, and it would be wrong to destroy what belongs to God. We have property rights because we mix our labor with natural resources, and our labor is our own, so what we create through labor becomes ours. The moral structure of reality, grounded in divine creation, gives content to natural law and natural rights.
Now, if the state of nature already has moral law and natural rights, why do we need government? Locke's answer was more modest than Hobbes's. We need government not because the state of nature is unbearable, but because it has inconveniences. Without a common authority, disputes about rights are hard to resolve. Everyone is judge in their own case, which leads to bias. Enforcement of natural law is uncertain. Some people will violate others' rights, and while those people can be punished, there's no systematic, reliable mechanism for doing so. So people form civil society through consent to create institutions that will protect their natural rights more effectively. Notice what's different here. For Hobbes, government creates order where there was only chaos. For Locke, government protects rights that already exist. For Hobbes, the sovereign defines justice. For Locke, justice is independent of government, and government is legitimate only insofar as it respects natural justice. This leads to radically different conclusions about political authority. Locke agreed that government requires sovereignty, but his sovereign is limited in ways Hobbes never allowed. Government's power extends only to protecting natural rights. It has no authority to violate those rights, no matter how expedient it might seem. The power to make laws is limited by the requirement that those laws serve the public good and respect individual rights. Moreover, political power can be divided. Locke distinguished between legislative, executive, and what he called federative powers, the power to conduct foreign relations. These could be held by different bodies or persons creating checks and balances. This division of powers wouldn't recreate the state of nature as Hobbes feared, because all the powers remain bound by natural law and by their common purpose of protecting rights. Most dramatically, Locke argued that people retain the right to revolution. If government systematically violates the rights it's supposed to protect, if it acts against the
Public good, if it becomes tyrannical, then the people can dissolve it and create new government. The social contract isn't irrevocable as Hobbes insisted. It's conditional on government doing its job. And when government fails badly enough, the contract is broken and people return to their natural liberty to form new political arrangements. This was explosive stuff in the context of 17th century England. Locke was writing around the time of the Glorious Revolution, when Parliament invited William of Orange to take the throne from James II. His second treatise was essentially a justification for that revolution, an argument that deposing a king could be legitimate if that king violated his trust. Where Hobbes seemed to justify any government that could maintain order, Locke provided a philosophical foundation for limited government and justified resistance. Yet notice how much Locke accepted from Hobbes. The framework of state of nature and social contract. The idea that political authority requires justification in terms of the people's consent. The rejection of divine right and appeals to tradition as sufficient grounds for obedience. These were all Hobbesian moves, and Locke couldn't have made his argument without them. Locke was working within the intellectual space Hobbes had created. He was answering Hobbesian questions, using Hobbesian methods, just reaching different conclusions. And those different conclusions flowed from different premises about the state of nature and about what humans are like without government. If you accept Hobbes's vision of the state of nature as war, his absolutist conclusions become harder to avoid. If you accept Locke's gentler vision of the state of nature as imperfect but not unbearable, his liberal conclusions follow more naturally. Who was right about human nature? That question has occupied political philosophers ever since.
Are humans as dangerous to each other as Hobbes believed? Or are we capable of the kind of moral restraint and cooperation Locke described? The answer probably varies with circumstances. In conditions of extreme scarcity and insecurity, Hobbes's vision seems grimly accurate. In conditions of relative abundance and security, Locke's optimism seems more justified. Neither captured the whole truth, but together they mapped the space within which much later political thought would develop. The American founders wrestled with exactly this tension. Thomas Jefferson's famous phrase in the Declaration of Independence, "Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness," echoes Locke's trinity of life, liberty, and property. The idea that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed is pure social contract theory, developed by Hobbes and Locke. The right to revolution when government becomes destructive of these ends is Lockean. But the American Constitution also reflects Hobbesian concerns. The separation of powers that Locke endorsed is built into the structure,
but so is the creation of a strong central government powerful enough to maintain order. The Federalist Papers, written to support ratification of the Constitution, often sound Hobbesian themes about the dangers of faction and the need for effective authority. The founders were trying to balance Lockean liberty with Hobbesian security, and the American experiment can be seen as an attempt to synthesize these rival visions. As you settle deeper into rest, consider how these old debates remain alive. When we argue about how much power government should have, whether authority should be centralized or divided, when we can legitimately resist or disobey laws, we are still working through questions Hobbes and Locke posed. Their specific answers may not satisfy us, but their questions endure because they're asking about permanent features of political life. How to balance order and liberty, security and freedom, common good and individual rights. Hobbes saw the danger of chaos and prioritized order above almost everything else. Locke saw the danger of tyranny and prioritized liberty and rights. Both dangers are real. Both concerns are legitimate. And no political system has perfectly solved the problem of achieving security without sacrificing too much freedom or protecting liberty without risking too much instability. We're still, in a sense, trying to navigate between Hobbes and Locke, trying to get enough of each without the excesses of either. The conversation they began continues, and that, perhaps more than any specific doctrine either taught, is their greatest legacy. Transforming political philosophy into a systematic inquiry into the foundations of legitimate authority, an inquiry that takes seriously both the necessity and the dangers of power. Throughout his life, Hobbes held a peculiar conviction. Philosophy could be made as certain as mathematics. If we could just define our terms precisely enough, reason carefully enough, follow arguments rigorously enough, we could achieve in moral and political philosophy the same kind of demonstrative certainty that mathematicians achieved in geometry. This belief shaped how Hobbes approached philosophy and led him into both brilliant insights and embarrassing failures. Hobbes first encountered Euclidean geometry in his 40s, relatively late in life for a scholar. The story goes that he was in a gentleman's library and saw a copy of Euclid's Elements lying open. His eye fell on a proposition, a theorem about triangles. At first, he couldn't believe it. He looked at the proof, which referred back to earlier propositions. He looked at those propositions and their proofs, which referred to still earlier ones. Eventually, he worked his way back to the definitions and axioms that began the whole system.
and he was amazed. From a handful of simple definitions and self-evident principles, Euclid had constructed an entire edifice of geometric knowledge, each theorem following necessarily from what came before. There was no appeal to authority, no reliance on observation, just pure reason working out the implications of clear concepts. This was certainty, real knowledge, not the endless disputation of traditional philosophy that never seemed to settle anything. Hobbes became convinced that this method could be applied to philosophy. If you could define basic concepts clearly, if you could identify the fundamental principles of human nature and social interaction, then you could deduce how politics must work with the same certainty that geometry could deduce the properties of triangles. This is why Leviathan begins with meticulous definitions of sensation, imagination, memory, reason. Hobbes was trying to build a philosophical system the way Euclid built geometry, from clear foundations through careful deduction to necessary conclusions. In many ways, this approach was Hobbes's great strength, his systematic rigor, his insistence on precise definition, his habit of making assumptions explicit and following their logical consequences. All of this gave his political philosophy a clarity and force that most earlier political thought lacked. When you read Leviathan, you can see each step of the argument, understand how later conclusions depend on earlier premises, trace the logical structure that holds the whole system together. But the geometric ideal also led Hobbes into his most famous failure. If philosophy could be like mathematics, if reasoning was really a kind of calculation, then perhaps he could contribute to mathematics itself. And so Hobbes, brilliant as he was in many domains, spent years of his later life working on a problem that had stumped mathematicians for centuries: squaring the circle. The problem is simple to state. Can you construct a square with the same area as a given circle using only compass and straight edge? Ancient mathematicians had tried and failed. The problem seemed simple but proved remarkably resistant to solution, and Hobbes became convinced he'd solved it. He published his solution. Mathematicians pointed out errors. Hobbes revised and republished. The errors were pointed out again, more sharply this time. Hobbes dug in his heels, insisting that professional mathematicians were biased against him, were being deliberately obtuse, were protecting their positions by rejecting correct solutions from outsiders. The controversy dragged on for years, becoming increasingly bitter and increasingly embarrassing for Hobbes. The tragedy was that Hobbes was simply wrong, and the mathematicians were right. He'd made basic errors that any competent geometer could spot. Worse, he was arguing about mathematics with people who understood it far better than he did, yet he couldn't admit his mistakes. The same man who could dissect political philosophy with brilliant clarity became obstinate and unreasonable when confronted with his mathematical errors. Why did this happen? Perhaps because Hobbes had invested so much in the idea.
That reasoning was calculation, that philosophy was geometric. If he couldn't even do basic geometry correctly, what did that say about his grand systematic philosophy? He couldn't afford to admit mathematical error without seeming to undermine his whole project. So he doubled down, defended his mistakes, alienated the mathematical community, and damaged his reputation in ways that his political writings alone never would have. Yet the failure in mathematics doesn't actually undermine Hobbes's political philosophy. The geometric ideal was a guiding metaphor, an aspiration, not a literal claim that politics is mathematics. What Hobbes really achieved was something different from and more valuable than geometric proof. He created a systematic framework for thinking about politics, one that made assumptions explicit, followed implications carefully,
and offered testable claims about how humans behave and what forms of government can succeed. This systematic approach was revolutionary. Before Hobbes, political philosophy was largely a matter of citing ancient authorities, appealing to tradition, invoking divine will, or making ad hoc arguments about specific situations. Hobbes offered something new, a general theory of politics built from first principles about human nature. You might disagree with his premises or his conclusions, but you had to engage with the systematic structure of his thought. You couldn't just cite Aristotle or appeal to custom. You had to show where Hobbes's reasoning went wrong, which meant reasoning at the same level of generality and rigor. The mechanistic worldview that underlay Hobbes's approach was part of a larger scientific revolution transforming 17th century thought. Galileo, Descartes, and others were showing that nature could be understood through mathematics and mechanics, that complicated phenomena could be explained in terms of matter in motion following natural laws. Hobbes tried to extend this approach to human society to show that politics too could be understood scientifically. In this, he was ahead of his time. The idea that human behavior follows patterns that can be studied systematically, that society operates according to principles we can discover through careful analysis. This idea would eventually develop into social science. Hobbes didn't create sociology or political science in their modern forms, but he gestured toward them, showed that such disciplines were possible in principle. His claim that reasoning is computation is particularly interesting in light of modern cognitive science and artificial intelligence. When Hobbes suggested that thinking is just adding and subtracting concepts, his contemporaries found it reductive and absurd. But in our age of computers, when we've built machines that manipulate symbols according to rules and thereby achieve something that looks like reasoning, Hobbes's idea seems less strange. We still debate whether artificial intelligence really thinks or just simulates thinking. But the very fact that the question arises shows that Hobbes touched on something deep about the nature of cognition. As you drift toward sleep tonight, consider the beautiful ambition in Hobbes's geometric ideal, even if the ideal was never fully realized. He wanted certainty in a domain where certainty seems impossible. He wanted to find principles of politics as clear and compelling as the Pythagorean theorem. He wanted to lift political discourse out of partisan squabbling and into the realm of demonstrative knowledge where rational people would have to agree. He failed, of course. Politics remains contested, uncertain, irreducibly plural in ways that geometry is not. But the attempt itself was noble, and the systematic approach he pioneered became the standard for serious political philosophy. After Hobbes, you couldn't just assert political claims. You had to argue for them, systematically, from defensible premises through logical steps that others could examine. That expectation of rigor is part of his legacy. The stubborn old man trying to square the circle, refusing to admit his mathematical incompetence, cuts a somewhat comic figure. But the brilliant philosopher who transformed how we think about political authority, who forced us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and power, who built a system of thought so comprehensive and rigorous that we're still working through its implications, that figure commands respect. The geometric ideal inspired the achievement even if the achievement didn't live up to the ideal. Rest now in the knowledge that human understanding has limits, that our grandest ambitions often exceed our reach, but that even failed aspirations can produce valuable insights along the way. Hobbes wanted more certainty than politics allows, but in seeking it, he gave us concepts and arguments that clarified political thought for generations to come. More than 300 years have passed since Hobbes died. Yet his shadow falls across contemporary politics in ways both obvious and subtle. Open any newspaper, scroll through any news feed, and you'll find Hobbesian questions lurking beneath the surface of current debates. How much power should government have? When does security justify limiting liberty? What legitimates political authority? Can international order exist without world government? These are Hobbes's questions, even when we don't recognize them as such. The 20th century saw a remarkable revival of social contract theory in academic philosophy. For much of the 19th century, Hobbes and social contract thinking had been eclipsed by other approaches to politics, by utilitarianism, by Hegelian idealism, by Marxist historical materialism, by conservative appeals to organic tradition. But in 1971, John Rawls published A Theory of Justice, and suddenly social contract theory was at the center of political philosophy again. Rawls's approach was explicitly Hobbesian in structure, even while reaching conclusions Hobbes would never have endorsed. Rawls asked readers to imagine people in an original position, choosing principles of justice behind a veil of ignorance that prevented them from knowing their own position in society. This was a thought experiment directly descended from Hobbes's state of nature, a way of using hypothetical reasoning to discover what rational agreement could establish about legitimate political arrangements. Rawls concluded that people in the original position would choose principles guaranteeing equal basic liberties and allowing inequalities only when they benefit the worst off. These liberal egalitarian conclusions are far from Hobbes's absolutism, but the method is recognizably Hobbesian. We're still using variations on the social contract framework to argue about justice, still imagining what rational people would agree to under certain conditions, still deriving political principles from hypothetical consent. Game theory, developed in the mid-20th century to analyze strategic interaction, gave Hobbes's insights mathematical precision. The prisoner's dilemma, perhaps the most famous concept in game theory, is essentially the Hobbesian problem in formal terms. Two prisoners are separately offered deals. If both stay silent, both get light sentences. If one betrays the other while the other stays silent, the betrayer goes free while the silent one gets a harsh sentence. If both betray, both get moderate sentences. The rational choice for each prisoner, considered individually, is to betray, because betrayal yields a better outcome regardless of what the other prisoner does. But if both reason this way, both end up worse off than if they'd both stayed silent. This is exactly Hobbes's covenant problem. Individual rationality undermines collective good unless there's an enforcement mechanism that changes the incentive structure game.
Theorists have used this framework to analyze everything from nuclear deterrence to environmental policy to the evolution of cooperation. And in doing so, they're working through Hobbesian logic, showing how the structure of strategic interaction creates problems that individual rationality alone cannot solve. Hobbes didn't have the mathematical tools of modern game theory, but he grasped the essential logic 3 centuries earlier. Contemporary debates about security and liberty constantly replay Hobbesian themes. After terrorist attacks, governments claim emergency powers, expand surveillance, limit civil liberties, all in the name of protecting citizens. Critics respond that security purchased at the cost of freedom isn't worth having, that we're betraying our values by the very measures meant to protect them. But notice that both sides accept the Hobbesian framing. Security and liberty are being traded against each other, and the question is where to strike the balance.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought Hobbesian questions into sharp relief. Governments imposed lockdowns, restricted movement, mandated vaccines or masks, closed businesses. Some people accepted these measures as necessary to protect public health, as the kind of collective action problem that only government authority could solve. Others resisted as violations of liberty, as government overreach, as tyranny disguised as public health policy. The debate divided along lines that would have been familiar to Hobbes. How much authority should government have in emergencies? When does protecting life justify restricting liberty? In international relations, Hobbes's vision of the state of nature describes relations among sovereign states better than it ever described relations among individuals. There is no world government, no authority above nations that can enforce international law. Countries exist in something like a state of nature with respect to each other, each pursuing its own interests, each potentially in conflict with others, each relying ultimately on its own power to secure its position. This produces what political scientists call the security dilemma at the international level. When one country builds up its military for defensive purposes, neighboring countries perceive a threat and build up their own militaries in response, which makes the first country feel less secure, so it builds up even more, and the cycle continues. Everyone acts defensively. Everyone becomes less secure. It's Hobbes's dynamic of diffidence playing out among nations. Realism in international relations theory is explicitly Hobbesian. Realists argue that moral considerations matter little in relations among states, that power and security are what drive international politics, that cooperation is always fragile because there's no enforcement mechanism that can reliably constrain sovereign states. They don't necessarily endorse this situation, but they claim to describe how international politics
Actually works, given the anarchic structure of the international system. Technology has created new forms of power that Hobbes never imagined, but that raise thoroughly Hobbesian questions. Surveillance states can monitor citizens with unprecedented thoroughness, tracking movements, reading communications, predicting behavior. Governments justify this surveillance with Hobbesian logic. We need these powers to protect you from terrorism, from crime, from disorder. But the result is a kind of leviathan that can see everything, know everything about its subjects in ways that would have seemed like godlike power in Hobbes's time. Corporate power raises similar issues. Large technology companies control platforms that shape political discourse, influence elections, determine what information billions of people see. They're not governments in the traditional sense, but they exercise forms of power that look increasingly sovereign. Do we need a leviathan to control these corporate leviathans? Or are we creating new forms of authority that don't fit Hobbes's categories? Climate change presents perhaps the most purely Hobbesian problem of our era. Every nation benefits if all nations reduce emissions, but each nation has an incentive to let others bear the cost of reduction while continuing to emit itself. This is a global collective action problem, a tragedy of the commons on a planetary scale. The Hobbesian solution would be world government powerful enough to enforce emissions limits. But creating such government seems impossible, so we're stuck trying to solve a Hobbesian problem without Hobbesian solutions. The rise of authoritarian leaders around the world often comes wrapped in Hobbesian rhetoric. Strongmen promise order, security, protection from chaos. They ask citizens to accept concentrated power in exchange for stability. They justify limiting dissent, suppressing opposition, consolidating authority by pointing to threats, real or imagined. The implicit bargain is Hobbesian. Give me absolute power and I'll protect you. Whether citizens are actually safer under such arrangements is questionable, but the rhetorical appeal remains powerful. Yet Hobbes also helps us critique authoritarianism. Remember that Hobbes's sovereign gains authority through consent of the governed, through the rational agreement of equals who create common power for their mutual benefit. A leader who seizes power through force hasn't created legitimate sovereignty in Hobbesian terms. And even legitimate sovereignty exists to protect subjects' lives. When government becomes the main threat to life rather than the protector of life, Hobbes's own logic suggests subjects can resist. Feminist philosophers have offered important critiques of social contract theory that expose blind spots in Hobbes and the tradition he founded. Carol Paterman argued that beneath the social contract is a prior sexual contract that establishes male dominance over women, the supposedly universal.
Agreement among equals turns out to have excluded half of humanity. Women weren't party to the original contract, but were subjects of it, subordinated by the very agreement that supposedly created political equality. Critical race theorists have made similar arguments. Charles Mills wrote of a racial contract that established white supremacy while claiming to establish equality. When Hobbes and Locke wrote about the state of nature and social contract, they were theorizing about relations among white European men. Indigenous peoples, enslaved Africans, colonized populations were outside the framework entirely, subject to domination that the contract did nothing to legitimate but also nothing to prevent. These critiques don't simply reject social contract theory, but force us to confront who was included and excluded in the original formulations. They show that supposedly universal theories of politics were partial, limited to certain groups, while claiming universal applicability. The questions Hobbes raised about political legitimacy and consent remain important, but we have to ask them more inclusively, recognizing that the answers may be different when we include everyone, rather than just some. As you rest tonight, consider how thoroughly Hobbesian our political vocabulary remains. We talk about social contracts, about legitimacy based on consent, about the balance between security and freedom, about the enforcement of agreements, about collective action problems. These concepts and frameworks come down to us from Hobbes, refined and modified, but recognizably his intellectual offspring. We may reject his authoritarian conclusions. We may have more optimistic views of human nature. We may aspire to forms of politics he never imagined. But we're still working within and against the structure of thought he created, still grappling with the problems he identified, still trying to answer the fundamental question he posed with such clarity. How can beings like us live together without destroying each other? The relevance of a 17th century philosopher to 21st century politics tells us something important. The problems Hobbes addressed aren't artifacts of his time, but permanent features of political life. As long as humans have conflicting interests, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other, we'll need some answer to the Hobbesian question of how to maintain order. Our answers may differ from his, but we can't escape the question itself. At the heart of Hobbes's political philosophy lies an emotion he understood better than most philosophers before or since: fear. Not fear as a personal weakness or irrational response, but fear as a fundamental driver of political life. as the emotion that both creates the problem of order and provides resources for solving it. Remember that Hobbes was born prematurely as the Spanish Armada approached, born of his mother's terror. "Fear and I were born twins together," he wrote. This wasn't just biographical colour, but philosophical insight. Fear was Hobbes's constant companion, the emotion that shaped his understanding of human motivation and political necessity. In the state of nature, fear reigns supreme. The fear of violent death drives everything else. People seek power not primarily because they're greedy or ambitious, but because they're afraid of what will happen if they're powerless. They strike first, not because they're aggressive, but because they fear being struck. They accumulate resources not because they're miserly, but because they fear future scarcity. Fear is the great motivator in Hobbes's psychology, the passion that explains why rational beings would create such a dangerous situation for themselves. But fear is also what makes escape possible. The same fear that drives conflict in the state of nature also drives people to seek peace. The fear of violent death makes people willing to accept almost any alternative, including submission to sovereign power. Fear of punishment makes people keep covenants they might otherwise break. Fear of chaos makes people tolerate governments they might otherwise resist. This dual role of fear is central to understanding Hobbes. Fear isn't just a problem to be solved, but a resource to be used. The sovereign must inspire awe, must be feared, must be powerful enough that fear of punishment outweighs temptation to break laws. A sovereign that isn't feared isn't really sovereign, because subjects will calculate that they can violate laws with impunity. Power without the capacity to inspire fear is impotent. Yet Hobbes was also aware of the dangers of fear. A government that rules only through terror, that makes subjects fear it more than they fear returning to the state of nature, undermines its own legitimacy. Remember that in Hobbes's theory, subjects retain the right of self-preservation. If the sovereign becomes the primary threat to subjects' lives rather than their protector, subjects can legitimately resist. Fear of government can be as destructive as fear in the state of nature. This suggests a delicate balance. The sovereign must be feared enough to maintain order, but not so feared that subjects see it as a threat rather than a protector. It must inspire awe, the mixture of fear and respect that makes obedience seem both prudent and appropriate. Too little fear and laws aren't enforced. Too much fear and government becomes tyranny that subjects have reason to resist. Modern psychology has confirmed much of what Hobbes intuitively grasped about fear's role in social life. We know that fear is one of the most powerful motivators of human behavior, that threatened people seek security even at the cost of freedom, that fear can override other concerns and narrow our focus to immediate self-preservation. We also know that fear can be manipulated, that authorities can use threat exaggeration to gain power, that the politics of fear can undermine the very freedoms it claims to
Protect. Consider how often governments invoke fear to justify their actions. After the September 11th attacks, the US government launched a war on terror that led to expanded surveillance, military interventions, detention without trial, and torture. Much of this was justified by the claim that extraordinary threats require extraordinary powers.
Fear of terrorism made citizens willing to accept measures they would have rejected in calmer times. Was this Hobbesian sovereignty in action? Government doing what's necessary to protect subjects from violent death? Or was it manipulation of fear to accumulate power beyond what's actually needed for security? Hobbes would say that depends on whether the measures genuinely served the purpose of protection or whether they served other interests under cover of necessity. But he'd also recognize that making this judgment is difficult, that subjects aren't always in a position to know what's genuinely necessary, and that government has both motive and opportunity to exaggerate threats. The politics of fear isn't unique to our time. Hobbes lived through an era when religious fear was used to justify persecution, when fear of heresy and witchcraft led to torture and execution, when fear of political disorder was invoked to suppress dissent. He recognized that fear could be instrumentalized, used by those in power to maintain control. Yet he also believed that some fear was appropriate, that recognizing our vulnerability and the dangers around us was rational rather than paranoid. This raises profound questions about how we should respond to fear in political life. Should we resist fear, refuse to let it guide our decisions, insist on maintaining liberty even when threatened? That's one response, the one that says, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither. It's a noble sentiment, but Hobbes would ask whether it's realistic. Can people really maintain their commitment to liberty when they're genuinely terrified? And if fear does drive political decisions, shouldn't we think carefully about how to channel it productively rather than simply declaring it inadmissible? Or should we accept fear as a legitimate factor in political reasoning, acknowledge that security is a genuine good that sometimes requires limiting freedom? That's closer to Hobbes's position, but it opens the door to the very manipulation he worried about. Once we accept that fear justifies expanded power, authorities have strong incentives to keep us afraid, to magnify threats, to ensure that the emergency never quite ends. Perhaps the wisest response is neither to reject fear entirely, nor to let it dominate, but to think carefully about what we're afraid of and whether proposed responses genuinely address those fears. Hobbes would approve of this approach. He valued reason precisely because it could discipline passion, including fear. The fear that drives us to seek security should be
guided by rational calculation about what genuinely serves self-preservation, not by panic or manipulation. One of Hobbes's most interesting observations about fear concerns its relationship to freedom. He defined liberty as absence of external impediments to motion. When you're free to do something, nothing external is preventing you from doing it. But notice that this definition is compatible with being motivated by fear. If you obey the law because you fear punishment, you're still acting freely in Hobbes's sense because the law doesn't physically prevent your action. It just gives you a reason not to act. This might seem like a verbal trick, but there's something important here. For Hobbes, the opposite of freedom isn't being influenced by fear, but being physically constrained or unable to act. And this suggests that a society where people obey laws out of fear of punishment can still be a free society, as long as the laws leave people space to make their own choices about how to live within legal constraints. He makes this point explicitly when talking about liberty under sovereignty. He says that liberty depends on the silence of the laws. Where the law doesn't speak, you're free to act as you choose. The sovereign needn't regulate everything, needn't control every aspect of life. There can be wide areas of liberty even under absolute sovereignty,
as long as the sovereign chooses not to fill those spaces with commands. This is a thin conception of freedom by many standards, but it has a certain realism. Perfect freedom from all influence, from all pressure, from all consequences of our choices is impossible. We are always constrained by circumstances, influenced by consequences, responding to incentives and disincentives. The question isn't whether we're influenced, but whether we retain choice within the structure of influences that shape our decisions. As you drift deeper into rest, reflect on the role fear plays in your own life. The locks on your doors, the passwords on your accounts, the insurance policies you maintain, all reflect reasonable fear of potential harms. You take precautions not because you're paranoid, but because you're realistically aware of risks. This is Hobbesian fear at work, the rational recognition of vulnerability that leads to protective measures. But also notice that you're able to rest precisely because those protective measures work. The government maintains order, police deter crime, social norms constrain most people's behavior most of the time. You can be vulnerable in sleep because you trust, usually without thinking about it, that the structures of order will hold through the night. Fear has been channeled into institutions that make security possible, which in turn makes the vulnerability of rest possible. Hobbes understood this paradox. We need fear to motivate the creation of order, but successful order lets us mostly forget our fear. A well-functioning Leviathan fades into the background. Its power so reliable that we rarely think about the violence it prevents or the chaos it holds at bay. Only when order breaks down, when we get glimpses of the state of nature that always lurks beneath civilization's surface, do we remember why we need the Leviathan at all. Thomas Hobbes lived to the remarkable age of 91, surviving well into the Restoration period that followed Cromwell's Commonwealth. The final 2 decades of his life were lived under the protection and constraint we've already mentioned. Charles II granted him a pension and forbade him to publish on politics or religion. The monster of Malmesbury was neutralized, kept as a kind of intellectual pet at court, but prevented from further stirring up controversy. These years must have been frustrating for a mind as active and combative as Hobbes's. He had more to say, more arguments to make, more responses to critics who had attacked Leviathan and his earlier works. But silence had been imposed as the price of safety. So Hobbes turned his energies elsewhere, to pursuits that wouldn't directly challenge church or state. He continued his mathematical work, despite, or perhaps because of his earlier humiliations over circle squaring. The man who had been so brilliant in political philosophy showed remarkable stubbornness in mathematics, continuing to publish claims that professional mathematicians could easily refute. These late mathematical works added nothing to his reputation, and provided ammunition for critics who wanted to dismiss his entire philosophical system. Yet Hobbes persisted, convinced that the mathematicians were wrong, even when they could demonstrate his errors step by step. There's something both admirable and sad about this stubbornness. Admirable because Hobbes refused to simply accept authority, maintained intellectual independence even when it made him look foolish. Sad because he was wasting his brilliance on a field where he lacked the necessary rigor, defending errors that a more humble person would have acknowledged. The same quality that made him willing to challenge centuries of political philosophy, the same intellectual courage that let him publish Leviathan, despite knowing it would make enemies, became a liability when directed at mathematics. He did write one more major political work, though it couldn't be published during his lifetime. Behemoth, or The Long Parliament, was Hobbes's history of the English Civil War, applying his political philosophy to recent events. The book examined how religious enthusiasm, constitutional disputes, and competing authorities had combined to destroy civil peace. It was, in effect, a sustained argument that everything Leviathan had warned against had happened in England, proving the necessity of the absolute sovereignty Hobbes had defended. Charles II read Behemoth in manuscript and forbade its publication. Even a historical analysis of the Civil War was too controversial, too likely to reopen wounds that the Restoration was trying to heal. The book circulated in manuscript among scholars and was only published after Hobbes's death, when it could no longer cause immediate political problems. Hobbes also produced translations in his final years, rendering Homer's Iliad and Odyssey into English verse. This was work he'd loved as a young scholar, returning to the classics that had first inspired his intellectual life. The translations were competent but not brilliant, the work of an old man staying active rather than breaking new ground. But they gave Hobbes satisfaction and kept his mind engaged when he could no longer pursue philosophy directly. In 1675, at age 87, Hobbes left London for the last time. He moved to the countryside, to estates owned by his longtime patrons, the Cavendish family. He'd served them for most of his adult life, first as tutor to William Cavendish, then in various capacities to different branches of the family. Now, in his final years, they provided him refuge and support. He spent his last years at Hardwicke Hall in Derbyshire, living quietly, writing occasionally, receiving visitors who wanted to meet the famous philosopher. He composed an autobiography in Latin verse, looking back over his long life and the turbulent century he'd witnessed. Born under the shadow of the Spanish Armada, living through civil war and revolution, surviving into the Restoration, he'd seen England transform repeatedly, seen his philosophical landscape shift from scholasticism to early modern rationalism. In December 1679, Hobbes suffered a stroke. He became paralyzed and died within days. He was buried in the churchyard at St. John the Baptist Church in Old Hucknall, a quiet country church far from the controversies and disputes that had marked his intellectual life. His grave was simple, marked with a Latin inscription that identified him as Thomas Hobbes of Malmesbury and noted his philosophical reputation. His death was little noted beyond the circles of scholars and former associates. He'd been controversial enough that many were relieved to see him go. His books remained on lists of prohibited works. Universities warned students against Hobbesism as dangerous to morality and religion. For decades after his death, Hobbesian was a term of abuse, suggesting atheism, materialism, moral corruption. Yet his ideas survived suppression and slowly transformed how people thought about politics. The social contract framework became standard in political philosophy, even among those who rejected Hobbes's absolutist conclusions. The questions he'd posed about political legitimacy, about the relationship between security and liberty, about the foundations of political obligation, these couldn't be unasked, and the clarity with which he'd posed them set the agenda for political philosophy in ways that outlasted the controversies over his specific doctrines. John Locke built on Hobbesian foundations to reach liberal conclusions. Rousseau transformed the social contract into a theory of popular sovereignty. Kant developed social contract ideas into sophisticated moral and political philosophy. The American and French revolutions were fought with concepts and arguments that Hobbes had helped create, even though the revolutionaries would have rejected his monarchism. the very idea that government requires consent of the governed, that political authority needs rational justification, that we should think about politics in terms of what rational people would agree to. All of this bears Hobbes's influence. In the 19th century, as political philosophy moved away from social contract theory temporarily, Hobbes was remembered mostly as a historical figure, important but superseded. But the 20th century brought renewed appreciation for his systematic approach and his unflinching realism about power and conflict. After 2 world wars and countless revolutions, after witnessing how quickly civilization could collapse into barbarism, Hobbes's dark vision of human nature seemed less like pessimistic exaggeration and more like cold-eyed truth. Contemporary political philosophers might reject Hobbes's absolutism, but they recognize his genius in framing questions. When we argue about justice, about rights, about legitimate authority, we're working within intellectual space that Hobbes helped create. He made political philosophy systematic, rigorous, focused on fundamental questions rather than surface disputes. That methodological achievement matters as much as any specific doctrine he taught. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his final years at Hardwicke Hall, an old man looking back over 9 decades of life. He'd been present at the birth of modern political philosophy. He'd witnessed the collapse of the old certainties about authority and tradition. He'd tried to build new foundations, to show how rational beings could create order without appealing to divine right or ancient custom. He'd made enemies, been condemned and banned and burned in effigy, and he'd survived it all, outliving most critics, seeing his ideas spread despite opposition. There's a certain peace in that image. The fierce controversialist made quiet in age. The bold, systematic thinker returned to classical translation. The man who'd tried to reduce human nature to geometry, finally accepting the limits of his ambitions. He'd done what he set out to do, changed how we think about politics. Whether people accepted his conclusions mattered less than that they had to engage with his arguments. The Leviathan he'd described lived on in the institutions and concepts that structured political life. And the book called Leviathan lived on to be read, argued with, and built upon by generation after generation. As we near the end of our journey through Hobbes's thought, it's worth stepping back to ask what he ultimately teaches us. Not whether his specific conclusions are correct, not whether we should accept absolute sovereignty or reject it, but what we learn about ourselves and political life from engaging seriously with his arguments. First, Hobbes teaches us to look unflinchingly at the foundations of social order. We live in societies held together by laws and institutions that we largely take for granted. Most of the time, we don't think about why people obey laws or what prevents society from dissolving into chaos. Hobbes forces us to think about these foundations, to recognize that social order is an achievement rather than a given, something that must be continually maintained rather than something we can simply assume. This doesn't mean accepting Hobbes's dark view of the state of nature or his authoritarian conclusions, but it does mean recognizing that cooperation among self-interested individuals isn't automatic or natural. It requires structures, incentives, enforcement mechanisms. The peace we enjoy is fragile, dependent on institutions that channel human behavior in productive rather than destructive directions. Second, Hobbes teaches us about the relationship between structure and agency in shaping human behavior. He's often accused of having a dim view of human nature, of thinking people are inherently selfish or vicious, but that misreads him. Hobbes's point is more subtle. The situation people find themselves in shapes how they act more than their individual character does. In the state of nature, even virtuous people have reason to act in ways that undermine cooperation, because the structure of interaction makes trust impossible and defensive violence rational. In civil society, even selfish people can cooperate productively because the structure of incentives makes cooperation rational and defection costly. Change the situation and you change behavior without requiring people to become morally better or worse than they are. This is a profoundly important insight for thinking about social problems. It suggests that we should focus less on trying to make people more virtuous and more on creating structures that make virtuous behavior rational. We can't eliminate human selfishness, but we can channel it in ways that serve common good. We can't guarantee that everyone will keep promises, but we can create enforcement mechanisms that make promise breaking costly enough that most people keep their word most of the time. Third, Hobbes teaches us to think clearly about the distinction between what we'd like to be true and what actually is true. He was willing to follow arguments wherever they led, even when the conclusions were uncomfortable. He didn't let wishful thinking about human nature or appeals to what would be nice cloud his analysis of what human beings are actually like and how they actually behave. This kind of realism is rare and valuable. Most of us prefer comforting illusions to harsh truths. We like to think that people are basically good, that cooperation comes naturally, that we could get along fine without coercive authority, if only we'd tried harder. Hobbes asks whether these beliefs can withstand scrutiny, whether they accurately describe how people behave when structures of authority break down. Fourth, Hobbes teaches us about the necessity of power. Many strands of political thought try to imagine politics without power, or at least try to minimize power's role. Anarchist traditions dream of societies with no coercive authority. Liberal traditions try to constrain and limit power. But Hobbes insists that power is necessary, that without it we cannot have rights or justice or any of the things we value about civilized life. This doesn't mean celebrating power or accepting its abuse. It means recognizing that rights without enforcement are just words, that agreements without sanctions are unreliable, that order requires authority. The question isn't whether to have power, but how to structure it, how to ensure it serves the purposes for which it exists, rather than becoming an end in itself. Fifth, Hobbes teaches us to think about legitimacy in terms of purpose and consent rather than tradition or divine right. Government isn't legitimate because it's ancient or because God appointed rulers. It's legitimate to the extent that it serves the purpose for which rational people would create government, protecting life, securing peace, enabling cooperation. This is a revolutionary idea, even if we've become so used to it that we don't recognize its radicalism. It makes all political authority conditional, subject to justification in terms of human purposes. It denies that anyone has a natural right to rule others. It insists that political power requires justification that those subject to it can understand and accept. Sixth, Hobbes teaches us about the permanent tension between security and liberty. We want both, but they can conflict. More security often means more constraint, more surveillance, more power given to authorities. More liberty means less security, more risk, more uncertainty about how others will behave. This tension can't be perfectly resolved, only navigated with constant attention to how much of each we're getting and whether the balance is right. Different people will strike this balance differently, depending on their circumstances and values. Those who've lived through chaos will prioritize order. Those who've lived under tyranny will prioritize freedom. Hobbes reminds us that both are real goods, that neither can be fully sacrificed without terrible cost, and that we're always trading them against each other, whether we acknowledge it or not. Finally, Hobbes teaches us about the role of reason in human life. He believed passionately that reason could guide us toward peace, could show us how to escape the trap of the state of nature, could establish principles of political life on firm foundations. He had perhaps too much faith in reason's power, certainly too much confidence in his own reasoning abilities. But the faith itself is admirable. We
live in an age of deep polarization where political disputes seem increasingly driven by passion rather than argument, where people retreat into echo chambers that reinforce their prejudices rather than challenging them. Hobbes would despair at this. He believed that rational people, thinking clearly about their situation and interests, could reach agreement on fundamental political principles even if they disagreed about many specifics. Was he right? Can reason bridge our political divides? Can careful argument convince people to change their minds about fundamental questions? The answers aren't obvious. But Hobbes's faith that the attempt is worthwhile remains inspiring. If we give up on reason's ability to resolve disputes, if we accept that politics is just a clash of wills with no hope of rational resolution, then we're left with nothing but power against power, which is just the state of nature by another name. As you settle into the final stages of rest, consider what it means to live in a civilization shaped by Hobbesian questions and insights. The social contract isn't just a philosophical concept, but describes something real about how we live together. We have collectively created structures of authority that make cooperation possible, that protect rights, that enable us to plan for the future without constant fear. These structures are imperfect. They sometimes fail. They can be abused. They don't solve every problem or prevent every injustice, but they're better than the alternative, better than the state of nature that would emerge if they collapsed. And recognizing their necessity, understanding why we need them even when they constrain us, is part of what it means to be politically mature. Hobbes doesn't give us easy answers or comfortable reassurances. He confronts us with difficult truths about power, about human nature, about the price of peace. But in doing so, he helps us think more clearly about the political world we actually inhabit, rather than the one we wish existed. And that clarity, uncomfortable as it sometimes is a gift that continues to illuminate 3.5 centuries after he first offered it. We've travelled a long way tonight, from the premature birth during the Spanish Armada to the quiet death in a Derbyshire churchyard. We followed Thomas Hobbes through civil war and exile, through mathematical embarrassments and philosophical triumphs, through the creation of a book that would transform political thought. And we've grappled with the ideas that made him both famous and infamous. The state of nature as war of all against all, the social contract as escape from chaos, the Leviathan as necessary monster we create to save ourselves. What are we to make of this strange, brilliant, difficult man and his unsettling philosophy? The easy response is to reject him, to insist that people are better than he believed, that we don't need absolute sovereignty, that his cure is worse than the disease, and there's truth in these objections.
Hobbes did underestimate human capacity for cooperation. He did overestimate the necessity of absolute power. His political philosophy, if implemented literally, would produce tyranny. But easy rejection misses what's valuable in Hobbes. He forced us to confront questions we'd rather avoid. Why should I obey? What makes political authority legitimate? How do we create order among beings capable of harming each other? What's the alternative to government? These questions don't have comfortable answers, but they're important questions, perhaps the most important questions in political philosophy. The enduring value of Hobbes lies not in his specific answers, but in how he transformed political thinking. Before Hobbes, political philosophy was largely about interpreting traditions, citing authorities, applying religious principles to governance. After Hobbes, political philosophy became systematic inquiry into foundations, rigorous argument from first principles, careful analysis of concepts like sovereignty, rights, obligation, justice. He made us think about politics scientifically, not in the sense of using mathematics or experiments, but in the sense of seeking general theories that could explain and predict. He showed that political philosophy could be as rigorous as any other intellectual discipline, that questions about how we should live together could be approached with the same systematic care that mathematicians bring to geometry or physicists bring to motion. The irony we noted earlier remains striking. Hobbes seemed to defend absolute monarchy, yet he undermined traditional monarchism. He appeared authoritarian, yet he planted seeds of democracy. He argued for unconditional obedience, yet he based it on consent. These tensions aren't contradictions, but mark the transitional nature of his thought. He was working out implications of modern ideas, ideas about equality and consent and rational justification, even though those implications would eventually lead away from his monarchist conclusions. Later thinkers like Locke and Rousseau could reach liberal and democratic conclusions precisely because Hobbes had established the framework. Once you accept that political authority requires consent of the governed, that it must be justified in terms of human purposes, that no one has natural right to rule others, you've accepted premises that point toward democracy even if you don't follow them all the way there. Hobbes opened doors he didn't intend to walk through, created possibilities he didn't fully recognize. The warning Hobbes offers remains relevant. Civilization is fragile. Order is not guaranteed. The peace and security we enjoy depend on institutions and practices that must be maintained. When we take these things for granted, when we assume that cooperation will continue without attention to the structures that make it possible, we risk sliding back towards something resembling the state of nature. This
Doesn't mean accepting authoritarianism. It means taking seriously the work of maintaining democratic institutions, of building trust, of creating and enforcing rules that enable cooperation. It means recognizing that liberty requires structure, that rights require enforcement, that the absence of authority isn't freedom, but chaos. But Hobbes also offers comfort, though perhaps not the kind most philosophers offer. He shows us that despite our flaws, despite our selfishness and fear and propensity for conflict, we're capable of creating order. We can use reason to escape traps that passion creates. We can build institutions that channel self-interest toward common good. We can live together peacefully, despite being dangerous to each other, can create civilization despite our limitations. This is a modest hope, but a real one. We don't need to become angels to live together well. We just need to be smart enough to create structures
that make cooperation rational and maintain them with enough vigilance that they don't decay. That's achievable. Difficult, requiring constant attention, never perfectly successful, but achievable. And achieving it is the work of politics, the great collective enterprise of building and maintaining the Leviathan that protects us from each other and ourselves. Tonight, as you finally release yourself into sleep, consider where you are and how you got here. You lie in a bed in a home that's yours under law. You're protected by walls and locks that work because most people respect property rights most of the time. You're surrounded by a society that functions because people generally follow rules, keep agreements, refrain from violence. Tomorrow you'll wake and go about your business in a world where cooperation is normal, where strangers can interact without constant fear, where long-term projects are possible because we can trust that basic order will persist. All of this, Hobbes would say, depends on the Leviathan, not necessarily a king or dictator, but common power that enforces law and maintains peace. The specific form matters less than the function, creating conditions where human beings can live together without constant fear of returning to the state of nature. This common power exists in the background of your life, so reliable that you barely notice it, making possible the security in which you rest. The doors are locked, the laws are enforced, the social contract holds, the Leviathan watches through the night, that artificial monster we've created from our mutual agreement, that great power we've authorized to protect us from dangers we pose to each other. It's not perfect. It sometimes fails. It can be abused. But it's better than the alternative, better than the solitary, poor, nasty, brutish and short life that Hobbes described awaiting us without it. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the thought of Thomas Hobbes, the monster of Malmesbury, the philosopher who dared to look at human nature
without flinching, and who tried to build a science of politics on the foundations of fear and reason. If you found value in these explorations, please like and subscribe. Your support helps these conversations reach others who seek understanding in quiet moments. Sleep well tonight, protected by institutions and agreements, resting in the peace that countless generations have worked to maintain, secure in the knowledge that the Leviathan keeps its vigil while you dream. The social contract that Hobbes described isn't just philosophical theory, but describes something real about how we live. And in that reality, in the order we've collectively created and maintained, you can safely surrender to rest. The monster watches, the covenant holds, peace prevails, and you, dear listener, can sleep.
The cell was silent, except for the faint echo of dripping water. Stone walls pressed inward, the air thick and cold, the kind that seeps into bone and thought alike. Somewhere beneath Paris, a young man named Francois-Marie Arut sat in the A. Darkness, waiting for the next sound. Perhaps the turning of a key, perhaps the beginning of another long night. He had been arrested for writing words. Not for wielding a weapon or leading a revolt, but for arranging sentences that mocked those who'd claimed absolute power. In the 18th century, that was enough to make you dangerous. And so the Bastille took him in, as it had taken so many. Beforeman whose only crime was daring to think out loud. Tonight we begin with him in that silence. The flicker of a candle barely touches the walls. He presses his palm against the rough stone, measuring time by the beating of his heart. What kind of person risks everything for the freedom to speak? What faith drives a human being to believe that a single sentence could shake a kingdom? This is the story of the man the world came to call Voltaire, a man whose pen frightened kings more than armies, whose laughter wounded tyrants, and whose wisdom still whispers in the quiet hours when the world feels heavy. But before he became Voltaire, before the salons and the fame and the thunder of applause, he was simply a young writer locked away for a few lines of satire. It is there, in the darkness of his imprisonment, that the seed of rebellion took root. He once wrote that to hold a pen is to be at war. The Bastille taught him what that war truly meant. The Paris of 1694, the year of his birth, was a city of contradiction brilliance, wrapped in decay. Candlelight spilled from palaces while beggars froze outside their gates. The king was the sun, and all others revolved around his glory. Words were meant to praise, not to question. Yet even as a boy, Francois felt the weight of obedience and quietly tested its edges. His father wished him to be a lawyer. His teachers wished him to be devout. He wished only to be free. At the Jesuit college, he absorbed the classics, not as lessons in obedience, but as invitations to rebel. Cicero, Horace. The bold laughter of ancient satire, they stirred something restless within him. By the time he reached his 20s, he had learned the language of wit as others learn the language of prayer. He could pierce hypocrisy with a phrase. And in a society built on appearances, that gift was dangerous indeed. One evening at a gathering, he recited verses mocking the powerful Duke of Orleans. The laughter that followed carried farther than he intended. Within days, the verses were repeated across Paris, each retelling sharpening the insult. The Duke heard, and the young poet soon found himself taken by night to the Bastille. There, surrounded by damp stone and silence, he began to shed his old name. Francois Riaroud would not survive the walls. Voltaire was born from them. The name itself was a riddle, part anagram, part rebirth, entirely defiance. It sounded crisp, sharp, and free of the weight of ancestry. A new identity for a man who refused to bow. Imagine the rhythm of days inside that cell. Hours blurred into one another. He wrote verses in his head because ink and paper were forbidden. He rehearsed conversations with imaginary opponents, refining his logic, polishing his irony. When the guards mocked him, he smiled, a small act of rebellion that no punishment could erase. They could confine his body, but not his thought. And thought, once set free, spreads quietly through time. After nearly a year, he was released different. Harder, certain that words could move the world more surely than swords. He returned to Paris, a writer who understood the cost of expression, and he chose to pay it willingly. The years that followed were a storm of creation. Plays, poems, letters, essays, each line testing the limits of what could be said aloud. Each success brought applause and suspicion in equal measure. Yet Voltaire thrived on the tension. To live without danger, he believed, was to live without purpose. Tonight, as you drift deeper into thought, picture him at his desk in a small Paris apartment. A single candle, the quill moving swiftly, laughter in his eyes. Outside, the city murmurs with gossip and fear. Inside, sentences form like spark-steamy fires in the dark. He writes of love, of reason, of injustice. He mocks kings, disguised as gods, and priests, disguised as saints. He believes that humor is the sharpest blade, because it cuts without drawing. Blood yet leaves the deepest mark, and always there is that quiet resolve, never to stop writing, never to stop questioning, we begin to see why kings feared him. They could silence a man, but not an idea. They could burn a book, but not the laughter it inspired. Voltaire's words slipped through walls, crossed borders, hid in letters, whispered in cafes. They made people think, and once people think, they are no longer so easily ruled. But for all his wit and courage, he was still young, still learning where ideas met consequence. When the pressure became too great, exile followed. England welcomed him, and there he found a world, unlike his own land, where Parliament debated openly, where newspapers mocked ministers, where scientists questioned even the heavens. To Voltaire, it was revelation. He attended plays that ridiculed authority, and no one was arrested. He met thinkers who spoke freely of God and nature without fear of the scaffold. He saw, perhaps for the first time, what freedom sounded like. Those English years shaped him. He studied Locke's philosophy, Newton's physics, the calm confidence of a nation unafraid of ideas. He began to understand that liberty was not chaos but discipline, the courage to let truth stand without chains. When he returned to France, he carried more than books in his luggage. He carried a new faith, that reason could civilize power, that tolerance could tame fanaticism, and that laughter could outlast persecution. Yet freedom, he knew, is never granted forever. Each generation must earn it anew. He would spend the rest of his life doing just that, testing the limits, defying decrees, and proving that the pen, when guided by conscience, can be the most dangerous weapon of all. As we settle into this long night of thought and rest, let his beginning stay with Uther, young rider alone in the Bastille, forming in darkness the light that would spread through Europe. From that silence came the voice of an age, and from that voice a challenge that still lingers. Will we think for ourselves, or let others think for us? The question drifts, gentle but unending. As the first section closes and the next begins, a soft fade, as candlelight dissolves into dawn, and the dangerous mind begins to awaken. Morning light returned to Paris as if nothing had changed. Carriages rattled, merchants opened their stalls, the church bells marked the hour. But within one apartment, a man who had known confinement now studied freedom as if it were a delicate instrument, beautiful but easily broken. Voltaire's release from the Bastille was not an ending. It was a beginning, sharpened by memory. An ambition, he walked through the streets with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen power at its most fragile. Behind the grandeur of palaces and cathedrals, he recognized fear, fear of thought, fear of laughter, fear of the mindset. Loose. And he smiled. For he had learned that laughter, once born, cannot be imprisoned. Voltaire began again, writing with the energy of one who owed the world an answer. The salons of Paris, glittering with chandeliers and conversation, soon welcomed him. He observed the courtiers, the nobles, the poets, each trapped within the rules of elegance and obedience. He mastered those rules, only to twist them. His verses sparkled, his epigrams travelled, and behind every clever line lay a subtle defiance. He understood something few others did. Ridicule could reveal truth more clearly than sermons. It stripped away pretense, leaving only what was absurd and unjust. Where philosophers debated endlessly, Voltaire preferred a single sentence that would make a tyrant blush. The young poet's fame grew, but fame is never a stable ally. Every success attracted jealousy. Every joke risked punishment. He learned to balance on that thin wire between admiration and arrest. Each letter he sent, each play he staged, carried both praise and danger. He began to live in anticipation of the knock on the door, and soon it came again. This time the quarrel was personal. Noblemen insulted him, and Voltaire, unwilling to bow, answered with words so cutting that the man replied with violence. Voltaire demanded satisfaction. He requested a duel, believing in honor more than safety. But nobility in France was privilege, not virtue. The nobleman's servants beat him before dawn, and Voltaire, battered and humiliated, was again thrown into the Bastille. The irony was bitter but instructive. Once more he found himself in a cell, writing invisible sentences in his mind. He realized then that courage without prudence was waste. What mattered was not to die for freedom, but to live for it long enough to make a difference. After weeks of confinement, the authorities offered him a choice: silence in France or freedom in exile. He chose exile in England. The crossing of the Channel was rough, the wind cold and heavy with salt. Voltaire stood on the deck, shivering not from chill but from excitement. Behind him lay a country chained by hierarchy. Ahead a land that whispered possibilities. London astonished him. He saw newspapers arguing openly with ministers. He heard preachers contradict each other without fear of the scaffold. He visited the Royal Society, where scientists demonstrated experiments before audiences that included common citizens. He read Locke's essays, Newton's Principia, and was struck by a revelation that would guide him forever. That knowledge grows only where questioning is allowed. The contrast between Paris and London could not have been greater. In Paris, truth belonged to authority. In England, authority trembled before truth. He began to write letters on England, a series of reflections that compared the two worlds. He praised English tolerance, admired its constitutional monarchy, and celebrated the free exchange of ideas. He was careful, witty, but unmistakably critical of his homeland's rigidity. When the letters eventually reached France, they were condemned and publicly burned. Voltaire, safely abroad, only smiled. Ideas, he knew, cannot be reduced to Ashdod. His English years refined him. He met thinkers who taught him moderation and skeptics who taught him humility. He studied commerce and saw how prosperity grew not from decrees, but from cooperation. He admired Quakers who refused violence, yet lived by conscience. He attended Newton's funeral and wrote, "He was the greatest man who ever lived." He proved the universe obeys laws, not caprice. To Voltaire, this was revelation. If nature itself was governed by reason, then reason must also govern mankind. Superstition, fanaticism, cruelty or were violations of the same harmony that move the stars. He began to dream of an enlightened France, one where education replaced dogma, where merit outweighed birth, where thought could breathe. But dreams are dangerous things, especially when written by hands known to mock the throne. After 3 transformative years, Voltaire returned to France. He was older, calmer in manner, but fiercer in conviction. He dressed elegantly, spoke smoothly, but carried dynamite within his sentences. Friends noticed a difference. His humor had purpose now. He no longer mocked for pleasure. He mocked to reveal. He published tragedies that drew crowds and controversy alike. His plays entertained, but always carried hidden commentary. Audiences laughed, cried, and went home uneasy, sensing meanings just beyond the curtain. Voltaire had turned art into philosophy disguised as theatre. He understood that people resist doctrine but welcome stories. Through stories, he could smuggle truth past senses and into hearts. It was a delicate dance between intellect and instinctor. Rhythm he perfected with time. Paris loved him, envied him, feared him. He had become something new, a public intellectual in an age when thinking publicly was perilous. Letters arrived from admirers across Europe. Princes sought his friendship. Priests cursed his name. He thrived on the contradiction. To be praised by power was comfortable. To be condemned by it was meaningful. He preferred meaning. Voltaire's correspondence grew into a network of thought. From Amsterdam to Geneva, from London to Berlin, ideas moved faster than armies. He believed this was how revolutions truly began, not with gunfire, but with conversation at night. He worked tirelessly, composing essays that challenged superstition, poems that ridiculed cruelty, and treatises defending tolerance. He wrote letters to ministers, to philosophers, to anyone who might listen or might one day remember. His wit became legend. When asked why he opposed certain powerful men, he answered, "Because they are wrong." When a censor demanded that he retract a line, he replied, "Very well, I shall retract it into 10 more editions." The more they tried to silence him, the more his words multiplied. And yet, for all his fire, Voltaire was not without doubt. He watched revolutions of spirit fail because men preferred slogans to sense. He feared fanaticism, whether in religion or reason. He began to see that freedom required discipline, that truth without kindness becomes another form of tyranny. He wrestled with these thoughts in solitude, seeking balance. He was no dreamer detached from reality. He was a craftsman, shaping his own mind as carefully as a sculptor shapes marble. Each essay, each dialogue was another stroke toward clarity. In those years he began to form the philosophy that would guide his entire life. That tolerance is not weakness but strength, that happiness is found in usefulness, and that reason, though fragile, is the only true light. His private notebooks reveal a quiet aside reflections on mortality, friendship, and the absurd theatre of human ambition. He wrote, "We are all made of weakness and error. Let us forgive each other's woes. Follies, that is the first law of nature." It is in such lines that the revolutionary and the sage converge. The Paris he returned to was restless. The Enlightenment was dawning, but darkness still lingered in its corners. Censorship remained harsh. Faith and fear shared the same pulpit. Voltaire moved through it all with the grace of a survivor. He knew when to jest and when to hide, when to provoke and when to retreat. To wage war with words required patience. He often said, "The secret of being a bore is to tell everything." He learned instead to suggest to let readers draw the dangerous conclusion themselves. It was a form of intellectual aikido, turning censorship's weight back upon itself. Through this subtle rebellion, Voltaire matured into more than a writer. He became a mirror held up to his age. Those who looked into it saw either inspiration or insult, depending on their conscience. His reputation expanded beyond France. Across Europe, thinkers whispered his name with admiration. Governments whispered it with unease. He had become, in every sense, a revolutionary one who fought not with armies but with enlightenment. By the time the 1730s arrived, Voltaire was no longer merely a provocateur. He was a symbol. People read his works secretly, discussed them, by candlelight copied them by hand. Each reader found a different message. Skeptics found reason, believers found tolerance, reformers found courage. That multiplicity was his genius. He never imposed belief. He invited reflection, and yet fame carried danger. A single misstep could mean exile, or worse. He lived always half-packed, prepared to flee should a pamphlet offend the wrong bishop or minister. Still, he continued, convinced that comfort was the enemy of progress. When he looked back on his imprisonments, he saw them not as tragedies, but as education. The Bastille had taught him endurance. Exile had taught him perspective. England had taught him liberty. Together, they formed the crucible in which the revolutionary mind was forged. He emerged not as a saint or a martyr, but as something rarer, a man who chose intellect over impulse, irony over anger, and principle over safety. Thus ends the making of the revolutionary. The wit, once playful, had become purpose. The exile had become teacher. And the dangerous mind that once mocked kings was ready to challenge entire systems of thought. As we drift onward into the next chapter, imagine the candle burning lower on his desk, ink drying on the final lines of a letter that will soon be. Read in secret and discussed in whispers. The writer pauses, listening to the city breathe. He smiles softly, knowing that the revolution he began will move not through noise, but through thought. And so we fade again, from the restless energy of youth into the steadier flame of conviction, as Voltaire steps fully into the philosophy of freedom. Freedom. It is a word that glows brightly in the mind, yet feels fragile in the hands. In Voltaire's century, freedom was not a birthright, it was a suspicion. To question power was to endanger yourself, and yet he could not stop. He once said that thinking is disagreeing. To him, that disagreement was the highest form of respect for truth. The world around him, however, was built upon obedience. Kings ruled by divine right. Priests claimed heaven as their endorsement. Voltaire looked upon this structure of fear and saw an illusion, a system maintained by habit and silence. And he knew that silence, more than swords, kept people enslaved. He began to write with new precision. His essays became less ornamental and more direct. His purpose was clear, to awaken minds dulled by reverence. Reason, he argued, was the one authority that required no permission. It was not granted by kings, nor confined to scholars. It was the common property of every thinking being. He saw superstition as the oldest enemy of liberty. Superstition whispers that obedience is virtue, that ignorance is safety. But Voltaire had learned in prison that ignorance never protects, it merely delays punishment. He believed that to use one's reason was not rebellion, but duty. To think freely was the true act of gratitude toward existence itself. He expressed this belief through stories and dialogues, through the gentle art of seeming to entertain while teaching deeply. In philosophical letters, he praised the English for their tolerance of religion, not to flatter them, but to expose the narrowness of France. He compared nations like a physician compares fevers, noting which symptoms mark sickness, which mark recovery. The Church called him dangerous. They were right, though not for the reasons they claimed. He did not want to destroy belief. He wanted to strip it of cruelty. He respected faith that inspired kindness, but despised faith used to justify harm. When he wrote A Crocus Linfane Crush, the infamy, he was not calling for violence, but for the end of oppression in sacred disguise. To him, fanaticism was the enemy of both God and man. He had seen too many wars fought in the name of salvation. He understood how easily faith can become a weapon once it ceases to question itself. So he preached tolerance not as a luxury, but as survival. If God did not exist, he once quipped, it would be necessary to invent him. He meant that humans crave meaning, but that meaning must never be imposed by force. The heart of his philosophy lay in three intertwined convictions. First, that reason is the highest virtue. Emotion without reflection leads to chaos. Belief without doubt leads to tyranny. He did not despise emotion. He wrote with warmth and laughter, but he insisted that feeling must bow to truth, not command it. Second, that freedom of speech is the guardian of all other freedoms. To silence a person, he argued, is to confess one's own weakness. He famously declared, though the words were later summarized by others, that he would defend to the death another's right to speak, even if he disagreed with what was said. He lived by that creed. When opponents mocked him, he replied with wit rather than vengeance. He believed debate was not a threat to truth, but its test. Third, that tolerance is not mere acceptance, but active compassion. It means recognizing the shared vulnerability of all humans. It means refusing to punish difference, even when difference offends us. He urged rulers to govern as philosophers, not as priests. He urged citizens to think as humans, not as heretics or sects. Together, these three beliefs, reason, speech, tolerance, formed the core of his revolution. But these convictions did not come without struggle. Every word risked retaliation. Books were banned, printers arrested, and yet the word spread. Copies travelled hidden in barrels, disguised in false bindings, passed hand to hand like contraband light. Voltaire was relentless, but he was not naive. He knew that ridicule could be misused, that mockery without conscience could wound more than it healed. He wielded humor as a surgeon's knife, cutting away hypocrisy but leaving the patient alive. In a world addicted to certainty, he introduced the medicine of doubt. He wrote dialogues where priests and skeptics debated kindly, letters that began in courtesy and ended in revolution. His genius was not that he destroyed institutions, but that he revealed their absurdity so gently that they destroyed themselves. Voltaire understood the psychology of power, that it collapses not when attacked, but when laughed at by those it seeks to command. For tyranny feeds on solemnity, and laughter is its famine. His enemies often accused him of inconsistency. He was not purely rational, they said, not purely revolutionary, not purely anything. They were right again. He believed in complexity. He argued with priests, yet supported some monasteries for their charity. He mocked kings, yet corresponded with them. He was, as he admitted, a man of contradictions, because the world itself is a contradiction. This flexibility was not hypocrisy, it was wisdom born of observation. Voltaire understood that ideals, when frozen, become dogmas, and dogmas, however noble, soon demand victims. He therefore treated truth as a living thing, something to be cultivated, not worshipped. He often compared philosophy to gardening. Ideas, he said, must be tended, pruned, tested. A garden left wild becomes a jungle, just as liberty without discipline becomes chaos. He saw the mind itself as soil and reason, the gardener's hand. Voltaire's battles were many, and not only with theologians. He clashed with fellow philosophers, most famously with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau believed in nature's innocence, that civilization corrupts and emotion redeems. Voltaire, pragmatic and scarred by experience, disagreed. He had seen too much cruelty to trust nature, and too much ignorance to worship reason blindly. Their debate was not hatred, it was the Enlightenment arguing with itself. Rousseau dreamed of utopia. Voltaire sought improvement. Rousseau prayed for virtue. Voltaire demanded justice. Both loved humanity, but one through ideals, the other through evidence. When Rousseau sent him The Social Contract, Voltaire replied with a smile and a dagger of wit, "I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it." Behind the sarcasm lay admiration and warning both. He knew that even noble theories could lead to tyranny when they forget the limits of human frailty. By midlife, Voltaire had become both famous and exiled, both celebrated and condemned. He lived under pseudonyms, moving from city to city, writing in the shadows of censorship. His letters, multiplied thousands upon thousands, a one-man network of resistance and inquiry. He defended scientists accused of heresy. He wrote treatises against torture and slavery. He offered financial help to widows ruined by injustice. Each act, small by itself, formed part of a greater movement, the belief that reason without compassion is sterile, and compassion without reason is blind. Voltaire's philosophy was therefore not abstract. It was lived. It was practiced daily, in patience, humor, and work. He did not retreat into solitude or seek divine certainty. He stayed among people, arguing, laughing, writing, cultivating the imperfect garden of humanity itself. His life became proof of his doctrine. He suffered illness, betrayal, censorship, exile, and yet he wrote every day, believing that persistence is the most rational form of faith. He called himself a hard-working bee, making honey even while surrounded by wasps. This quiet endurance gave his words a depth the sermons lack. He taught not by preaching, but by example, by continuing. He once wrote, "The best is the enemy of the good." He meant that perfectionism paralyzes progress. To act imperfectly is better than to dream flawlessly. It was this modest realism that separated him from zealots. He never promised heaven, only improvement. An improvement, he said, begins with thought. The risk never ended. Authorities monitored his writings, but the more they suppressed him, the wider he spread. His letters were smuggled across borders, his ideas copied by candlelight, his name whispered as both warning and inspiration. To those in power, he was a nuisance. To those in darkness, he was dawn. He never founded a school nor claimed disciples, but his influence became a quiet contagion. Every person who began to think for themselves became, unknowingly, a child of Voltaire. And yet, amid all this intellectual fire, his most profound insight remained simple, that happiness begins not in conquest or fame, but in understanding. To think clearly is to live peacefully. To reason is to be free. By now, his ideas had outgrown their author. He had become the embodiment of a movement, the Enlightenment itself. Princes quoted him to appear wise. Commoners quoted him to appear bold. He knew the irony. Once dangerous ideas become fashionable, their sharpness dulls. So he kept writing, kept refining, urging readers to question even him. He feared that dogma might one day wear his own name. So he insisted on humility. Doubt, he said, is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is absurd. He invited all who read him to doubt him, too. In that invitation lay the purest freedom of all, the freedom to disagree, even with the teacher. This was the essence of his philosophy of freedom. That liberty is not license, that thought is not rebellion, that doubt is not despair, and that laughter, when kind, is the truest prayer of the wise. As this section draws toward its quiet close, picture Voltaire at his desk again, older now, the candle shorter, the quill moving steadily in practiced rhythm. Each word another step away from ignorance, another seed for gardens he may never see bloom. He smiles, aware that his own freedom came at a price, but certain it was worth paying. The cell in the Bastille, the exile in England, the duels of wit, and the scars of battle, they were not burdens but tuition. Through them he learned what no book could teach, that true liberty is not given. It is cultivated, one thought, one act, one moment of courage at a time. And as he dips his pen again into the ink, he writes the words that would echo for centuries. Simple, steady, unflinching. Think for yourselves. The candlelight trembles, and with it begins the next chapter, where satire becomes prophecy, and a book called Candid will change everything. The year is 1759. Europe trembles under the noise of armies, sermons, and earthquakes littoral and moral. Empires are at war, philosophers argue about optimism, and the ground itself seems uncertain. Somewhere on that shifting continent, an aged Voltaire sits by candlelight and begins to write the book that will distill half a century of observation into a single work of laughter and sorrow. He calls it Candid, or optimism. The idea arrives after a disaster. On the morning of November 1st, 1755, Lisbon shakes. Churches collapse during Mass. Fires devour the city, and tens of thousands die. Priests call it divine punishment. Philosophers debate whether such suffering can coexist with a benevolent God. Voltaire, staring at the ruins from afar, feels the futility of those arguments. He writes a long poem of grief and rage. Then something quieter grows within him, a desire to show, through story, how fragile optimism truly is. Candid begins in innocence. A young man lives in a beautiful castle in Westphalia, tutored by the cheerful Dr. Pangloss, who teaches that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. The phrase sounds harmless, even comforting, but Voltaire sharpens it like a blade. Through that single idea, he will expose the gulf between philosophy and reality. Candid is expelled from paradise for loving the baron's daughter, Cunegonde. He is beaten, conscripted, shipwrecked, betrayed, flogged, and starved. He witnesses cruelty in every shape: wars, stupidity, slavery's horror, religion's hypocrisy. Each episode is a mirror held to humanity's self-deception. Everywhere, someone insists that everything is for the best. Everywhere, the world replies with pain. Voltaire's prose is light, almost cheerful. That is its genius. He never raises his voice. He simply describes, and the absurdity condemns itself. The laughter he evokes is uneasy. The laughter that trembles on the edge of recognition. When readers first opened Candide, they found themselves smiling and wincing at once. A battle described as a beautiful arrangement of butchery, a sermon interrupted by robbery, a philosopher defending optimism while sinking in mud. Voltaire's irony was merciless but never cruel. His sympathy remained with the victims, never the theories that explained them away. Pangloss, ever faithful to metaphysics, persists through disease and disaster, proclaiming that all is well. He becomes the emblem of philosophical blindness, reason detached from experience, logic unmoored from compassion. Through him, Voltaire mocks the comfort of abstract certainty. He teaches that when we use intellect to deny suffering, we lose both intellect and humanity. Yet Candide is more than satire. It is a journey from illusion toward responsibility. Candide begins as a believer, becomes a skeptic, and ends as something rarer, worker of his own small patch of earth. After all the adventures, he concludes with 9 simple words. Il faut cultiver notre jardin. We must cultivate our garden. Those words close the book like a sigh after a storm. They do not offer triumph, only peace earned through labor and humility. Voltaire's message is not withdrawal from the world, but engagement with what is real and within reach. The garden is both literal and metaphorical, a call to action scaled to human hands. To understand its depth, imagine the Europe that read those words. Philosophers promise systems explaining everything. Churches promise salvation for obedience. Kings promised order through conquest. Voltaire promised nothing, only a hoe, a seed, and a mind awake. He suggested that the search for meaning begins not in heaven or empire, but in the small, daily work of decency. It was radical advice disguised as modest wisdom. Instead of overthrowing the world, he proposed tending it. Instead of explaining evil, he proposed alleviating it. The effect was electric. Some readers laughed, some were outraged, and many were frightened. Governments banned the book. Priests denounced it, but people copied it anyway. Within months, Candide spread across Europe, translated, smuggled, whispered. It became a mirror no one could put down. The church called it impious. Revolutionaries called it inspiring. Voltaire accepted both judgments with a smile. He had achieved what he desired most, to make people think without telling them what to think. Beneath its humor, Candide carries quiet compassion, each grotesque episode reveals not only folly but endurance. Even in ruin, the characters continue moving forward, searching for something better. Voltaire understood that survival itself can be a kind of wisdom. The novel's cruelty is always balanced by resilience. He never despairs completely, because despair would flatter the absurdity he mocks. Consider the old woman who tells Candide she has suffered everything yet still loves life. Her tail loss, slavery, disfigurement becomes a parody of tragedy. So extreme it circles back to tenderness. Voltaire invites readers to laugh, then to wonder why they are laughing, and finally to feel compassion. That oscillation between amusement and empathize, the pulse of Candide, even Pangloss. ridiculous as he is, receives forgiveness. Voltaire allows him to survive, scarred but unrepentant, because he knows humanity rarely learns completely. We cling to illusions because they comfort us. Better, Voltaire implies, to recognize them and smile gently than to hate ourselves for needing them. The Lisbon earthquake, the executions, the betrayals, these are not random episodes. They are symbols of an age struggling with faith and doubt. Voltaire shows that suffering is not a test from heaven nor proof against God. It is simply part of the fabric of existence. Our task is not to justify it, but to respond humanely. In this sense, Candide becomes a spiritual text for the unbelieving. It teaches moral courage without metaphysics, hope without naivety. Its final lesson, cultivate your garden, compresses an entire philosophy. Tend to what you can, repair what you touch, and leave metaphysical debates to those who prefer clouds to soil. For Voltaire, this was not retreat, but revolution. He had seen how grand theories led to grand cruelties. He wanted a wisdom that begins with breakfast, with friendship, with the simple refusal to harm. The garden is not escape, it is ethics, made tangible. In later years, readers would interpret those words endlessly. Some saw resignation, others defiance, still others serenity. Voltaire encouraged all interpretations and claimed none. That was the trick. He left space for the reader to think. The very openness of Candide was its freedom. He once said that tragedy should make us weep, comedy should make us wise. In Candide, he achieved both. Its laughter washes the dust off reason. Its pain reminds us why reason matters. When the book reached Rousseau, he accused Voltaire of cynicism. "How," Rousseau wrote, "can you laugh while people suffer?" Voltaire answered, "How can you sing hymns while they burn?" The difference between them was not morality, but method. Rousseau sought salvation in emotion, Voltaire in lucidity. Both longed for a better world. Voltaire merely refused to lie about the one that existed. The making of Candide also reveals Voltaire's mastery of craft. He wrote it in 3 months swiftly, secretly, moving between inns and borrowed studies. He disguised it as a translation. From the German to evade censors. Each sentence is polished, short, rhythmical design to sound effortless. Behind that simplicity lies perfect control. He chose the name Candide from the Latin candid sclere, shining, naive. The hero begins pure and ends wise, not by revelation, but by exhaustion. After seeing the world, he stops asking why, and begins asking what now. That shift from metaphysics to practice is the heart of Enlightenment thought. Voltaire himself lived that transition. He had chased theories in youth. In age, he cultivated gardens of justice, friendship, and knowledge. Candide is therefore autobiography, disguised as fable, the journey from cleverness to clarity. As success spread, danger returned. Authorities raided printers, confiscated copies, threatened imprisonment. Voltaire, living near the Swiss border, kept moving manuscripts between safe houses. He joked that his books travelled more than he did. In letters to friends, he called Candide a book that makes people laugh and priests nervous. Yet despite persecution, the world refused to unread it. Within decades, it became a cornerstone of modern thought, influencing everyone from revolutionary pamphleteers to quiet moralists. It taught that skepticism could coexist with kindness, that laughter could reform nations. Even the structure of the novel's short chapters, fast scenes, abrupt transitions, feels modern, almost cinematic. Each page a cut, each irony a fade. Perhaps that is why it endures. It moves like a mind awakening in the stillness of night. One can imagine Voltaire rereading the final line. He sets down his quill and looks toward the window, where dawn hints behind the hills. The world outside remains unjust, noisy, full of superstition, but his little estate will soon wake. Workers will tend the vines, letters will arrive, arguments will continue, and that, he realizes, is enough. He has replaced the perfection of heaven with the imperfection of labor. He has traded metaphysical comfort for moral clarity. In that exchange lies peace, the peace of a mind reconciled with limits. The lesson of Candide is not that the world is meaningless, but that meaning must be made daily. Not in proclamations, but in gardens. Not in temples, but in workshops. Not in eternity, but in time. When Voltaire wrote those final words, he was nearly 65. His health was fragile. His humor was not. He called himself half-blind, half-deaf, entirely amused. But within that amusement lay serenity earned through struggle. He had watched philosophers rise and fall. He had outlived kings and enemies alike. Now he wanted to leave something durable, not an empire of ideas, but a way of being. And so Candide endures, not because it resolves questions, but because it teaches how to live among them. It offers no salvation, only sanity. It does not end in revelation, but in rest. For listeners drifting through this story, picture the old philosopher standing among rows of vines at Ferney years later. The sun warm, the earth rich, a book in his pocket and laughter in his eyes. Around him, workers prune branches, children chase insects, and he, the once dangerous writer, hums softly to himself. He has cultivated his garden, literally, philosophically, spiritually, not because the world is good, but because it can be. Tended, that is the triumph of Candide, a victory without parade, a wisdom without pride. It is the story of humankind growing older, learning that perfection is a childish dream, and that peace belongs to those who keep working after they stop pretending. As night settles over our journey, the pages of Candide close quietly. No fanfare, no prophecy, only the calm of understanding. From the ruin of optimism, Voltaire built a sanctuary of reason. From the chaos of history, he drew one enduring sentence. We must cultivate our garden. The candlelight fades, leaving the reader, the listener, the dreamer with that single thought, blooming softly in the dark. That freedom begins not with rebellion alone, but with care. And as the ink dries, Voltaire sets aside his quill, ready to turn from ideas to action, from satire to service, from laughter to justice. The storm of Candide has passed. Now the air is still, the fields soft beneath the sun. Voltaire, no longer the restless wanderer, begins to live the metaphor he once wrote. He tends a real garden, rows of vines and fruit trees near the border. Village of Ferney. Each morning he walks the paths slowly, staff in hand, eyes thoughtful. He watches workers prune and harvest, watches life renew itself through simple effort. Here the philosopher becomes the farmer, Here the dangerous mind finds its peace. Yet what does it mean, this phrase the world now repeats? Il faut cultiver notre jardin. To cultivate, not to conquer. To care, not to command. To choose labor over illusion. For Voltaire, it is both creed and confession. He has spent his life battling superstition, arguing with kings, mocking priests. Now he discovers that wisdom is not only resistance, but reconstruction. The garden is the place where rebellion becomes creation. He writes to friends, explaining his routine. Mornings spent dictating letters, afternoons among trees, evenings at his desk. Visitors expect fiery debates. Instead, they find a calm host, offering fruit from his orchard. Philosophy, he tells them, is digestion. It must take its time. They smile, unsure if he jokes. But he means it literally. Thoughts, like plants, require patience, seasons, repetition. The same soil that grows bitterness can, with care, grow nourishment. To cultivate one's garden is to accept the limits of power. You cannot reform the entire world, but you can improve the ground beneath your feet. Each weed pulled, each seed planted, becomes an act of quiet defiance against despair. The garden is humility made visible. It reminds the thinker that ideas, like crops, thrive only when tended daily. Voltaire had seen too much destruction done in the name of perfection. He believed improvement was enough. Small deeds, multiplied, could equal revolutions. His correspondence shows the rhythm of this conviction. Letters to kings advising tolerance. Donations to families ruined by injustice. Pamphlets arguing for education and against cruelty. He no longer writes to wound. He writes to heal. He warns his readers not to trust grand theories that promise happiness to all. Beware, he writes, of those who seek to make you better by force. True virtue, he insists, begins in usefulness. Plant something. Teach someone. Relieve a neighbor's hunger. That is enlightenment more durable than any philosophy. The tone of his late work changes. Where once he laughed sharply, now he smiles gently. He keeps irony, but tempers it with gratitude. He speaks often of work not ambition's work, but sustenance's work. He sees in labor the rhythm that reconciles body and mind. Work protects from idleness. Idleness breeds fantasy. Fantasy breeds fanaticism. To cultivate one's garden is therefore to cultivate one's sanity. In these years, he transforms Fernie into more than a home. It becomes a symbol. Travelers arrive from across Europe to glimpse the legendary philosopher in his sanctuary. They find him walking with villagers, settling disputes, funding schools. He builds workshops so the poor can earn wages. He pays teachers to educate girls as well as boys. He writes, half amused, that the village once known for ignorance now exports clocks and ideas. Voltaire calls himself the innkeeper of Europe. His house never empties. Princes, poets, refugees, skeptics all pass through. Some expect a profit. They meet a man in a straw hat offering pears. He listens more than he speaks, laughs more than he lectures. He tells them, "My garden is my argument." The example replaces the sermon at night. When the guests sleep, he sits again at his desk. The candlelight touches piles of correspondence. He answers them one by one. Letters about justice, tolerance, war, and faith. He no longer expects quick victories. He has learned that truth travels slower than rumor, but endures longer. He writes, "We must judge progress by the number of children who can read." It is a sentence as humble as it is revolutionary. In the stillness, he reflects on his long path. He remembers the Bastille, the duels, the exile, the applause. He feels no bitterness, only clarity. The struggle has not ended oppression, but it has enlarged thought. He sees that the world changes by increments, not miracles. The philosopher must learn to live inside the unfinished. That is the essence of the garden philosophy, to accept incompleteness without surrendering hope. He explains this to a young visitor, who asks him for the meaning of happiness. Voltaire answers with a story. There was once a man who wanted to change the climate. He shouted at the sky, cursed the rain, prayed for sun. He died before the harvest. His neighbor watered the soil and picked weeds. He lived to eat. The visitor laughs. Voltaire adds softly, "Be the neighbor." Happiness, he says, is the equilibrium between effort and acceptance. Work keeps despair from rotting the heart. Acceptance keeps pride from choking it. The wise man does not demand perfection from the world. He collaborates with it. That collaboration between will and limitation is the true art of living. Voltaire extends this idea beyond the self. Each person's garden totters in others. Communities, nations, civilizations are networks of adjoining plots. When one lies untended, weeds spread to the rest. Therefore justice is not charity, it is maintenance. He urges rulers to care for their people as gardeners care for crops, not with sermons, but with watering cans. He writes essays calling for legal reform, arguing that tolerance is the seed of peace. He exposes cases of injustice with precision, not merely to punish the guilty, but to teach compassion as a civic duty. He becomes, almost without noticing, a statesman of conscience. His words restore the idea that moral improvement is practical. Work as years pass. The garden deepens its symbolism. When he speaks of God, he no longer argues theology. He calls God the great clockmaker, a mind beyond our comprehension, not an authority demanding obedience, but a law of order. He prays by cultivating. He worships through usefulness. He writes, "Labor keeps us from three great evils: boredom, vice, and need." That sentence, like the garden, is plain, sturdy, enduring. Through it, Voltaire redefines enlightenment. It is not dazzling revelation. It is steady light sufficient to work by. He tells a correspondent that optimism and pessimism are both escapes. The wise person stands between them, hoe in hand. He believes that the greatest act of faith is persistence. Fernie flourishes. The philosopher's presence turns the village into a beacon. Travelers arrive to thank him for defending victims of injustice. Parents name children after him. He accepts the admiration with gentle irony, reminding them that he, too, is imperfect. When praised for transforming a barren region, he replies, "I merely let people work." It is his final lesson in leadership. Trust the competence of ordinary hands. The garden philosophy grows outward like vines on a wall. It touches economics work as dignity. It touches politics power as stewardship. It touches morality virtue as cultivation. In each case, the metaphor holds: neglect breeds decay. Attention restores harmony. Voltaire writes that the philosopher who despises manual labor is a fool. He warns against detachment disguised as superiority. To think is divine, he says, but to act is human, and we are not angels. In that humility lies his greatness. He is old now, his hair thin, his body bent, but his eyes still bright. He walks slowly through the orchard each evening, stopping to inspect a bud, a bee, a patch of soil. He tells a companion, "When I plant, I believe in tomorrow." It is perhaps the closest he comes to prayer. Faith, for him, is not hope of heaven, but confidence in sunrise. Sometimes he reflects on those who mocked or punished him. He feels no vengeance. He says, they helped. May cultivate patience. This gentle irony is his final weapon, a kindness, sharper than any satire. He receives letters from across Europe asking for advice. Most he answers with variations of one theme. Do what good you can where you are. The phrase repeats through his correspondence like heartbeat. It becomes the distilled form of his philosophy, an instruction simple enough for anyone, profound enough for all time. Evenings at Ferney are tranquil. Candles flicker in the windows. The fields breathe quietly. He writes until his hands ache. Then closes his notebook and listens to the crickets. He feels gratitude more than triumph. He has lived long enough to see the seeds of his ideas sprout beyond him. He senses that revolutions of thought move like seasons slow, inevitable, returning. He wonders if future generations will understand that his laughter was love in disguise. He hopes they will remember that to cultivate a garden is to believe in continuity. He smiles at the thought that someday someone he will never meet might pick fruit from trees he planted. That, he decides, is immortality enough. When visitors later write of meeting him, they describe a man at peace but never idle. Even in frailty, he debates, jokes, dictates letters. He says, rest is good after work, not instead of it. His mind remains sharp, his humor kind. He repeats his maxim endlessly, aware that repetition is how truth sinks in. Cultivate your garden, cultivate your garden. He knows people crave grandeur, yet he gives them simplicity. He knows they want revelation, yet he gives them routine. He trusts that maturity will make them grateful for both. By the time he nears 80, the world outside Ferney is changing fast. New revolutions stir. New thinkers quote his words. Some interpret them as calls to rebellion, others as calls to reason. He watches from afar, amused and a little weary. He tells a friend, they will improve upon me, or they will not. Either way, the weeds will keep returning. There is no bitterness, only awareness that every age must weed its own soil. He does not live to see how widely his seeds will spread, how future nations will claim his ideas as their foundation, how his insistence on tolerance will shape laws, how his laughter will echo in the concept of human rights. But perhaps he would have shrugged. For him, the reward was always the work itself. As this section draws to its close, picture the old man in his chair at twilight. The sky turns gold, then grey, then deep blue. He looks toward the horizon and whispers a line half to himself. The earth is the only paradise we shall ever know if we learn to care for it. Then he smiles, sets his quill aside, and lets the silence of the garden complete the sentence. The candle fades. Another day ends in the philosophy of freedom transformed into the philosophy of tending. No monuments, no victories, only the simple miracle of things growing. And so we fade with him, into evening light and patient soil, carrying forward the lesson that wisdom is work, and that every mind, every life, is a garden waiting to be cultivated. The garden at Ferney is peaceful, but the world beyond its hedges is not. From across France come stories that disturb Voltaire's quiet mornings, families ruined by prejudice, men condemned without trial, women silenced by superstition. Each new letter reminds him that weeds grow fastest in places untended. He realizes that philosophy, if it stays only among books, becomes decoration. To mean anything, it must act. Thus begins the final transformation of Voltaire, the philosopher. Becomes the warrior. His pen, once playful, now sharpens into an instrument of justice. He will spend the last decades of his life not in contemplation, but in combat, fighting cruelty with words precise enough to cut and measured enough to heal. It begins with a tragedy that echoes through. Europe, the case of Jean Cola is a Protestant merchant from Toulouse, accused of murdering his own son to prevent his conversion to Catholicism. The evidence is thin, the witnesses contradictory, yet the courts, swayed by fanaticism, condemn him. He is tortured, broken on the wheel, and executed. His family is disgraced, his name destroyed. Voltaire hears of it months later. He reads the reports in disbelief, then anger, then purpose. Here, he sees, is everything he has fought in theory: superstition, intolerance, the arrogance of power, compressed into one human catastrophe. The philosopher who once mocked priests now takes up the case like a lawyer for the dead. He writes to ministers, ambassadors, magistrates. He gathers testimony, publishes essays, letters, arguments, not in fury but in relentless clarity. He refuses to let the world look away. For 3 years he works to prove Carla innocent. He appeals to reason, not revenge. Let us not avenge him, he writes. Let us vindicate him. The difference is everything. Vengeance imitates the crime. Justice corrects it. Finally, the pressure becomes too great. In 1765, the verdict is overturned. The king issues an official exoneration. The Colla family is restored to honor. Voltaire weeps quietly when he hears the news. He says, "I am old, but I have seen something good." The victory changes him. He discovers that philosophy need not end in resignation. The garden, it turns out, includes the world beyond the fence. From that moment, he becomes the conscience of Europe. When others suffer injustice, they write to Ferney, knowing the old man will answer. The letters arrive by the hundreds. Cases of torture, false accusation, religious persecution. Voltaire reads them all. He cannot rest. Each one feels personal. He answers with arguments, essays, and petitions, turning public opinion into a force more powerful than decrees. He understands that to change minds, one must move hearts first. He tells stories of victims as if they were neighbors. He describes families ruined, lives ended, and asks readers, "What if this were you?" His tone is never hysterical. It is calm, factual, devastating. He makes empathy logical and reason. Emotional, his next great battle comes with the Savine affair. Another Protestant family accused. Another miscarriage of justice. He fights again tirelessly, methodically until innocence is proved. Then comes the case of the Chevalier de la Barre, a young man executed for failing to salute a religious procession. Voltaire's outrage burns through his letters. So they have cut off a boy's head for singing an irreverent song. He writes, "The true blasphemy is cruelty itself." Each campaign takes years, but he persists. He has become the Enlightenment in motion. His house turns into a court of appeal for all who have none. Farmers arrive at his gate carrying petitions. He feeds them, listens, and sends letters that travel faster than armies. People begin to say that Ferney is more than a villageate, is a tribunal. Some call him the patriarch. He laughs at the title, but fulfills the role. From his desk, he governs nothing and influences everything. The methods he uses are revolutionary. He wields publicity as weapon. He understands that scandal, once illuminated, loses its power. He exposes cruelty not by screaming but by describing it until denial becomes impossible. He turns reason into theatre, making the reading of injustice. A moral awakening. In pamphlets, he dissects trials line by line, showing contradictions, mocking absurdities, always ending with a plea for tolerance. He never allows himself to hate. Hatred, he believes, is ignorance reborn. Instead, he uses ridicule to dismantle what others would burn. He writes, "Fanaticism is a monster that dares call itself God." He insists that every faith, every nation, must choose between cruelty and civilization. He calls for the abolition of torture, the protection of minorities, the separation of religion from law. Each idea seems radical, but all spring from one root, the conviction that reason and compassion are the same virtues seen from two sides. The burden of battle weighs on him. At 70, he should rest, but cannot. His body grows frail. His spirit does not. He writes through illness, dictating when he can no longer hold the quill. He jokes that death will find him mid-sentence. He is probably right. Visitors to Ferney describe a paradox, a man physically weak, yet morally immense. They find him surrounded by papers, letters piled like fortifications. Each morning he dictates with the calm of someone long past fear. When asked where he finds strength, he answers, "From injustice. It keeps me alive." He no longer writes for fame or vengeance, but for what he calls the tenderness of reason. He believes the Enlightenment must learn to feel as well as think. Compassion, he says, is the logic of the heart. Through these campaigns, Voltaire reshapes Europe's moral landscape. He proves that public opinion, when informed, can correct courts and kings. He inspires others to write, petition, and protest. What begins as one man's outrage becomes a collective conscience. He calls it progress. Others call it revolution in slow motion. His enemies multiply, but so do his allies. Princes who once banned him now quote him. Young thinkers visit Ferney as if on pilgrimage. They find no mystic, no saint, only a human being who never stopped caring. That, perhaps, is why they trust him. He shows that morality need not require perfection. One can be flawed and still fight for what is right. He writes to a friend, "I am not a good man, only a man who prefers justice to injustice." It is both confession and creed. As the years pass, his campaigns blend together. he becomes less interested in victory than in persistence. He says, every time we prevent cruelty, we plant a seed of civilization. He knows some seeds will fail. Still, he plants them. The act itself is the meaning. He often repeats his favorite image. The truth is like a torch, cannot be touched without burning, but it lights the way. He has been burned many times, yet the light remains. In his late letters, fatigue seeps through the wit. He confides to a friend, my only wish is to see reason have the last word before I have my last breath. It is a prayer disguised as irony. One afternoon, near the end of his life, a visitor asks whether all his battles were worth it. Voltaire looks out the window at his fields, pauses and answers softly, look around you, the wheat grows straighter. When it is tended, the visitor nods, understanding. Justice, like agriculture, is never finished. It demands constant cultivation. He writes one final appeal on behalf of a prisoner he has never met. He seals it with unsteady hands, smiles, and says, the garden must never be left alone. That is his final message to the world, that conscience is maintenance, that civilization is continuous care. By the time he is 80, he has become both legend and lesson. Children learn his maxims by heart. Rulers read his essays in secret. He has outlived persecution. The voice once forbidden now shapes law. Yet he remains humble, reminding admirers that truth is older than any author. I did not invent justice, he says. I only reminded people it exists. When asked what kept him writing for so long, he replies, the world kept misbehaving. And then, with a laugh, I could not allow it the last word. As we drift toward the close of this chapter, imagine the old philosopher at dusk, quill resting beside a half-written letter. The window is open, evening air stirs the curtains. Outside, voices of workers returning home. He listens, content. For all the battles, this sound ordinary life continuing is his reward. The warrior for justice has become a guardian of peace. He has learned that righteousness without gentleness hardens into tyranny, that truth without humor dies of solemnity, and that compassion, practiced daily, is the highest form of reason. The candle burns low. He leans back, closes his eyes, and murmurs, let us cultivate the garden of justice, for the weeds never rest. And with that thought, we fade into the next part of the journey, a reflection on the age he helped shape, and the enemies his light exposed. The 18th century calls itself an age of light, but the shadows are never far. Every candle burns against darkness. Every idea meets resistance. Voltaire knows this better than anyone. He has lived long enough to see knowledge advance, and ignorance advance beside it. For every mind awakened, another retreats behind dogma. The struggle, he realizes, is not between good and evil, but between curiosity and fear. By now, the world names him a leader of the philosophes, the writers, scientists, and dreamers who believe reason can civilize humankind. Their movement is not an organization, but a conversation, a network of letters stretching from Paris to Berlin, from Geneva to St. Petersburg. They debate, they argue, they contradict, but all share one belief, that light is worth its cost. Voltaire watches this awakening with mixed pride and caution. He knows ideas spread faster than understanding. He warns his friends, "Let us enlighten, but let us not inflame." For he senses that every philosophy, once simplified, can become a banner for zeal. He has seen how easily reform turns to. Revenge, the enlightenment, to him is not rebellion, is renovation. He does not wish to destroy the old house of faith, only to open its windows. He does not want atheism to replace religion, but tolerance to replace cruelty. He writes, "If God did not exist, we should have to invent him." Not as theology, but as irony, a reminder that belief can serve morality only when it ceases. To serve oppression, he admires science, but distrusts arrogance. He honors Newton as a saint of reason, but warns that even science, if worshipped, becomes superstition by another name. Reason must remain humble before mystery. That humility is what separates the sage from the fanatic. Voltaire's personal. Faith is quiet, almost agnostic. He calls himself a deist, believing in a creator who does not govern by miracle. The world, he says, runs on laws. The miracle is the law itself. He prefers the god of geometry to the god of thunder. It is a faith compatible with reason, a reverence without fear. Yet the age is not ready for such balance. Around him, monarchs tremble, priests plot, and revolutionaries sharpen words into weapons. He watches as thinkers younger than himself turn his moderation into militancy. They demand immediate change. He counsels patience. They call him cautious. He calls them reckless. He sees that enlightenment itself has enemies on every side. On one side, the old powers, the church, the court, the censors. On the other, new radicals who mistake destruction for liberty. Both, he says, are blinded by certainty. The true philosopher walks between, trusting in reason and experience, never in slogans. He writes, "Doubt is uncomfortable, but certainty is ridiculous." That line becomes a shield for generations to come. In it lies his whole method, to live intelligently in a world that resists intelligence. Voltaire studies the history of fanaticism as others study war. He collects examples of intolerance from every religion, not to mock faith, but to remind believers that cruelty wears many names. In his treatise on tolerance, he pleads for conscience without persecution. He writes, "It does not require faith to be virtuous, but it requires virtue to make faith harmless." He argues that religion's purpose should be consolation, not control. That prayer means little if it blesses injustice. That salvation, if it exists, must depend more on kindness than on creed. He does not abolish the sacred, he purifies it. For him, the enemy is not belief, but fanaticism, not ignorance, but arrogance. He calls dogma the poison of certainty. His antidote is curiosity. Every question asked in good faith, he insists, is an act of worship. Among the philosophes, Voltaire stands apart. Diderot dreams of universal encyclopedias. Rousseau preaches natural virtue. Montesquieu designs political balance. Voltaire, ever practical, concerns himself with human pain. He measures progress not by theories, but by suffering reduced. Let others speculate, he says. I will prevent one injustice, and it will be enough. His influence spreads beyond literature. Economists quote him, scientists thank him, statesmen read him in secret. Catherine the Great of Russia invites. him to court. Frederick of Prussia calls him friend, then rival, then friend again. They correspond for decades, trading philosophy and sarcasm in equal measure. Voltaire enjoys their attention, but never forgets that power flatters to neutralize. He flatters back, but keeps his independence. To kings he offers advice wrapped in wit. To subjects he offers laughter sharp enough to wound without bleeding. He proves that diplomacy and defiance can coexist. His letters are theatre, half flattery, half resistance. They allow him to whisper truths that would be dangerous if shouted. Still, danger finds him. Books banned, plays censored, pamphlets condemned as heresy. He answers each attack not with retreat, but with more writing. He claims that persecution is advertisement. Burn my books, he says, and you light my words anew. In time, his defiance becomes legendary. Young writers adopt his tone, mixing courage with comedy. Voltaire becomes not only a thinker, but a style, a rhythm of irony, a way of being fearless without hatred. But as his fame grows, so does the backlash. Priests accuse him of corrupting youth. Some scholars envy his influence. Even among allies, jealousy breeds suspicion. He endures it with amusement. He says, "To be hated by fools is the beginning of wisdom." The enlightenment he helped ignite becomes a constellation too bright for one man to control. New thinkers push beyond him, toward revolutions he will not live to see. He reads their manifestos and feels both pride and unease. They speak of liberty, equality, fraternity, words that echo his own. But with heat instead of light. He fears that in destroying tyranny, they will forget tolerance. That in freeing themselves from kings, they will enslave themselves to anger. He senses the future approaching with the sound of marching feet. Beware, he writes, of those who burn to reform mankind. They will burn mankind itself. Yet, he does not despair. He believes ideas evolve beyond intention. The philosopher sows, history harvests. He will not live to see how the harvest turns, but he trusts the soil. In these twilight years, Voltaire writes less polemic and more reflection. He returns to themes of aging, forgiveness, and mortality. He asks what the Enlightenment has truly achieved. People think more freely, yes, but do they feel more kindly? Science has advanced, but has wisdom kept pace? He answers himself softly, perhaps progress is not speed, but direction. To move toward reason, however slowly, is already victory. He watches children playing in the streets of Fernie, and imagines a world where laughter is safe. That, he decides, is civilization's test, not the splendor of cities, but the peace of ordinary joy. Through all these meditations, his humor never deserts him. He jokes about death, about God, about himself. He says, "I am at the age when one must choose between dying of boredom or dying of something else." Friends call his levity blasphemous. He replies that only despair is sin. His laughter, even now, is service it keeps fear at bay. He understands that laughter and light share the same property. Both reveal, both comfort, both vanish when forced. That is why he refuses fanaticism on every side. He loves reason too much to make it a religion. Visitors ask him to define enlightenment. He answers without hesitation. It is the habit of judging things by evidence and people by their humanity. That sentence could stand as his epitaph. He sees enlightenment not as knowledge acquired, but as prejudice discarded. It is not a destination, but a discipline, a way of looking without hatred. He warns that light creates shadows. Every new truth exposes new errors. The work of thought, therefore, never ends. He imagines the future continuing this work, generation after generation, each one correcting the last. That image comforts him more than any creed. Late in life, he visits Paris again after decades in exile. The journey is both triumph and temptation. Crowds fill the streets to see him. Theatres perform his plays. Academies welcome him as a hero. He rides through the city as through a living book. Students shout his name. Women throw flowers. Priests mutter prayers he does not need. He bows from his carriage window, smiling faintly. He knows that fame, like faith, is a form of illusion. But he accepts it as one accepts sunlight, brief, warm, undeserved, and gone by evening. That night, in his hotel room, he writes the last words he will ever publish. May all men remember that they are brothers. It is both blessing and warning. It is the enlightenment reduced to a whisper. As this chapter of his life closes, the enemies of light remain, but so do its keepers. The movement he helped shape will survive him and divide without him. Some will turn his moderation into rebellion, some will misquote him to justify cruelty. He cannot prevent it. Ideas, once born, belong to history. Yet he leaves behind a pattern, a method of thought that resists corruption, doubt, humor, patience, and courage. Together, they form an invisible armor, stronger than dogma, lighter than pride. And so, as night settles on the Enlightenment's greatest witness, Voltaire sits once more at his desk. The candle flickers. The pen rests between aging fingers. He writes one last note to a friend. The truth is slow, but it walks. He seals the letter, sets it aside, and listens to the quiet world he helped to free. Outside, the wind stirs his garden. The same garden he once made metaphor now rustles like applause. The philosopher smiles, knowing that the light he tended will wander on without him, fragile, flickering, but alive. And as we fade toward the next part of this journey, the final letters, the final home, the final peace, his words linger softly behind. The more I see of mankind, the more I love my garden. In the century before instant words and glowing screens, letters with a bloodstream of ideas. They carried thought from one solitude to another, stitched together the countenance hidden conversations. And no one wrote letters like Voltaire. His pen connected kingdoms, scholars, merchants, and friends. He wrote as if correspondence itself were a republic, a nation without borders, ruled only by curiosity. His letters were many things at once: confession, argument, performance, and disguise. Each one revealed a part of him and concealed another. They were the mirror through which Europe saw its conscience. He called them little ambassadors of truth. They carried humor where sermons could not, reason where pamphlets were banned, and compassion where the law was deaf. By the end of his life, he had written more than 20,000. A lifetime of sentences sent across mountains and seas, each one a spark of intellect searching for its match. Through them, Voltaire built the most powerful weapon of the Enlightenment: communication. He understood that wit could cross borders. that armies could not. While census-inspected books and sermons thundered from pulpits, his letters slipped quietly from desk to desk, turning into echoes that could not be contained. He addressed kings as equals, priests as students, friends, as partners in the grand experiment of reason. He wrote with grace and danger balanced so delicately that even his enemies could not resist reading him. To Catherine the Great, he offered counsel disguised as flattery. To Frederick the Great, he offered flattery disguised as counsel. Their exchanges reveal a man who could disagree without provoking wrath, a master of tone who never confused humility with submission. He knew that a gentle truth, well-timed, was more revolutionary than any shout. The art of wit, to Voltaire, was not mockery for its own sake. It was the discipline of clarity. To write wittily was to think clearly enough that even the dull would listen. He said, "A witty phrase is a truth, smiling." And he smiled often. Among his most dangerous letters were the letters Philosophites, the philosophical letters written after his stay in England. They compared English liberty with French absolutism, English science with French dogma. Each essay was a mirror angled just enough to reflect discomfort. He praised the English Parliament not to glorify Britain, but to embarrass France into thinking. When the book appeared, it exploded like quiet dynamite. Readers laughed first, then realized what they were laughing at. The clergy denounced it. The government banned it. Copies were burned in public squares. Voltaire, from exile, watched the smoke rise and murmured, "Fire purifies my ideas, will be sterilized and reborn." Those letters marked the birth of modern journalism. Fact and opinion fused into art, argument disguised as conversation. Voltaire had discovered that information, when made elegant, could move faster than authority could suppress it. What made him truly dangerous was accessibility. He wrote not for academies, but for anyone who could read. He refused the obscurity of scholars, believing that knowledge locked in jargon was as useless as treasure buried in stone. He wanted light to reach kitchens and workshops. His enemies called him vulgar. He took it as praise. "Let us be clear," he said, "so that clarity itself becomes contagious." He believed that reason must be shared to survive. An enlightened few accomplish little. An enlightened many transform the world. So he simplified without betraying depth. He laughed in sentences short enough for memory. He quoted himself before others could misquote him. And always he wrote as if speaking to one attentive mind, the reader alone at night, candle burning. Lo, heart open to thought. Voltaire's wit served not only philosophy but humanity. He used humor to comfort the afflicted, to reassure them that laughter need not vanish in suffering. In letters to grieving friends, he writes not of theology, but of endurance. He tells one widow, "Your tears are proof of love, and love is proof of life. Therefore, you honor the dead by living kindly." To another, he writes, "We cannot choose our tragedies, but we can refuse to be their accomplices." His compassion is always practical, never sentimental. He treats sorrow as he treats tyranny, something to resist through clarity. He once advised a friend tormented by doubt, "Do not be ashamed of uncertainty. It is the first step of reason, and the last of pride." These lines, written for one person, would later circulate through Europe as anonymous wisdom. Every letter he sent risked interception. So he developed a style of subtlety. Jokes within jokes, meanings within meanings. Censors could not punish what they failed to understand. His metaphors became armor, his laughter camouflage. He sometimes used pseudonyms or fictional editors. One pamphlet would quote another that did not exist. One character would contradict another, so that blame dissolved in ambiguity. It was a chess game of intellect and survival. He loved it, not for deceit's sake, but for the elegance of evasion. Yet he never hid completely. He wanted his opponents to know that behind the masks was always the same smile. He wrote, "They will never catch me, for I run faster than their anger." And he did through wit, through mobility, through sheer endurance, the charm of his letters lay not only in ideas but in tone. He wrote as if speaking softly across a table, never as a lecturer above a podium. He replaced dogma with dialogue. Even when he corrected, he invited. Even when he mocked, he included. He used humor to level the field between philosopher and reader. To a young writer, he advised, "Do not preach, converse." To another, truth enters through the ear that laughter has opened. He believed that reform achieved through conversation endures longer than reform achieved through coercion. Because conversation, unlike conquest, preserves dignity on both sides. This is why his letters outlasted his polemics. While essays grow dated, letters preserve tone, the texture of living thought. They reveal a mind in motion rather than a monument. Some of his finest insights hide in casual sentences. To a mathematician he writes, "Precision is the politeness of thinkers." To a soldier, courage without reason is a wild dog. To a poet, the rhythm of a verse is the rhythm of breathing. If it stops, so does the reader. He could be teacher, friend, and provocateur in the same paragraph. He turned correspondence into mentorship on a continental scale. Many of his recipients never met him, yet felt they knew him intimately. He belonged to them, not as idol, but as companion in the art of questioning. He gave them permission to think aloud. And that permission, granted quietly through envelopes, became one of the most subversive acts of his century. The tone of his letters also reveals a paradox. For all his attacks on hypocrisy, Voltaire loved the theatre of life. He enjoyed playing roles: courtier, rebel, sage, comedian. He believed irony was not deceit but perspective. It allowed him to see both sides of truth at once. Seriousness, he said, is the refuge of the mediocre. Yet his laughter always served. Sincerity. He joked, only to expose what people took too seriously. In his later years, the letters mellow. He no longer fights with everyone. He chooses his battles with care. He praises young thinkers, encourages women, writers, and debates priests who have learned, finally, to answer with civility. The age has changed, partly because he forced it to. But not all his correspondence is gentle. Sometimes the old fire returns. When he reads of injustice, the sentences sharpen instantly. He writes to a bishop defending intolerance. If you wish to serve God, begin by making men less miserable. He writes to a minister who excuses censorship. Do you fear words? Then you have already lost. Even at 80, his pen still carries the precision of outrage. He signs each letter not as philosopher or noble, but simply Voltaire, cultivator of Ferney. That title, half humorous, becomes his signature philosophy. Cultivator, one who tends the soil, the mind, the human conscience. It replaces all other honors. Through these letters, Europe learns to think aloud. They form the nervous system of the Enlightenment, carrying shock, sympathy, and stimulation across distance. Voltaire teaches that conversation itself is civilization. That where people exchange words, they are less likely to exchange blows. His wit softens disagreement into curiosity. He makes the act of correspondence a moral duty. He writes, "To answer is to exist." He means that silence is complicity, and that every reply, even in disagreement, keeps reason alive. He anticipates the future without knowing it, a world connected by voices instead of chains, a world where words travel faster than armies. In his letters lie the first architecture of modern dialogue, toward the end. As his strength fades, he writes fewer lines, but with more tenderness. He thanks his correspondents for keeping him alive in spirit. He writes, "When I can no longer travel, my words walk for me." He feels the limits of his body, but not of his reach. Every sealed envelope carries another fragment of his immortality. In one of his last letters, he muses, "I have spent my life fighting foolishness, and I see that it is immortal. But perhaps, if it never dies, neither will laughter." That single line could stand as the motto of his age. He does not expect victory. He expects continuity. And that expectation, humble and steadfast, is the true essence of enlightenment. When he dies, his letters remain in drawers, trunks, pockets. They circulate slowly, outliving censorship, outliving even the revolutions they inspired. Future generations will piece them together and find not a hero, but a human voice, curious, weary, amused, alive. They will see that his greatest creation was not a book or a theory, but the habit of correspondence itself, the ongoing dialogue. Between minds seeking clarity, Voltaire's wit was dangerous because it proved that truth need not be solemn to be powerful. A joke, sincerely meant, could loosen the grip of tyranny. A letter, honestly written, could change a world one reader at a time. As this section fades to its quiet close, imagine him once more at his desk, the quill moving slowly across parchment. He signs his name, folds the sheet, and presses wax upon it. The candlelight flickers on his face. He smiles, not triumphant, but content. He has learned that words, like seeds, find their soil in distant minds. And somewhere, perhaps tonight, someone will open a letter and feel a sudden lightness of thought, a quiet rebellion, a smile at the edge of revelation. That is how enlightenment travels, not by decree, but by correspondence, and in the hush that follows, his voice drifts on, patient and amused, a whisper through centuries, still teaching us to think, still reminding us to laugh, and still daring us to tell the truth gently. By now the world has changed, and Voltaire with it. He has written his way through prisons, courts, and revolutions of thought. He has outlived kings, outargued bishops, outlasted his enemies, and yet he remains what he was at the beginning. A man in search of a place where he can think freely, live honestly, and write without fear. That place will be Fernie, a small estate near the French-Swiss border, a frontier between nations, between safety and danger, between silence and speech. It is fitting that his final home lies between worlds, for Voltaire himself has always lived there, half rebel, half diplomat, half jester, half judge. He arrives in Fernie in 1758, an old man in years, though not in energy. The journey has taken him through exiles in England, Geneva, and Lorraine, each offering temporary shelter, but never rest. He has been a guest of princes, a fugitive of priests, a man to free for any government's comfort. Fernie is his compromise with fate. A place close enough to France to matter, but far enough from Paris to survive. The land is wild when he buys it. A handful of peasants tilt thin soil under mountain winds. The houses lean with age. The fields produce little. Voltaire sees not poverty but potential. He looks at the valley and imagines a living philosophy, a village where work, knowledge, and tolerance could coexist. He begins to build. He renovates the manor, plants orchards, digs wells, hires masons and carpenters. Soon the sound of hammers replaces the silence of neglect. Fernie becomes a construction site for reason. Voltaire walks among the workers, sleeves rolled, discussing both measurements and metaphysics. He tells them, "We shall cultivate, and therefore we shall live." They laugh, thinking it jest, but he means it with sacred seriousness. Word spreads that the great philosopher has settled near the border. Visitors begin to arrive, refugees, scholars, merchants, dreamers. Some come seeking wisdom, others protection. They find both. Voltaire's home becomes a sanctuary without formal walls. Catholics and Protestants live side by side under his roof. He insists they share meals, arguing that reason requires no uniform creed. He builds a chapel, and above its entrance carves an inscription that confuses authorities. Dio rerexit Voltaire to God. Voltaire built this. It is part devotion, part joke, part defiance. The message is clear. A man may believe in God without belonging to any church. The local bishop protests. Voltaire replies politely, saying that charity is better theology than quarrel. He continues his work, turning Fernie into a model of peaceful productivity. Within a decade, the barren village becomes prosperous. He introduces better farming methods, founds a watchmaking workshop, brings in teachers and artisans. He ensures the poor are paid fairly, that the children learn letters as well as trades. He pays for dowries, repairs roads, funds hospitals. Fernie becomes known as the city of Voltaire. Travellers marvel at its order and civility. When asked why he invests so much in a small village, he answers, because the world begins. Wherever we stand, that is the garden philosophy made flesh. What he once wrote in satire, he now lives in practice. Fernie is not only refuge, it is proof, a demonstration that enlightenment, applied patiently, can feed the hungry and calm the fearful. The house itself becomes legendary. Guests come from all corners of Europe. They find a host both humble and theatrical, a man who can quote Latin one moment and gossip about local harvests the next. He delights in conversation more than ceremony. The dining room becomes his new salon. Each meal a symposium, each guest both student and teacher. He listens intently to stories, asks questions that turn anecdotes into parables. He laughs easily, yet beneath the humor lies purpose. He tests ideas the way farmers test soil, by seeing what grows. He writes less now, but what he writes carries the weight of distillation. Each letter, each essay, feels like a seed packed with seasons of experience. Despite the peace of Fernie, controversy finds him still. The Church denounces him anew for his epitaph to reason. Critics call him a hypocrite for his wealth, as if comfort disqualified conscience. He answers with the same composure as always. Let them shout. The more noise they make, the less harm. They do. Even kings tread carefully around him now. They need his approval as much as they once feared his scorn. Frederick of Prussia still writes, sometimes flatteringly, sometimes bitterly. Their friendship has cooled, but not died. Voltaire answers courteously, always returning to the same theme, that wisdom is better than power. Because wisdom needs no guards. He corresponds with Catherine the Great, sending advice on law, education, and tolerance. She admires him enough to call him the teacher of Europe. He replies, half amused, I am but a student who never stops asking questions. Ferney becomes both fortress and lighthouse. From its quiet hills, Voltaire watches the world evolve. He sees revolutions stirring in America, reforms rising in France. He senses the tremor of an era ending. He is too old to travel, yet his words move faster than any courier. Visitors describe him as radiant in his frailty thin, pale, but glowing with vitality of mind. He speaks of the past with affection, of the future with curiosity, of himself with irony. He refuses to be solemn, saying, one must die as one has. Lived amused. In those twilight years, he becomes philosopher, mayor, and father to his villagers. When disputes arise, they come to him. He listens, decides, and often pays from his own purse to settle matters. He prefers peace to principle, because peace feeds more people. He writes that governments could learn from gardeners, remove weeds, but never the roots of life. It is both agricultural and political advice. When winter settles on Ferney, he spends evenings near the fire reading letters. He comments aloud to himself, sometimes laughing, sometimes sighing. He keeps one letter from an old friend pinned above his desk as simple line, "You have made thought humane." He reads it often, as if reminding himself that enlightenment is not about brightness, but warmth. In these moments, he feels gratitude rather than pride. He knows that the ideas he helped nurture will outlive him and grow in unpredictable ways. He no longer worries about credit, only continuity. He says, truth does not need heirs, only witnesses. The seasons turn gently. He watches snow cover the garden, then melt into new green. The rhythm comforts him. Life, he realizes, repeats itself, not as punishment, but as promise. Every return of spring is proof that labor was not wasted. Friends who visit in those final years describe the same scene. Voltaire sitting by a window, a quill in one hand, a basket of fruit beside him. He offers pears, stories, and questions. Always questions. Are we better? He asks one evening. Not perfect, just better. The visitor hesitates. Voltaire smiles. That hesitation, he says, is honesty. Keep it. Ferney becomes his metaphor for the human condition in imperfect paradise maintained by imperfect hands. He writes that civilization is a garden under siege by weeds. Weeds will always return. The task is to keep them manageable. He has no illusions of final victory, only faith in the daily act of care. He reminds his villagers that thinking is also cultivation. He funds a small school, teaches arithmetic and reading, believing ignorance is the root weed of them all. When someone thanks him, he replies, "Do not thank me." Thank the idea of progress, it belongs to everyone. He continues to write letters late into the night, his sentences shorter now, but no less clear. He ends one with, "My body sleeps, my mind keeps gardening." It is both metaphor and fact. As he grows weaker, Paris calls to him once more. Friends urge him to return, to receive the adoration he has long been denied. For years he refuses. Then, one spring morning in 1778, he decides to go. "I shall see my children once more," he says, meaning his readers. The journey is slow, but when he enters the city, it feels like history itself coming home. Crowds gather, shouting his name. The theatre dedicates a performance to him. The streets bloom with applause. He bows, weary but smiling. After decades of exile, Paris has become the world he imagined a city daring to think aloud. He stays only a few weeks. The excitement exhausts him. One night he whispers to a friend, "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he sleeps. They bury him in secret, for the church still fears his presence even in death. But fear cannot silence affection. Years later, the revolution will carry his remains to the Pantheon, where crowds will chant his name and call him the soul of France. Fernie, meanwhile, remains. The gardens continue to bloom, the workshops hum, the schools teach. His villagers keep a chair for him at the table and say, "He is not gone. He is working elsewhere." And so, as we leave this quiet refuge, picture the estate at dusk, the air cool, the fields golden. A single lamp glows in the study window. Inside, an empty chair, a quill resting in its holder, the scent of parchment. An ink still fresh dot outside. The garden hums with life bees moving between blossoms, branches stirring in gentle wind. Everything continues, as it always does, as he always hoped it would. The man is gone, but his refuge remains, a living symbol of reason's patience. Proof that thought, when rooted in kindness, can become a home. And from that quiet place between nations, between faith and doubt, between laughter and truth, Voltaire's voice still carries, soft but unending. Cultivate your garden. It is the only world that will ever belong to you. The year is 1778. Voltaire is 83 years old, thin as parchment and just as full of words. He has lived through a century that feared him, mocked him, and finally learned to listen. Now, after 27 years away, he returns to Paris, the city that once imprisoned him, the city that now greets him as a prophet returned from exile. He travels slowly, stopping in villages along the road. Everywhere, crowds gather. Farmers, students, merchants, people who had never read a line of his work, lined the streets to see the face that had argued with kings. They call his name not as a philosopher, but as a friend. Some kneel, others laugh, and he, amused, waves them to their feet. He whispers to his companion, "When I left, they cursed me. Now they cheer." It seems success is simply exile that lasted long enough. When he enters Paris, the city erupts. The noise is overwhelming, the cheers rising from every quarter like the sound of an awakening. Windows blaze with candles. Carriages follow his coach through the streets. The Academy welcomes him as a returning patriarch. Theatres perform his plays to standing ovations. Crowds wait outside his lodging just to catch a glimpse of him. He bows from the balcony, thin and radiant, eyes gleaming with both exhaustion and disbelief. He has outlived all who condemned him. He has outlasted every threat. In that moment, the philosopher becomes a legend made flesh. The applause seems endless, but beneath it he hears something deeper, the murmur of a century closing behind him. He senses that he has become the bridge between worlds, the old of kings and creeds, and the new of liberty and reason. He knows bridges do not last forever, but while they stand, they carry everything across. During those weeks in Paris, he lives as if the years have rolled away. Visitors crowd his rooms from dawn to nightfall. He speaks, jokes, argues, blesses. Students ask for guidance. Nobles beg for wit. Painters sketch him, poets quote him, and children recite his aphorisms like prayers. He laughs softly at the irony that after a lifetime of being too dangerous to print, he has become the safest symbol of intellect the world can offer. Yet even as he enjoys the adoration, he feels its fragility. He tells a friend they applaud ideas they have not yet understood. When they begin to understand them, they will tremble again. He knows popularity is not proof of progress. Still, he accepts it with grace. To deny joy, even temporary, would be ungrateful. He spends his last nights attending the theatre. The audience rises when he enters. Actors stop mid-performance too. Bow. He bows back, smiling faintly. A physician warns him that the excitement will kill him. Voltaire replies, "Then let me die," applauded. The exhaustion does come. After so many years of surviving persecution, his body cannot withstand celebration. He grows weak, though his mind remains clear. Friends gather around his bed. Priests send polite invitations for confession. He declines gently. "I have nothing to confess except curiosity," he says. He insists on reason, even in farewell. He murmurs, "I am tired of hearing people ask for miracles. It is miracle enough that we are alive." One night, sensing the end near, he dictates his final statement. "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he adds, smiling, "Now leave me to die in peace. Do not make a ceremony." Of it, a few hours later, in quiet sleep, he does Paris mourns and celebrates at once. The church refuses him burial in consecrated ground. The people ignore the refusal. Friends smuggle his body by night to a monastery near Troyes, where he is laid to rest secretly, as if even death feared his voice might rise again. But silence will not hold him. 11 years later, after the storm of revolution, France reclaims him publicly. The revolution's leaders, believing themselves heirs to his pen, order his remains carried to the Pantheon, the temple of the nations great. The procession is immense. Tens of thousands follow the coffin through streets lined with banners. Inscribed on the side, "He gave mankind the spirit of liberty." Some weep, some sing, some carry candles, and above them all, the bells ring not for religion, but for reason. His body, once smuggled in secret, now rests beneath marble open to the sky. The irony would have delighted him. His legacy, however, is not stone but atmosphere. It lives in the habits of thought he made possible. Before him, people asked, "What must I believe?" After him, they began to ask, "What can I know?" Their change subtle, immensely shaped civilization. He did not invent the Enlightenment. He embodied its temperament, curiosity without cruelty, courage without hatred, and the refusal to take oneself too seriously. He left behind no disciples, only readers, millions of them. His influence moved through institutions he never trusted. Through revolutions he never joined, through laws he never wrote. It became invisible, as air becomes invisible once everyone breathes it. Philosophers debated his theology. Politicians quoted his wit. Common people remembered his laughter. He became a presence rather than a person, a whisper reminding each generation that reason is not cold, that truth need not shout, and that progress begins with a question. The paradox of his life endures. He mocked power yet advised rulers. He doubted God yet prayed in labor. He lived for peace yet fought endlessly. Through contradiction, he remained coherent, because his loyalty was never to systems but to conscience. He believed that the mind, like the world, must be cultivated daily. His garden was never perfect, but it was alive. In every age since, his name reappears whenever freedom trembles. Whenever censorship returns, someone quotes him. Whenever fanaticism spreads, someone reads him again. He becomes the eternal companion of rebellion tempered by thought. His laughter echoes in courtrooms, classrooms, and cafes. It is the laughter of a man who has seen folly and forgiven it. The laughter that clears the air before dawn. Centuries later, the philosopher remains modern. His ideas anticipate the rhythm of the digital age, fast, witty, skeptical, global. He would have loved this world of endless conversation and feared it equally. He would have warned us that speed without reflection turns communication into noise, that enlightenment must keep pace with invention. He would have told us, as he told his own century, to be skeptical not of truth, but of those who claim to own it. His garden survives now as metaphor. We cultivate it each time we choose understanding over outrage, dialogue over dogma, kindness over pride. Every act of patience continues his work. Every question asked in good faith extends his light another generation. That is his real immortality, not a statue, not a book, but the rhythm of thinking that refuses to stop. If you walk today through the Pantheon in Paris, past marble heroes and carved prayers, you may see his tomb bathed in quiet light. Visitors stand in silence, reading the inscription. Poet, historian, philosopher, he prepared us to be free. Some smile, some nod, some simply linger. They may not realize it, but in that silence, they are participating in his last request to think for themselves. And somewhere beyond stone and centuries, one can almost hear the faintest echo of his voice, still curious, still amused, still whispering to all who would listen. Cultivate your garden. Speak gently, but speak. And if you must fight, fight only with reason. The applause of his final return never truly ended. It continues quietly each time a person questions fear, each time laughter survives injustice, each time a mind opens. Instead of closing, that, more than any revolution, is Voltaire's victory. And so the story closes as it began, with a man and a pen. A cell replaced by a study, darkness replaced by dawn. He left the world no perfect system, only a method of courage, to live with light enough to see, and humility enough to doubt. The candle burns low once more. Ink dries on the page. The philosopher rests, his words still moving quietly through time. A reminder that freedom is never granted once, but cultivated forever. The story of Voltaire ends, but his invitation does not. Each generation inherits the same question. What does it mean to cultivate our garden today in this restless century of ours? The words sound simple, almost quaint, yet within them lies an entire philosophy of survival. It is not about literal soil alone. It is about the peace of the world that each of us can tend, the small circle of influence where care still matters. It is the idea that improvement, not perfection, is the real work of a lifetime. Voltaire's garden was once a patch of land at Ferney. Ours may be a household, a classroom, an online conversation, a business built with integrity, or simply a quiet discipline of attention in a noisy world. Every place where effort meets patience is a continuation of that same enlightenment. We live in a time flooded with light screens, information, opinions, and yet so much of it blinds rather than illuminates. Voltaire would recognize this paradox immediately. He would remind us that light without clarity becomes glare, that knowledge without perspective becomes confusion. He would tell us that the gardener's task is not to own the sun, but to guide its warmth to what needs it most. He would ask, are you cultivating your mind or merely consuming? For him, thought was labor, low, methodical, honest. It required weeding out prejudice, watering compassion, letting humility breathe between rows of certainty. He would insist that wisdom still begins when noise ends in silence long enough. To hear one's own reason, to cultivate our gardens today is to resist despair. Every age believes itself in crisis, but perhaps what changes is only the form of distraction. In Voltaire's time, tyranny wore robes and crowns. In ours, it often wears exhaustion. We hurry from task to task, forgetting that the gardener's greatest strength is patience. He would tell us, slow down. Do not wait for utopia or collapse. Attend to the ground beneath your feet. The weeds of ignorance, cruelty, and apathy are easier to pull when they are small. Neglect them, and they become forests. He would smile at our technology, marvel at our tools, and then ask the same question he asked of kings. To what end? For him, progress was never a matter of invention alone, but of intention. A machine is neutral, only its use has morality. To cultivate is to choose purpose over power. Voltaire's voice would fit naturally in this century of argument. He would scroll, observe, and laugh softly. He would see crowds proclaiming certainty in every direction, each shouting that they alone have truth. He would remind them that shouting is not proof. He would write a sentence short enough for our attention spanned and sharp enough to cut through the noise. Those who think alike are not necessarily thinking. He would ask us to bring humor back to discourse, to argue as gardeners debate whether with passion, yes, but also acceptance of limits. For a reason, like the seasons, thrives on cycles of growth and rest. We must plant ideas, knowing some will fail. Failure, to Voltaire, was never disgrace. It was compost future nourishment for better thought. To cultivate our gardens today also means courage. Freedom of speech remains fragile, threatened not only by laws but by indifference. He would tell us that silence, even when born of fatigue, feeds the roots of tyranny. He would not demand constant rebellion, only honest participation, the willingness to speak gently but persistently. He believed persuasion begins not with shouting, but with listening. Speak, he might say, as if your opponent could. Be your neighbor tomorrow. He would urge us to defend reason without cruelty. The enemy is not the believer or the skeptic, but the arrogance that refuses to learn. Tolerance, he wrote, is not weakness. It is the recognition that all of us are fragile in different ways. In a world divided by ideology, his garden remains open ground. Perhaps most of all, he would remind us to find happiness not in theories, but in usefulness. He once wrote that work protects us from boredom, vice, and need. That still holds. 2. Create, repair, teach, or help. These are acts of faith in the human project. They are how we turn thought into life. Voltaire never trusted purity. He trusted improvement. He knew perfection is a mirage that leads to cruelty. Better, he said, to do small good daily than to dream of grand goodness deferred forever. The gardener's joy lies in tending, not in finishing. When we look around at the scale of modern problems, climate, injustice, confusion, his philosophy may seem too small. What can a garden do against a storm? But he would answer, the storm does not last forever, the garden does. He believed in endurance over spectacle. Every era that forgets moderation, he warned, must relearn it through pain. The cultivation of one plot, one mind, creates ripples across generations. The person who teaches a child to think plants trees that will shade strangers. The worker who insists on fairness waters roots that feed unseen futures. Such acts are not dramatic, but they are the foundation of civilization. Voltaire would also remind us of humor's sacred place. He knew laughter is not escapism, but oxygen. To laugh at folly is to deny its authority. To laugh at oneself is to remain free from vanity. He would tell us that solemnity has ruined as many nations as sin, when we can still smile at absurdity. We prove that reason is alive. He would not ask us to be saints, only to be awake. He would forgive our contradictions as he forgave his own. He would say that doubt, properly tended, bears the fruit of humility. And humility is the soil in which wisdom grows, as the night deepens. Imagine sitting in that old garden of Fernie, the air cool, the leaves whispering. You can almost hear the faint scratch of a quill, the sound of a chair creaking, the voice of an old man smiling as he writes, "Let us cultivate our gardens." He meant it literally, and he meant it for eternity. It is not instruction, but reassurance, that goodness is still possible, that effort still matters, that the world, for all its noise, is still capable of being tended. We cultivate our gardens. When we study instead of scroll, when we build instead of complain, when we forgive instead of argue for sport. We cultivate them when we plant trees we will never see mature, when we mend a friendship instead of winning an argument, when we leave a space more peaceful than we found it. These small actions, multiplied silently, are what keep civilization breathing. He would call this the arithmetic of kindness. No sermon, no ideology, just numbers that add up over time. 1,000 tiny efforts outweigh a single grand declaration. Every thoughtful person becomes a gardener of their own era. In the end, cultivating our gardens today is nothing more and nothing less than remembering that freedom is a form of responsibility. To think clearly, to speak honestly, to act usefully, to rest without surrendering curiosity. These are the tools of the gardener's trade. Voltaire's life taught that the battle for reason is not fought once. It is maintained every sunrise. He gave us not conclusions, but habits. He did not ask us to worship his name, but to continue his work. As this journey draws to its quiet close, imagine returning from the vastness of history to your own small garden. It may be literal or invisible, a piece of mind or earth or duty. Look at it the way he would, without cynicism, without illusion, but with care. The weeds will always be there. So will the light. He would wish you not perfection, but persistence. He would remind you that every moment of clear thought, every act of kindness, every refusal to hate is another stroke of cultivation. He would leave you with a final whisper, gentle, practical, eternal. Do not wait for the world to be wise. Begin with your garden. Plant reason, water compassion, harvest peace. And as those words settle, the garden fades into stillness, the air filled with quiet breathing, the night deep but kind. Another century sleeps, and the light of reason, small yet steady, continues to burn. A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating, at first complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing, but think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply of different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, call it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine, injustice-y child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize, immediately and with certainty, that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive ought from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical Lanskerd when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether they're right. Might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively. Receiving it, now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, "If you want to get good grades, you should study," that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on your wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, "You should keep your promises," they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being. Regardless of your personal goals or desires, this distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, "I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict," they're treating morality as hypothetically if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law there, written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment. Or I'll follow my first instinct. Or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not. But they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly at least for you in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it, but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways, in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make. including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves. Because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but can't realize they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? That it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim a factor. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though. Those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will. And it marks actions that are imperfect due to things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John, and it's raining on a Tuesday in March, and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quote, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's ... always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price, ... and never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature. makes their claims valid too, but the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise? Rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off. Rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple. Rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it, and seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with, the same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it, and to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity. To claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal: lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. the entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or there. Lies would have no effect, but their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely, someone objects, we can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones, between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth, even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible, and once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, You have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't, that you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own. Good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie, about what we're claiming about ourselves and others, about whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what Kant warned against: an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. "I'm not forcing anyone," the manipulator says. "I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them." This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities, in personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other, in institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors, in conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. "I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively." But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation exactly? It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it, but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to left in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only 2 in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on rather than a person to be reasoned with. But someone objects. Isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency. You're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create